Welcome to Wingman Joker. If you enjoy thrilling cultivation stories with a unique twist, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel for more exciting content. Video title: Dao of Money. Synopsis: Chen Ren, a modern man, finds himself reincarnated into a treacherous cultivation world filled with ruthless sects, ferocious beasts, and power-hungry clans. Reborn as a troublemaking young master burdened with debt, Chen Ren has no interest in martial glory. Instead, he sets his sights on the one true path to supremacy, the Dao of Money. With his modern knowledge and cunning, he builds businesses, amasses wealth, and revolutionizes the world around him. But the road to riches is fraught with danger, from cultivators seeking revenge to ancient mysteries that threaten his rise. Can Chen Ren prove that money is mightier than the sword? What to expect? An MC building an empire and growing stronger through wealth. Cute and mysterious cat sidekick. A cultivation journey full of strategy, innovation, and surprises. Face-slapping moments that redefine dominance. What not to expect? No cats because there's a cat. Genres: action, adventure, adult, fantasy, harem, isekai, martial arts, romance, slice of life. Tags: businessmen, calm protagonist, cultivation, Dao companion, Daoism, family business, money grubber, transmigration, transported into another world. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to Wingman Joker for more stories like this. Chapter 1. The moment Tang Xiaolan's broom touched the dry cobblestone tiles, a piercing, frustrated scream resounded through the courtyard. A jolt of fear shot up her arms as she clutched the barren wooden handle tighter, her blisters rubbing against its coarse surface as she pulled the broom away from the tile. Soon enough, her fright was replaced with confusion, and her eyes locked on the dust-covered bristles that had remained the same for the last 3 years. She shook herself out of her stupor and continued to sweep, but instead, another scream erupted once more the very moment the bristle touched the tile. A sharp thud of an object hitting the floor followed it. She lifted the broom high, inspecting the head. Strange. Did the master change all the brooms to elicit screams and sounds? However, despite her broom's bristles not touching the tiles, another loud noise came out loud and clear. A scream of pain followed it as if someone had fallen on the ground and hit their head hard. Tang Xiaolan finally located the source of the disturbance. But instead of investigating any further, she decided to keep her head down, sweeping quickly while ignoring the repeated screams of pain and frustration. A few minutes passed, and the screams finally died down till the morning was as silent as ever. Footsteps approached her rapidly from behind, the click-clack of slippers knocking against moldy wooden panels shocking Tang Xiaolan into alertness. She spun on her heel, her body preparing to lock into a submissive bow when she finally saw who was coming towards her. Tang Xiaolan relaxed her guard, returning to her usual self while crossing her covered arms in exasperation, the loose pale blue robe accented with silver cranes flapping gently in the wind. What are you doing here, trying to skive off work again? Do you even want to continue working as a maid? She chided the young woman with flabby cheeks that looked barely an adult. What are you talking about, Sister Tang? The other maid looked aghast. I heard a terrible scream, it sounded like someone was dying in one of the guest rooms. Is young Master Chen Ren okay? Tang Xiaolan rolled her eyes, knowing fully well why she was worried. Don't worry about him, there's nothing we can do for him. Master already gave him the best mortal healer in the city. But still, and even the healer said only the heavens can decide his fate now. If he dies, then at least the guest room could be opened for other, important guests. It's already a miracle that he woke up and was able to let out those screams, but he seemed to have gone back to sleep since it's so silent. Tang Xiaolan swept her long black hair back behind her ears, returning to her sweeping tasks. The other maid frowned and looked like she wanted to argue, but she held it in. She hurriedly walked up to the guest room where the screams came from, the same robe uniform trailing her feet. She tried to peep in through a gap in the sliding wooden panels before returning. Looks like he's still up. Just going through one of his books and clenching his fist. Young Master Chen seems pretty frustrated. Hey, why do you care so much about him? Do you really think he would make you his concubine just because he talks sweetly with you? You need to know your status and let him be. Nothing good comes out of getting involved with a cultivator, especially one with such a bad reputation, Tang Xiaolan snarled, saying the last part in a whisper, albeit Chen Ren managed to hear it. He's not so someone who squanders away money every day, philanders with young girls like you, fights all the time in bar brawls and brags about challenging the heavens yet can't succeed in the soaring sword sect entrance examinations. Too bad he got matched with the city lord's son, Li Zian had been on the bed for a week. He's still an esteemed guest and a cultivator. What if he got to know what you think of him? Then, that would be the end of me. Tang Xiaolan glared. So be it, but anyone in the city who knows him thinks of him like that. It's only you who has rose-tinted lenses for your eyes. When you put it that way. When I put it that way, it means you should go back to scrubbing the damn clothes. Sun isn't going to be up for much longer, you know. You want to get scolded by the young miss again when she comes back from the market. Oh no. The young maid glanced up at the rising sun and gave one last look at the guest room before frantically running away and leaving Tang Xiaolan alone. Tang Xiaolan sighed, releasing her pent-up anger on her broom sweeps, each movement kicking up clouds of dust accumulated and fallen leaves from the nearby trimmed trees. She couldn't care less about Chen Ren, and for all she knew, it was only her master's goodwill and business connections with the Chen clan that let him stay here. She continued about her task of cleaning up the courtyard, finally reaching the last task of the day, cleaning the guest rooms. That also involved changing the bandages of Chen Ren, a task she vehemently hated. Still, she had to do it, and as she moved towards the guest rooms, she heard him talking to himself in a strange tone. What's going on? Have I really crossed over to another world? Fuck, I want to return back to my apartment. Apartment. She had no idea what that meant, and as she peeped in through the gap, she saw him pulling out his hair in exasperation. She wondered if he had gone crazy due to his defeat to Li Zian and had gained a heart demon. That thought scared her and she took a step back, aiming to run away and inform her master, but before she could turn, Chen Ren noticed her. Hey, please come in. I want to talk to you. She wished to reuse it but had no reason to. Slowly, she slid the door open and stepped inside, taking a look at the room which seemed to have gone through a storm. The round wooden table tucked neatly into the corner of the room was chock full of medication and ointments left behind by the healer, while bloodied bandages were strewn all over the floor. Books were scattered alongside crumbled parchments. Clothes and bedsheets lined the floor, and it seemed like Chen Ren had practically searched through the room for something. As she sized him up, she saw him staring right at her with his amber eyes. His long black hair, same as hers, was untied and reached the floor, and his skin was pale and unblemished. His features were handsome with a sharp jawline, and he held a medallion in his hand that she recognized as an heirloom of sorts. He should have been on the bed, barely being able to move as the healer had told them. Yet, there was a sharpness in his voice. Who am I? And your name? It's Tang Xiaolan, right? She looked at him in surprise. He had never spoken her name out loud before, and it was strange that he even bothered to remember it. Yes, young master. And you are Chen Ren, the scion of the Chen clan of Red Peak City, and I'm a third-star body forging realm cultivator, and this is the Tang family courtyard in Cloud Mist City. Recently, I lost a fight against someone named Li Zian, trying to enter the Soaring Sword sect, and have been bedridden since then with half of my body scorched in the battle. She nodded her head slowly, confused as to what was going on. Yes, that's correct. As soon as she said that, he lowered his head and almost smacked it on the ground. His whole body slumped against the floor, and he looked as if he had just learned of his whole family dying to a rogue demonic cultivator. Obviously, nothing of that sort happened, making his reaction even more mysterious. This can't be, these memories are all real, he muttered, looking stranger and stranger every second. She moved towards him. Young master, is everything okay? I can call a healer for you if you want. No, nothing is okay, but I don't need a healer. I will just rest and process all this. Can you please give me some space? Once again, she looked at him in surprise. Not only was he talking strangely, he had never been this polite to her before. Had the loss affected him to such a degree that him to change his ways? No, she doubted it. Okay, she said, turning on her heels and sliding the door open. Looking back, she saw him muttering something under his breath, but none of it made sense to her. She could only leave and report it to the master. Tang Xiaolan still harbored curiosity in her heart as to what was going on, but she wasn't brave enough to ask him. She won't be able to bear the consequences if it angered him, and she didn't want to take any chances. She slowly made her way outside the guest room, hoping to find a cat that would often come around in the courtyard when she heard footsteps coming towards her. Looking up, she saw the young maid walking with a man who she recognized as Feng Ming, one of Chen Ren's drinking buddies and another cultivator. A charming smile hung on his lips as both of them stopped before her. She quickly bowed to him. Young Master Feng Ming, has Chen Ren woken up? He asked, promptly. I need to meet him urgently. Tang Xiaolan hesitated, thinking back to the strange behavior she had just seen. He did wake up a while back, but I don't think it's an appropriate moment to meet. Young Master Chen is still in the middle of getting his bearings. Feng Ming's face fell at that, the smile disappearing. Tang Sholan felt as if she had said the wrong words. It doesn't matter. If he had woken up, he would be happy enough to see me. Lead the way to his room, he said in a commanding tone. She had no way of refusing him, so she nodded and turned back before giving a subdued glare to the young maid who had led Feng Ming to her. This way, young master. As they walked through the hallways, another scream resounded out, causing her to pause and rub her forehead. What is going on with him? Chen Ren screamed, looking at the ceiling as if cursing at whatever deity was responsible for his current situation. He felt like he had been tossed into an awful situation, one he had no way of coming out of. Panic clawed at his heart and his whole body trembled as he slumped onto the cold floor. Memories that were not his constantly moved around in his mind and he didn't ignore it. He couldn't after he had confirmed that they were real. I guess, this is really me now, he whispered, looking at a mirror on the side. An unfamiliar face reflected back. He frowned, running his hands through his long black hair. He used to have brown hair before, but that had also changed alongside his identity. From a business management college student who was busy looking for a job, he had become Chen Ren, the exiled young master of the Chen clan. Not only that, he had somehow transmigrated into a Shenxia world, one where strength ruled and immortals reigned supreme. A land rife with danger and opportunity in equal measure. Here, murder wasn't a crime, it was a statistic and any rogue cultivator had the right to murder you for small offenses. His situation couldn't be worse. Yet, as he looked down at the parchments at his feet, his reality came crashing down even further. They were debt records, money that he had taken from various people in the city to run his hedonist lifestyle. As he counted them all, his heart fell, cursing the body he had found himself in. Still, Chen Ren tried his best to stay calm. He had already spooked the maid by repeated screams of frustration. He needed to act normal to deal with his situation. He squeezed his eyes shut, taking deep breaths and processing everything. As he was in the middle of it, footsteps rang outside the door. He opened his eyes, wondering if Tang Sholan was back. The next moment, the door opened, revealing Tang Sholan followed by another maid and a man who didn't look like a servant. He had short black hair with stubble growing on his cheeks. From the silver robes he wore, it was clear that he was someone important. The man's boisterous voice immediately dominated the serene courtyard the moment he stepped over the wooden threshold into the room. Chen Ren, you're alive, thank the heavens, I watched that battle between you and Li Zan. It was certainly the most unfair fight to pit you against the city lord's son, but you did well. Not many can even survive against Blazing Hawk Fist. How have your injuries been? Chen Ren starred in a trance-like state for a few brief moments as Tang Sholan moved to leave and close the door, giving them privacy. Who is this now? I faintly recalled someone like this. Ah, Feng Ming. From what he remembered, he was one of his few friends and drinking buddies, a cultivator in the same realm as him. Why was he here? He had no idea, but he needed to act like Chen Ren. Finally, he snapped out of the trance, replying with a joyful face and an exaggerated voice. Haha, a mere Blazing Hawk Fist wouldn't deter me at all. This entrance test was nothing but a mere hiccup in my path to be a cultivator who would challenge the heavens. True, Feng Ming said, scooping closer to him till he stood right in front. You have always been very motivated about your cultivation. One needs to be motivated when they are on the path to being immortal. You know that very well, Brother Ming, he replied, growing tired of maintaining a smile. I am happy that you came to check on me, and as you see, I'm recovering well. Feng Ming crossed his arms, his original enthusiasm clearly diminished for some reason. He gave a look around the messy room before snarling. I can see that, and since you're recovering so well, then perhaps you would be able to return all the debt you currently owe me, right? Of Su, wait what? Chapter 2. Chen Ren stared into the eyes of the man, a cold realization sinking in. Had his luck gone this bad this soon? He had just entered the world and felt like an inferno of trouble shoved at him. Trouble in the face of a not-so-friendly man. His gaze had turned cold, the pleasant smile that adorned his face when he entered the room was no longer there. A chill ran down his spine under the gaze. Feng Ming's previous demeanor was probably a ruse, simply to know his condition, and now, he was revealing his true motive for coming here. It was a clever ploy and one that he hadn't expected. His mind had been too preoccupied with things to prepare for debtors. He sifted through some of the memories related to this man, Feng Ming. In those, he witnessed how they would often go drinking together, and it was also Feng Ming who had told him to take a debt from him when Chen Ren's money had run out. Originally, the debt was small, just for drinks and food, but over time, it has accumulated to a good amount. It was almost as if he was trying to get Chen Ren in debt. A little more probing in his mind and he realized why it was so. The man's eyes narrowed. "You're not going to back out of this, are you?" The menacing undertone brought him back to reality. Chen Ren met his gaze, his expression unchanged. In his mind, he was still calculating how to act with him with all the memories he had. He didn't want to act out of character or make himself sound more suspicious than he already had. He cleared his throat after a while. "Of course not, Brother Ming," he replied, his tone laced with feigned nonchalance. "I wouldn't dream of it. I was never going to hold back the money from you." The man's eyes flickered with doubt. "And how exactly do you plan to repay me? You have no job, no prospects, and you've failed the sect entrance exams. Don't you think you're just fooling me, or yourself, at this point?" "I would never dream of breaking my promise," Chen Ren said, his voice firm. "Even if I'm down on my luck, my honor is intact." He paused, his eyes glinting with defiance as he thought on the right words to say. "Besides, I still have my connections. I'm a member of the Chen clan of Red Peak City. I've already sent a message requesting financial assistance to repay my debt." The man's expression shifted, his eyebrows raised in disbelief. Although Chen Ren had been exiled, most people in Cloud Mist City had no idea about it. Even the merchant family he was staying in was tight-lipped on this matter, and others only knew that he had a great background. They had no idea about the specifics. The original Chen Ren hardly spoke about his family, so this was probably something unexpected for Feng Ming. "You haven't asked them for money in months," he said, his voice laced with doubt. "Why now?" Chen Ren shrugged, affecting a nonchalant air. "I've been trying to make it on my own," he explained. "As you know, a cultivator needs to be brave enough to explore and challenge the world without the help of his family. But circumstances have forced my hand. The Chen clan is an ancient and powerful family. I'm sure they will come through for me." As soon as the words left his lips, a new fear crawled through his skin. Will his bluff even work? From how the black eyes bore into him, and how the man's lips had formed to a tight, thin line, he couldn't say what was going through Feng Ming's mind. He was fully prepared for a punch to fly and could only rely on his ability to shout to call for help from Tang Sholan. Hopefully, she would be able to come to his aid with guards. At the same time, he faked a confident smile to Feng Ming, who still looked at him with skepticism. Finally, the man spoke. "Even if you get the money, when will it arrive? I can't wait indefinitely. It won't take long. I don't know how long it might take. I don't even know where Red Peak City is. Just tell me how much I would have to wait." The question worsened his worries. Chen Ren knew he had to come up with a solution quickly. He couldn't afford a physical confrontation, as cultivators love to talk with their fists, especially young ones like Feng Ming. The debt was around 500 silver wen, and even if it was a fraction of the total debt he owed to various people, he knew it wasn't a small amount. It was safe to say, Chen Ren's body wouldn't handle another bloody punch. But he wasn't going to just die after finding himself in this world. That would be too short of a life. As he looked around for a solution, an idea formed in his mind. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the medallion that he had been looking at before Feng Ming had arrived. "If this works, it'll buy me time. I don't even know what use it is for." "If you're so worried about your money," he said, his voice steady, "you can keep this as collateral until I repay you. But I want a promise from you that you won't sell it. It's an heirloom, and it holds significant sentimental value. It's also ancient, so I don't want to lose it." The medallion had been a gift to Chen Ren from his late father, who had gotten it from his own father, meaning it was fairly old. The former body owner obviously didn't care for it. No emotions were attached to it, and it was nothing that would keep him awake at night even if it went missing. However, he didn't want it to be sold, especially to this man. For all he knew, it was ancient enough to go for a few thousand silver wen, but it could also be worthless. Ordinary-looking ancient treasures were one of the staples of Shenxia after all. Chen Ren didn't even have the idea of the metal the medallion was made up of. Feng Ming's eyes lit up with greed as he took the medallion, examining it with a keen eye. "Very well, I'll come for the money in a month," he said, his voice dripping with condescension. 2 months, Chen Ren quickly retorted. "The city my clan lives in is far away." The man paused, then nodded. "Fine, 2 months. Don't disappoint me. With that, he gave a final, menacing glance, turned and left, leaving Chen Ren to ponder his next move. Chen Ren slumped onto the bed, his body aching with exhaustion. Everything that happened since morning came to him in waves. The transmigration, his current identity, and most importantly, the big, bad news, the debt. The ordeal had drained him physically and mentally. Although he wanted to think of an immediate solution, he knew he couldn't. Not at this state. Therefore he did something he should have done right when he woke up in this body, and closed his eyes, allowing sleep to claim him. There was a lot to do, and a part of him wondered if this was all a dream and he would wake up in his original body on Earth, going back to sending resumes to every company on LinkedIn, but for now, he just wanted to rest. It wasn't a dream. It had been 2 days since he woke up in this world, and no one else came to see him, partly because he instructed Tang Sholan to spread the rumors that he had gone back to being unconscious after waking up once. His memories had straightened by now, and even his injuries seemed to have been healing at a considerable pace. He had no idea if it was because of his cultivation, the transmigration, or because of the potency of the medicines of this world. Still, the speed of healing was miraculous, and it wouldn't be possible on Earth. Even Tang Sholan was shocked when she came to check on him. It made him more curious to learn about this world and the secrets it held. At the same time, he realized that he was highly inadequate to do so. Chen Ren hadn't been much of a cultivating genius, nor was he hard-working enough to fill the gaps between him and others. The way to identify a cultivator's talent was by the number of spirit roots their dantian held, and he had merely 21 of them, meaning his talent was on the far lower end of the spectrum. If he had even a semblance of talent, his clan wouldn't have kicked him out. But maybe, he might be able to do something about it. On his 3rd day in this world, Chen Ren was finally trying out something that he should have done on the first day itself. He was going to see if he had a system inside of him. It felt a little silly, but transmigration itself was the strangest thing that could happen to someone. If 2 days ago someone had poked him and said he would transmigrate to a world where his body wouldn't be his own and his memory would be of learning magical kung fu in a land full of magical beasts, he'd slap that man and walk away without looking back. But now transmigration had happened, there was a chance that he'd get a system to guide him through the ups and downs of this world. He had to try. Similar to the countless books he'd read, he focused on his mind, on the memories of Chen Ren. The solution he had in mind was simple: if he could control the memories, he should be able to control the status screen. Open status screen. Chen's voice came loud enough in the empty room, and he hoped that the maid wasn't standing outside. He opened his eyes, expecting a see-through screen with information. Nothing. Maybe if I use different words. System start. Chen Ren commanded again. He squinted his eyes in focus and tried once more. Essence display. Ascendant tracker. Kai monitor. Celestial dashboard. Divine panel. Mystical overview. Pathway gauge. Enlightenment screen. Aura interface. Chi status. Destiny grid. Heaven's ledger. Immortal ledger. Soul metrics. Fate indicator. Dao interface. Sage summary. Warriors console. Sect system. And nothing. No holographic menus, no character stats, and no inventory. Just the cold, hard reality of his new world. He couldn't count the amount of alternative words he used, but in the end, he gave up on that. If there was any status prompt to pop up, it would have already. He didn't necessarily expect a system, but he couldn't shake off the feeling that it would help him find his lefts and rights in this world. Without it, he needed to find new ways to gain strength, but before that, he needed money. Over 5,000 silver wen of debt loomed over him, and one look at his memories was enough for him to realize that most people he had taken money from weren't simple folks. They would surely come for him, and he wasn't strong enough to deal with them. Running away wasn't an option either, and he didn't want to contend with the wild lands until he had a semblance of ability and money to hire guards. Chen Ren preferred plans that left room for adaptation, and there were only so many things that could make money in this world. It was fairly easy for a cultivator to make money, but most of that required him to move to dangerous places and fight monstrous beasts. So, he decided on a different way. One which employed his memories from Earth, the knowledge he had gained. He didn't remember everything, but he had a good memory and it would come in handy here. He decided to use his experience of working odd part-time jobs, learning things in his university and online knowledge to start a business. He didn't have the required capital to do much. And he didn't want to borrow more, but he had connections and a bundle of knowledge. As he recovered, he saw enough differences between the technological level of the world and the one he had come from. His memories revealed a lot, and even if he had no knowledge of qi and cultivation, there were a lot of ideas in his mind. He could employ those to draft up a business plan, and for the next 2 days, he scribbled away plans of ventures he could dabble in and also wrote down things that could potentially harm him. From debtors to rogue cultivators, Chen Ren wanted to take no risk as he went on with his ideas. I might be in a rotten situation. Practically, an orphan and exiled. Failed to get in a sect and heavy on debts. But I'm not one to give in to circumstances. If this was a sinking boat with holes, I had no option but to learn how to swim. It had been a week since he had woken up in this unfamiliar body, and finally, the day to venture outside had arrived. Thanks to Tang Xiaolan, and the kindness of the merchant family, he was able to recover in peace. She had been his only visitor as per his request to not allow anyone inside the room, and even if someone came, she would turn them down by saying he hadn't woken up. Unsurprisingly, it worked. No one wanted to visit an unconscious Chen Ren, and it seemed like most of his debtors had decided to leave him be. He could feel that Tang Xiaolan didn't like him, but she had worked with a quiet efficiency when she brought him medicines to recover and cleaned his room. He was thankful and tried to be polite with her, but her wariness hadn't dropped. The previous occupant of this body hadn't been a pleasant person, and it took time to change perception. Still, he was thankful for her and planned to return the favor once he had some money to spare. First step would be to check out my surroundings and see if my plan is going to work, he thought as he got up, feeling a surge of energy and excitement on finally being able to venture outside. He slipped on a loose-fitting robe, making sure to cover most of his face. He wasn't sure if his creditors had taken any drastic measures, for instance, planting people outside to wait for him, and he wasn't eager to find out. It was best to keep a low profile for now. He closed the door of the room and walked outside. He took a look around and saw that he was in a wide hallway, and his memories helped him navigate through it, but as he turned around a corner, he was met with a watchful pair of eyes. "Where are you going, young master?" Tang Xiaolan asked, her voice laced with curiosity. She was holding a tray of food and seemed to be heading towards his room. Chen Ren offered a reassuring smile. "I'm going to the market. I need to check out a few things." She hesitated, her eyes scanning his face. "I know you have healed, young master, but the master wanted to see you after lunch," she said, her voice low. He paused in his steps. The merchant family he had been living with was called Tang Clan, and its head's name was Tang Jihao, a man who had started from nowhere and now dabbled in quite a few businesses around the city. He hadn't met him more than twice since coming to this city, as Tang Jihao was always busy, and now that he had healed, Chen Ren could guess what he would have wanted to talk about. "I'll visit him later," he said, delaying the inevitable for the moment. "Right now, I have some errands to run." "May I know what errands?" she asked, her eyes not leaving him. "Just want to check a few things in the market," he replied, then realized that didn't know the way to it. Chen Ren hadn't bothered to explore the city, and he only knew the location of the bars and the brothels. "Do you want to come with me if you are free?" "Me?" Tang Xiaolan looked surprised. "Yes, I don't know the way to the market. I want to go to the one in the commoners' district." For a few seconds, she seemed to be contemplating, but soon nodded her head. She still looked a bit wary of him and told him to wait as she moved back to one of the rooms which he recognized as the kitchen. When she returned, he saw that her hair was down and her clothes were smoothened. "Let's go," he said, leading the way outside, and Tang Xiaolan walked next to him. He noticed that she was putting a fair bit of distance between them, and even if her face was blank, her eyes kept glancing at him. "I wonder if she's going to ever warm up to me." He shook his head of the thought, and ignoring her eyes, he looked around him. Cloud Mist City was one of the biggest cities in the region, and as he moved through the crowd, he could see why. The streets were wide and carriages rolled past easily with enough space for the pedestrians. Every street was occupied by a good number of houses, and it was planned well. As he raised his head, he could even see mountains, and at their peaks, he knew the Soaring Sword sect was located. A tang of unease and guilt flowed through him as he thought of the sect. Chen Ren's feelings hadn't completely gone away from his body, so even if he was in control, the memories brought forth more than a few displeasing things. From his guilt to his aspirations. "Young master, can I ask you something?" Tang Xiaolan's words took his attention as he turned to look at her and nodded. "Why are we going to the market?" "I want to check out the market and see everything that's being sold there," he replied as they rounded a corner. "There's mostly street stalls and small shops there. They won't satisfy you. If you want to buy something, you need to walk a bit more to reach the upper district." He stopped and looked at her. She stiffened. "I'm not going there to buy something. I plan to start up a business, and for any business, one needs to scout out the market. You can't enter a lake without knowing what type of fish swims inside of it. A business? Tang Xiaolan looked at him aghast, but he started moving again. She followed after him, taking the lead to take him to the market, but she kept tilting her head and looked confused. Chen Ren knew she wasn't going to believe him. His predecessor wasn't the type to like merchants and businesses, and even look down upon them. He was using Tang Clan as a residency, but he always had an air of superiority about him. He was an idiot, and now, it was his job to change that. Soon, they reached the market and found it bustling with activity. The air was thick with the sense of exotic spices and the clamor of merchants hawking their wares. He looked around slowly, taking in the details in broad daylight. Silken fabrics in every imaginable hue fluttered in the breeze, their rich textures on display. On one side, artisans displayed intricate jewelry, each piece shining, catching the attention of multiple women who stood by the stall. He guessed that most of them were fake, if not all, but they were good enough to use in daily lives. They rounded a corner. The scent of freshly baked bread mingled with the aroma of sizzling meats from food stalls made his mouth water and stomach grumble. They didn't linger, but he took in all the items that were selling here. Most of them were meat dishes, especially pork, and he also saw a lot of fish getting grilled. There were also steamed buns getting sold, and quite a few people clamored for them. There seems to be good demand for the food stalls. I wonder where they get the ingredients from, he muttered, moving to stand across a crowd that was gathered around a steam bun stall. His words were directed at Tang Xiaolan, and she immediately picked up on it. They have dealings with farmers, fishermen, and pigsty. From what I know, a lot of stall owners directly buy from them in bulk, and they also give money to hunters to get specific meat. What about beast meat? Chen Ren asked, squinting to check out the different types of meat dishes on display. Do any of them sell that? Tang Xiaolan shook her head. No, even a tier 1 beast is hard to deal with, and even if a group of hunters sometimes manage to hunt one, it's rare. Only a cultivator could procure beast meat, and no sane cultivator would start a food stall or have dealings with one. He felt like that part was aimed at him, but she continued without skipping a beat. I have heard there are specific restaurants that have beast meat dishes, but they are for cultivators only and mostly are controlled by a powerful clan or sect. There's a few in Cloud Mist City that serve beast meat, but it's only when cultivators come to dine, and even then, they won't have anything more luxurious than tier 2 beast meat. Chen Ren recalled that his predecessor dined in one of them and didn't have money to pay, so he borrowed money from Feng Ming. The majority of the debt he owed to him was due to that. He nodded at Tang Xiaolan as his mind raced with the information. A part of him felt like a beast meat stall would work wonders, but if he actually started selling it, most of the commoners wouldn't be able to afford it. Beast meat was expensive, and he had no plans of taking a loss. Let's keep moving, he said. Do you know any shops that sell cultivation supplies here? There will be some ahead. We are almost at the boundary of the upper district. They walked with the wave of the crowd. His eyes planted on the bunch of children who darted between adults, a carefree expression on their faces. For a moment, he felt like it would have been better if he had transmigrated as a child. At least, he would have more time to find his way around this world then. As he moved further away, he suddenly felt a gaze on his back and his heart fell. A prickling sensation crawled up his skin, and he wondered if he had been identified by the debtors, but he kept walking for a while before stopping around in front of a stall and sneakily looking around. But he found nothing. Was it just my mind playing tricks on me? What happened, young master? Tang Xiaolan asked, following his gaze. Nothing. Just stay still for a while. She kept quiet, and he pretended to check the trinkets that the stall was selling. 10 minutes passed like that before he finally gestured for her to move. What was that? Tang Xiaolan finally asked. Is there someone following us? I just felt like someone is. It's nothing now. Sorry for scaring you. She stiffened at that, and he wondered if she had noticed someone, but her gaze was locked onto him. Young master, have I offended you? He shook his head, wondering what it was about. No, you haven't. Then, why are you so polite to me? I have never heard you say sorry to anyone before. Chen Ren didn't reply for a few seconds. He had given up on acting more like his predecessor, mainly because it was too much to act as such, and if he wanted to change his image, he needed to change the way he addressed people. I'm just trying to change. My defeat at the hands of Li Zan gave me a new perspective. I'm just trying to follow it. He had no idea if she was going to believe him, but if he kept up with his current personality, Tang Xiaolan had to accept it sooner or later. Soon, they reached a corner where an herbalist's stall was booming with activity. Next to it, there was a blacksmith, creating different items. A few city guards seemed to be talking to him, and even if Chen Ren was interested in eavesdropping to find out their relationship with the business owners, he didn't want to attract their attention. There would be ample time to look into the internal structure of the city later. Finally, they found their destination, which was a small shop located in an area beyond the market space. It was called the Upper District, an affluent area in the center of the city, and he had been here before more than once. Still, he had no idea the market was right next to it and had never entered this shop before. Its shelves were lined with an assortment of herbs, pills, and talismans, each item bearing a price tag that made Chen Ren's eyes widen. A low-grade healing pill, for instance, costs nearly 2 months' worth of a common laborer's wages in this world, which was around 70 silver yen. The more he moved through the shelves, the higher the prices rose. "Young master, you lookin' for something?" The shop clerk walked from behind a shelf of items. He was a tall, lean man with darkened under eyes. He seemed to be overworked from one glance, and Chen Ren had no idea why, since the shop didn't seem to have a lot of customers at the moment. Maybe he had simply come at a dull phase. "Ah, not really, no. Was just wondering about the prices, that's all," Chen replied faint-heartedly. The clerk smiled at that. "They're expensive, I know. The path of cultivation is not for the faint of heart or the empty pocket. These herbs, pills, and talismans you see are not mere commodities. They are the essence of years of research, rare ingredients, and countless hours of refining, and I'm pretty sure they would help you out on your journey. Our items are much better than anyone else in the city, and if you wish, I would like to show you one of our special pills that would help out anyone in the body forging realm to make a breakthrough." Chen Ren smiled at the clerk's marketing techniques. He had clearly identified him as a young first-realm cultivator and tried to use it to sell him pills. "How much will it cost?" "Just 100 silver yen. If you want a few of better qualities, it will be 300 silver yen. Do you want to take a look at it?" His face fell hearing the prices. "I would refrain from doing so," he said as a matter of fact. "Like I said, I simply want to take a look around the shop for now." "Thank you." The clerk nodded and moved out of his way to talk to someone else who walked through the entrance. Chen Ren took that time to wander farther inside the shop, with Tang Sholan following behind him. His mind calculated prices and noted the names of the items in his mind, just in case, for the future. As he had expected, he could buy none of the items right now. Even the lowest grade pills would cost him a lot, and he could simply not afford it right now. If he actually planned to cultivate, his talent was going to be a big obstacle for him, and for him to go past realms even with his below-average talent, he would need a lot of resources. After more than 15 minutes of staring at them, he decided to take his leave. On his way out, he looked at the clerk and gave a small nod. "May fortune favor you on your journey, young master," the clerk's optimistic voice rang after him. "May fortune favor me, I hope so too." He had no idea if the clerk was being nice to him because of his robes, or if he was just like this to all potential customers. Either way, he decided to remember his face and made his way back towards the streets that housed food stalls. The smell of fresh bread hit his nostrils once again, but this time, his mind reeled. He kept thinking over the prices of cultivation resources and his debt. The world of cultivation was a realm of opulence and exclusivity. He knew that well, but seeing it was different. It was a cold slap of reality that sobered him up. What kind of a mess have I gotten into? Chen Ren winced at that thought. That was followed by another thought, and another. Until a train moved in circles inside his mind and he found himself in front of a vendor selling skewers of grilled pork, the savory scent proving too tempting to resist. "How much for a skewer?" Chen Ren asked, looking at the juicy meat sizzling. 5 copper yen, the man behind the stall replied with urgency, tending to the other customers who had already taken space. "Give me 3. Chen reached into his pocket, pulled out 2 copper coins of 10 and 5 denominations respectively that he had found in one of his robes and handed it over. He passed one of them to Tang Sholan, who bowed her head in gratitude. Soon, his taste buds were filled with the enriching proteins. After a few bites, he felt possibilities rising in his mind. In this world, mortal currency was in yen, and it mostly had copper and silver coins, with 100 copper making up 1 silver yen. It was an easy enough system for him to learn, and his goal for today was simply to find out how the economy worked around here, for both cultivators and mortals. His trip had told him that even if he wanted, he couldn't look at the cultivation resources till he got through his debt. Money was the key. With enough of it, he could purchase the resources he needed to cultivate, he could repay his debts, and he could even carve out a comfortable life for himself. As he finished his first skewer, he looked up at the stall owner and the people around him. He slowed down his chewing and simply observed him, noticing that he was selling at least 10 skewers every half an hour. His mind calculated the cost of the supplies, the time and the price of the license to start up a stall. The more he thought, the more it seemed like a stall was the perfect beginning business for him. "Young master, are you okay?" Tang Sholan brought him out from his thoughts and he looked down at her. "Yes, I'm just thinking about something." "Can I ask what?" she asked, her face curious. "You can," he replied. "I'm simply thinking that I should start up a stall. Not for selling beast meat. That would be too luxurious, but to sell food items. I believe I could start one that would sweep through the city and would be very popular." Tang Sholan blinked, her face a shade of disbelief. "Young Master Chen, I'm sorry, but most of the stalls around here are old and have a steady set of customers. New stall owners already have a hard time and this work is way beneath your stature as a cultivator." "No work is beneath anyone, Sholan. In the grand sects, cultivators act as maids to other powerful cultivators. Is that work beneath them? But they are still under cultivators, not mortals. It doesn't matter. Either way, I'm starting my own thing and not working under someone else." Chen Ren shook his head. "As for how I would make a difference in the market, it's pretty simple. I'm just going to create a product that's unique to me and make it popular." "An unique product?" Tang Sholan tilted her head. "What type of dish would that be?" Chen Ren smiled. "You will see. It will surely be one that you would enjoy." The more he talked, the more excited he got about what he had in mind. A dish that he had eaten a lot on Earth, and even if he wasn't able to make it exactly the same, he knew a recipe that would work here. A recipe that would take over the city. Chapter 3. His first trip to the market narrowed down the scope for what could be his first business, but there were still quite a few worries swimming freely in his mind. One of them was the constant reminder of debtors, and he knew he had no time to waste with that problem. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to begin with his plans right after he decided what he should do. The whole situation with the debtors was sticky. Sticky enough that it would put him in deep trouble if he didn't start working on the things he had planned. Because Chen Ren had been a hedonistic bastard. Now, he was gone, but the due hangers remained. Feng Ming, the first taste of the cruelty of the situation, didn't give the kindest of warnings until the collateral was given, but again, he couldn't do the same with the others who Chen Ren owed. He didn't have that many assets to calm down angered debtors. In the best-case scenario, they might not come find him. On the contrary, even if the rest of them didn't arrive, he would have to earn at least 500 silver wen in the next 2 months to get back his medallion. Upon his return from the market to his abode, he immediately sought the aid of Tang Sholan to pen letters to each of Chen Ren's debtors, humbly requesting leniency and an extension of time. It was a gamble, sending out these letters, as it might either buy him the precious time he needed or invite unwanted scrutiny. But at this point, he was no stranger to risk. He would not sit idly by while the wolves circled closer. It was better to know what was coming to him rather than wait for them to knock on his door. As he wrote the letters, he understood more and more who his predecessor had borrowed from. Local gangs to even the Li clan, he had taken money from whoever was willing to give it. It was a shock to learn that he hadn't borrowed anything from the Tang clan, but he guessed that the predecessor was already living in the guest room without rent for months and didn't want to do anything that might ruin the arrangement. With the letters sent, he knew the first stone had been cast. Chen Ren knew better than to invite disaster by waiting for it to arrive at his doorstep. His recent encounter with Feng Ming had left a bitter taste in his mouth, a reminder that his standing in this world was fragile. Though his pride chafed at the idea, he recognized the wisdom and humility. Better to extend a hand in peace than to let a blade come close to my throat. Moreover, Chen Ren's reputation in this world had been that of a man too proud for his own good, so a humble request for understanding might just catch his debtors off guard. It was a calculated move, one that could either buy him time or invite further disdain. But in his mind, the roll of the dice was worth it. Beyond this, Chen Ren established a disciplined routine over the next 3 days. Each morning, he would make his way to the marketplace, his eyes sharp as he perused the stalls. He seldom made purchases, but he was not there to spend money. Instead, he observed, learning the intricacies of the marketplace, the competitions between stalls, unspoken rules, the ebb and flow of customers, and the subtle interactions between stall owners. His efforts were not in vain. The stall owners, most of them who were seasoned merchants, were more than willing to share their knowledge. Of course, he had to make small purchases to loosen their tongues, but the information he gathered was invaluable. They didn't see him as a threat, which suited him just fine. After all, the more they underestimated him, the better for him. As he gathered insights, he began to see the marketplace for what it truly was, a battlefield. But unlike other fights, this one required patience, cunning, and a keen understanding of the human heart. That was an economic market and one couldn't just brute force their way to the top in it, unlike cultivation. Every time he made his rounds through the marketplace, he felt strange eyes on him. He understood why. Clad in the fine robes of a young master from a reputable household, his appearance alone made him an oddity among the rougher, more practical traders and common folk. His handsome features, sharp yet softened by the polish of privilege, only made him stand out more. It was clear to anyone with half a mind that he didn't belong among the stall keepers and street merchants. Yet, here he was, day after day, seemingly more interested in their mundane dealings than a man of his stature should be. He didn't let their looks bother him, though. They could whisper and speculate all they wanted, he had more pressing concerns. Still, there was no denying that his behavior drew attention, especially from Tang Clan's family maid. Tang Sholan didn't accompany him every day, but whenever she had free time, she would quietly follow, her eyes constantly flickering to him as if trying to decipher some hidden motive behind his actions. Today was such a day where she had been accompanying him to the market. At first, he ignored her glances. But as they walked, they grew more frequent until he could no longer pretend not to notice. Finally, he turned to her, his tone measured but with a hint of impatience. "If you have something to say, then say it," he told her, watching as she flinched at his directness. She hesitated, clearly torn between her duty and her curiosity. After a moment, she nodded, gathering her courage before asking the question that had been gnawing at her. "Young master, why are you doing this? Visiting the stalls every day, speaking to these merchants, it's not something someone of your standing would usually do." His eyes softened slightly as he considered her question. He knew that his behavior must seem strange to her, someone who had known his predecessor, an arrogant and untouchable young master. But again, it was not the reality anymore. He was not Chen Ren and he could never be like a cultivator too stuck up his ass. Chen Ren's response was simple, "I did tell you before. I want to start up a business and I'm doing market research for it," he said with a straight face as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Sholan blinked in surprise, her expression shifting from confusion to shock as if he had just uttered the most blasphemous statement she had ever heard. She stared at him, waiting for the punchline, but when she realized he wasn't joking, her shock turned to concern. "Young master," she began carefully, appearing as if she was trying to find the right words to convey her doubts without offending him. "Starting a business isn't easy. There are many rules and regulations to follow. You'll need to establish a supply chain, deal with suppliers, and manage all sorts of details. It's not something to be taken lightly. If you really want to start up a business, you should do so with cultivators, not among stall owners. Do you think cultivators would let me deal with them? Even if I have a good product, there's no guarantee they won't just steal it. I'm not strong enough to work with them." Tang Sholan again looked aghast. "I'm sorry young master, but still mortal businesses are a complicated matter." He saw those words coming from a mile away. From the start, ever since he let her know what his plans were, she had not been optimistic about him starting a business. Chen Ren nodded along. "I'm aware of that, Sholan. That's why I've decided to start with something simple, something that's easy to manage but has the potential to grow into something much larger. A business that could span the entire Kalyan Empire if done correctly." Her skepticism was palpable, but by how she was fidgeting her fingers, it looked like her curiosity got the better of her. "What kind of business can that be, young master?" she asked, her tone cautious. Chen Ren turned to her, his eyes gleaming with determination. "You already know the answer to that too. A stall." For a moment, Sholan's face was a portrait of disbelief. She stared at him as if he had just declared himself the emperor of the realm. But then, as if remembering her place, she quickly schooled her features into a neutral expression, all her facial features in place rather than eyebrows about to touch the hairline and her jaw about to hit the floor. She quickly inhaled a generous amount of air and stood like she normally did. After all, it wasn't her place to question him, even if his plan seemed questionable to her. She doesn't know how far the food industry can truly go. In the Kalyan Empire, there's no concept of a restaurant chain or a franchise. Most of them are bound to a city or town. Chen Ren thought back to the restaurant chains back on Earth, especially the fast food ones. There wasn't a concept of fast food here, but no one said he couldn't create it. They soon arrived at the familiar stall, one that had become a part of his daily routine. Today, there were only a few passing men who stood in front of it. Unlike some busy days where an extra finger would be too much in a crowded place, Chen Ren found it easy to walk closer to the stall and stand in the front. The stall owner, Old Man Tian, was cheerful doing his daily skewer selling to a tall man who mindlessly captured the entire space. Tian immediately spotted him and greeted him with a broad grin, clearly pleased to see a repeat customer. "Ah, young master, welcome back," Tian called out. "You have brought the young miss here again today." Chen Ren smiled at that. Without waiting for a response, Tian started preparing his grill. "What will it be today?" "The usual." Chen Ren nodded, his expression calm. "Yes, 2 skewers, please." As the stall owner expertly prepared the skewers, Chen Ren turned to Sholan and handed one to her without a word. They ate in silence for a moment. After a few bites, Chen Ren looked up and asked, "Were you able to do that thing I asked for?" Tian's eyes brightened with understanding. "Yes, young master," he replied with a smile. "It's all taken care of. All that's left is to submit the document at the government office, explaining the nature of your stall and such." Chen Ren gave a small nod of appreciation. "Thank you. What time would be best to do that?" The stall owner leaned in slightly. "Tomorrow morning, early. That's when the clerks are in a good mood and the lines aren't too long." "Understood," Chen Ren said, finishing his skewer with deliberate care. He handed the empty sticks back to the stall owner with a nod of thanks before turning to leave, Sholan following close behind. As they walked back home, Sholan stepped closer to Chen Ren. "Young master," she began hesitantly. "What was that conversation about? You seem unusually close to that stall owner." "Old Man Tian is one of the oldest vendors on this street," he explained. "He's seen many come and go, and he's always been more than willing to chat. Over time, I've made it a point to talk with him whenever I visit his stall and get a good rapport with him. Yesterday, I talked to him about getting a permit for the stall and he helped with it. As you know, doing anything in a government office isn't something as straightforward as it seems." Sholan frowned slightly, trying to piece together what he meant. "Not straightforward." Chen Ren nodded. "Getting a permit isn't just about submitting a document. Sometimes, you're expected to grease a few palms to get things done quickly, but I don't have the funds for that. So, I've had to rely on good relationships and advice from those who've been through the process before." "Can't you just force your way through it?" she asked, surprising him a bit. "I can, but I have realized violence isn't the best way to solve things. If I force my way in, there's tens of ways more trouble can come my way," he said, ignoring the petrified look on Tang Sholan's face. "I asked the stall owner to put in a word with a clerk he might know. Not every clerk is the same, some are more by the book, while others expect a little something extra. He pointed me toward one who won't take bribes and will get the job done quickly." "What does the stall owner get out of it in return, young master?" Chen Ren's lips curled into a slight smile. "He gets to do a small favor for a cultivator and a young master. I've subtly hinted at my intentions while enjoying his skewers, and he probably thinks I'm just playing around with the idea of running a stall or that it's some sort of mental training as a cultivator. It doesn't matter what he believes. What matters is that he now has a story to tell, how he helped out a young master who's also a cultivator. That's worth more to him than any silver I could offer." Sholan nodded thoughtfully as they reached their compound. Chen Ren moved around to start heading towards his room from the courtyard. At that moment, Tang Sholan's voice called him out. "Young master, you might get the permit, but what are you planning to sell?" "From what I know, most things already have established stalls with regular customers." Chen Ren paused, turning to her with a confident smile. "I've thought about that for a while," he said. "And I've come up with something that will stand out, a dish that no one here has tried before, something they won't be able to get enough of." Intrigued, Sholan's eyes widened at his words. "What dish is that?" Chen Ren's smile widened as he replied, "How about I make some for you to try? All I need is a bag of rice and a mortar." Sholan blinked in surprise but quickly understood the intention behind his words. "I'll get them right away, young master," she said, hurrying off to gather the requested items. A pair of sharp, shrewd eyes followed Chen Ren's every move, hidden in the shadows of a nearby alleyway. The figure observing him had been tracking his behavior for days, ever since he had begun his seemingly aimless wanderings through the marketplace. Tang Sholan's flabbergasted expressions and confused questions did nothing to reassure the observer. If anything, they only confirmed what she had already suspected. Chen Ren was dead and someone else had taken over his body. The observer's thoughts swirled as she recalled the events that had led her to this conclusion. She had already known something was amiss when he had woken up after that fateful defeat. The Chen Ren she knew would have been crushed by the loss, wallowing in despair, perhaps seeking solace in the pleasures of the brothels or the bottom of a wine jar. But this man, he had done none of that. Instead, he walked around town with a sense of purpose, a glint of determination in his eyes that had never been there before. He seemed almost fascinated by the world around him, as if seeing it for the first time. Her eyes narrowed as she continued to follow him, moving through narrow spaces, windows and rooftops. Every morning, she watched him converse with Sholan, noting every detail, every shift in his demeanor. This impostor was clever, she had to give him that. But he had made a fatal mistake. He underestimated the power of those who could see beyond the surface. She could see the souls of everyone, and this soul was different. It was stronger and more resilient, and it was slowly merging with the remnants of Chen Ren's original soul. Whoever this person was, he wasn't the defeated young master who had once inhabited this body. Was he a demonic cultivator? Or perhaps a shapeshifter, one skilled enough to take on another's identity so seamlessly? She couldn't be sure, but she was certain of one thing: this man was not Chen Ren. Her gaze hardened as she stepped back further into the shadows, her eyes glinting with a menacing glow. Whoever he was, she would find out soon enough. Their meeting was inevitable, and when it happened, she would uncover the truth behind this strange soul inhabiting Chen Ren's body. As she slipped away, blending into the darkness, a cold smile played on her lips. The impostor might think he was clever, but she was always one step ahead. And when the time came, he would have to answer for whatever game he was playing. That was her duty. Chapter 4. Tang Sholan walked quietly to the kitchen, her gaze fixed on the distant mountains that were visible from outside the chamber halls, but her thoughts were wandering away, wrapped around the figure of a man who only recently was known as one of the most arrogant and hedonistic men in Cloud Mist City. Chen Ren, the young master she temporarily served, had been quite the individual whom she had gotten the chance to observe a few too many times to her liking. He was bold, brash, and full of empty boasts, but now, she found herself at a loss with this new persona. He had been flaunting his cultivation, tossing around his weight in the city, and flirting with anything that moved, but now he was different. It started after the defeat by Li Zan. It hadn't been something small, the young master had almost died in front of many people. That day had shaken him to his core, she could tell. But instead of the loud proclamations of revenge or desperate attempts to regain his lost face, he had retreated into himself. He kept to his chambers, scribbling away in a language she didn't recognize. She had taken a peek at it when she had entered his room to clean and found the language unfamiliar and foreign. Tang Sholan wasn't illiterate and had been taught the common script. But it wasn't that. Moreover, there was a politeness to him now that hadn't existed before, a quiet respect in the way he spoke and acted. Not just with her, but with everyone. He even talked about starting a business, of all things. The idea was so far removed from the man she once knew that it made her wonder if he was even the same person. Is he the same person or a shapeshifter? No, if that was the case, I would have already been dead. Sholan couldn't shake the feeling that he was playing some kind of game, that this was all a facade. Yet when she looked into his eyes, she saw something she hadn't seen before, a light, a spark of purpose and clarity that had been missing before. They were not the eyes of a defeated man, nor of one who sought to reclaim his former glory through the same reckless means. No, these were the eyes of someone who had glimpsed something greater, something beyond the petty squabbles of sects and clans, beyond the simple pleasures of life. And that unsettled her more than anything. The man she once knew might have been a fool, but he was a predictable fool. This new version, with his quiet intensity and strange behavior, was a mystery she wasn't sure she wanted to solve. Though she was certain he'd give up sooner or later, her confidence wavered when she discovered the reason behind his visits to the stall owners. It was a strategy so unexpected that it caught her off guard. Her mind drifted back to a few months prior when the family head had handed the young Miss Tang Yucho a sum of money to start a business, to test her capabilities. But she had faltered at the very first hurdle, unable to secure a permit due to the officials' endless delays and other lazy reasons, and her father had barred her from using the family name to sway things in her favor. But Chen Ren was already ahead of where the young miss had stumbled, though she doubted his approach would lead to anything substantial. The idea that he could create a dish unique enough to captivate the entire empire seemed like just another empty boast, a large but empty boast. So when he had asked her to bring rice and a mortar, claiming he would craft this so-called legendary dish, she nodded and fetched the sack of rice that had been sitting in the kitchen, along with a mortar. As she handed him the items, a part of her wanted to see him fail, wanted to see that spark in his eyes and movements extinguished by the harsh reality that the world wasn't so easily conquered, things couldn't be easily achieved. When she gave the items, Chen Ren took them from her hands without a word, his expression unreadable. Then, to her surprise, he asked, "Can you help me out? This might take a while." There was no hint of the usual bravado in his tone, just a calm expectation that she would follow his lead. Tang Sholan nodded. Okay. They started by rinsing, then soaking the rice, a process that took 6 to 7 hours, an eternity in Sholan's mind. She had never known a dish to require such long and careful preparation, and the repetitive nature of it wore on her patience. When it was finally done, Chen Ren turned around and looked at her. He handed her the mortar. "Grind it," he said, leaving no room for debate. Sholan couldn't help but wonder if she was the one making the dish while he simply watched, but she complied nonetheless, her curiosity piqued despite the work. Either way, even if the entire thing ends up being an utter waste of time, she was just a maid. How could she defy the young master? Also, they had already spent quite a lot of time on this. 6 to 7 hours of simply washing and soaking rice, really? Sholan shook her head and focused on her hands. Throughout the process, she repeatedly asked what they were making, but Chen Ren remained tight-lipped, offering nothing more than a cryptic smile and a promise that she would soon see for herself. Finally, it was done and she turned to him. "And now?" she asked. "Now, we wait." Once the soaked rice was ground into a fine dough, they covered it with a wet cloth and rested it for half an hour, the silence between them punctuated only by the soft rustle of the wind outside. Chen Ren then took portions of the dough and began rolling them into thin sheets, his hands moving with an unexpected precision. He made 2 sheets, one thick, one thin, before carefully cutting them into long, slender strips. Sholan had never seen anything like it before. She watched, half in wonder, half in disbelief, as he took the strips and they moved back to the kitchen. There, he began boiling them. The simplicity of the act belied the anticipation that had built up in the hours of preparation. When the pieces rose to the surface, Chen Ren skillfully fished them out with a colander, their texture smooth and translucent, and put them in a bowl. "What is this called, young master?" she asked once again, not able to contact her curiosity. He smiled. "Noodles." Tang Sholan had never heard that before, but before she could ask more questions about it, another order came from Chen Ren. "I want you to bring me vegetables. Whatever you have. Bok choy, spinach, mushrooms, green onions, scallions, carrots, broccoli." "Make haste," Chen Ren said while she tried to keep everything in her mind. The list wasn't hard to memorize, so she quickly walked off to fetch them, still unsure of how the noodles might taste. After she brought them back, they chopped the vegetables together, the slamming of the knife against the board being the only noise in the room. From time to time, she would glance at the young master and wonder how he was so skillful with a knife. She knew about his skills with the sword due to his boasting, but she had no idea it would also make him proficient in chopping. "What should we do next?" she asked once all the vegetables she managed to bring were cut into small pieces. Her question went unanswered as Chen Ren walked around the small space to reach the boiling water. "Hand me the vegetables," he commanded. She quickly took it to him and watched him throw them into the pot. A few minutes later, he scooped them out and added them to the rice noodles. The smell made Sholan's stomach grumble. He turned and handed the bowl to Sholan, who blinked at it in mild confusion. "These noodles, are they for me?" she asked, tilting her head at the unfamiliar dish. "Yes, and these are called rice noodles. There are more varieties of them depending on the ingredients you use," he replied, his tone casual as if the name of the dish wasn't strange at all. Seeing the bewilderment on her face, he simply added, "Go on, try it and tell me what you think." Sholan hesitated, the nerves evident in the way she handled the chopsticks. She took a small bite, half expecting the dish to be as strange in taste as its name. To her surprise, the noodles were chewy, with a satisfying texture that paired well with the boiled vegetables. It could use a bit more seasoning, but the initial taste wasn't bad at all. It was pleasant. "It tastes good," she admitted, her voice carrying a hint of surprise. Chen Ren nodded and took the bowl from her, tasting the noodles himself. But unlike her, his expression shifted into a frown as soon as the noodles hit his tongue. It doesn't even taste half as good as ramen, he muttered, and all Tang Xiaolan could think of was one thing. What is this thing called ramen now? As Chen Ren set the bowl down, his mind churned with dissatisfaction. The rice noodles had come out well enough for a first attempt, but they were far from perfect. The texture was decent, and the flavor was acceptable, but acceptable wouldn't be enough if he wanted to turn this into a product that could dominate the market. The memory of Xiaolan's reaction played in his mind, her initial surprise, the cautious bite, and the eventual approval. She enjoyed it, yes, but she hadn't been blown away. And that wasn't good enough for him. He couldn't afford to settle for mediocrity, not when the stakes were this high. If he was going to make a name for himself, if he was going to sell this dish across the empire, then it needed to be more than just acceptable. It needed to be exceptional. Every bite had to leave an impression, something that would linger on the tongue and make people crave more. Hence, from that day onward, he began experimenting in earnest. Each day brought new variations, new attempts to refine the texture, balance the flavors, and elevate the simple ingredients into something that'd leave his mark behind. He knew he had a long way to go, but he was determined. Because if he knew anything, it was that food could be something that would be etched into one's mind like a tattoo, whether it was good or bad. Foods were memories, and they could easily shock the taste buds, digging into the senses of one's very being. Another important thing when it came to them was their scent. He needed his noodles to be something that people crave daily, and for any dish to truly succeed. The details had to be perfect. For that, experimenting was the key. If he didn't dive deep into each aspect of the process, his efforts would be wasted, and customers wouldn't return. He must not give up, especially when his life was at stake. Fortunately, the Tang clan had an abundant supply of rice because one of their businesses was selling rice, and with the guest room courtyard currently unoccupied, he had the space and freedom to test his recipes. So, each day, he set to work, creating rice noodles with a focus that bordered on obsession. He experimented with everything: the exact amount of rice, how long he soaked it, the boiling time, the vegetables, the salt. Every evening, he called Tang Xiaolan to taste the newest batch, using her feedback to make incremental changes. She was candid with her opinions, sometimes too much so, but it was exactly what he needed. Each critique helped him refine the recipe further. At the same time, Chen Ren kept a careful eye on the cost of ingredients. He knew that while rice was relatively cheap, it alone wouldn't be enough to draw in a large customer base. The addition of salt and vegetables, though necessary for flavor, also increased the overall cost, which was something he had to keep in mind if he wanted the business to be profitable. He realized that creating a sauce to accompany the noodles, especially a spicy one, could be a key factor in making his dish stand out. But before he could even think about adding that extra layer of flavor, he needed to perfect the texture of the noodles themselves. They had to be more than just edible. They had to be something that left a lasting impression, something that people would come back for. Fortunately, it seemed that Chen Ren's efforts were paying off. Xiaolan's once skeptical eyes now watched him with anticipation every day as he prepared the noodles. He could tell that she expected something different every time she brought the chopstick to her lips. But it wasn't just her. Word of his daily experiments had spread among the servants, and even a young maid, who was too enthusiastic to know about the dish and taste, began showing up regularly, eager to sample it and offer her thoughts. Her name was Lihua, and she had been supportive throughout, not just with trying the dish, but also with words of motivation. It seemed as if this young maid rooted for Chen Ren due to the flirting of his predecessor. Whenever she was done with tasting a meal, she'd say things like, "Young master, I will come by tomorrow too. It was better than yesterday and I feel less boiling time would do wonders. Firmer noodles like 2 days ago would be great, or it could be my personal preference. Either way, eating a dish from your own hands seems like a dream." Xiaolan squinted her eyes at Lihua before turning to the noodles. "I prefer softer noodles. Maybe, young master, you should try adding oil to the boiling water to prevent sticking and to add a subtle flavor." Chen Ren nodded. He had thought of it considering there were so many ways that noodles could be made. "How's the broth?" he asked. "The salt ratio is perfect, I feel," the younger maid replied with excitement. Xiaolan, on the other hand, simply nodded along. "Thanks." Chen Ren collected the dishes and went back, knowing the other maids would come rushing in soon. It was quite exciting. At first, Chen Ren thought they were merely being helpful, giving him feedback to refine his recipe. But the stars in their eyes and the way they eagerly awaited each new serving told a different story. They genuinely liked the noodles. A small part of him was tempted to start charging them, but since he wasn't paying for the ingredients, he decided against it. Besides, he didn't want to risk discouraging them from coming back. Their enthusiasm was valuable in its own right. These taste testers were the key to refining his dish. As he continued to make noodles for them every day, he found an unexpected joy in the process. A type of joy that couldn't be put into words but warmed the heart from the inside when he thought about it. Creating something that others enjoyed was fulfilling in a way he hadn't anticipated. While his ultimate goal was to make money, the satisfaction he felt when he saw the pleasure on their faces made the effort worthwhile, at least for now. I always thought being a full-time cook was nothing but stress, but was this how Gordon Ramsay and Marco Pierre felt? Maybe I should have tried working at my uncle's restaurant. I may have had a hidden talent for cooking. He started piling the bowls so that he could be ready to serve when the maids came rushing in. It was during these moments of focus that he noticed something strange. His chi would occasionally flare up in his core, a sudden surge of energy that caught him off guard. He felt it everywhere to the tip of his fingers. A sensation, a tingle, a rush of something. It happened a few times as he worked on the noodles, but since there were no other effects, he didn't dwell on it too much. Like all those times, he chalked it up to his lack of training since arriving in this world, dismissing it as a minor side effect of his current lifestyle. For now, his focus was entirely on perfecting his noodles. With each new batch of noodles, he refined his process, and more servants began lining up in the guest room courtyard. Their eager faces waited for their turn to taste his creation. It almost felt like he was already running a stall, and the idea of taking the next step, moving outside and starting a real business, began to take root in his mind. Tang Yucho, the young miss of the Tang family, returned from overseeing one of the family's businesses. There was no work, but just checking if everything was going right was also a part of running a business. As she entered the main courtyard that evening, she was struck by the unusual stillness. The place was eerily quiet, with not a single servant in sight. Normally, they would at least be picking up water from the well and there would be the sound of footsteps or chatter, but today it was as if the place was abandoned. Frowning, she turned to her maid, who always accompanied her. "Where is everyone?" Tang Yucho asked, her voice laced with irritation. Her maid hesitated for a moment before replying, "There's been a rumor, miss, about young Master Chen Ren. They say he's been making a dish for the servants every evening in the guest kitchen. They could be there." Tang Yucho scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Chen Ren, that idiot, he can't do anything right. What could he possibly be making that's worth their time?" Despite her dismissive words, curiosity got the better of her, and she motioned for her maid to lead the way. As they made their way through the corridors towards the guest courtyard that was adjacent to the main one, the distant sound of chatter and laughter grew louder, guiding them toward the source of the commotion. Finally, they turned a corner and came upon a long line of servants stretching out from the guest room courtyard. Even some of the older servants had joined the queue, waiting patiently with eager expressions. At the front, Tang Yucho spotted Chen Ren and Tang Sholan working together, preparing something and handling the bowls with utmost care. The moment the servants noticed Tang Yucho's arrival, the lively atmosphere froze. All eyes turned toward her, the air thick with tension as everyone stepped back, unsure of what to expect. Tang Yucho marched forward, her gaze narrowing as she approached Chen Ren. "What do you think you're doing?" she asked loudly, unable to hold what she was witnessing. Without looking up, Chen Ren responded with slight irritation from being disturbed, "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 5, Who are you? Chen Ren's hands paused over the steaming pot of noodles as a shadow fell over him. He looked up and felt immediate regret when his gaze met the figure before him. Not because her presence commanded some sort of attention, but because her face resonated in the depths of his memory. The young miss of the Tang clan, there was no mistaking her. Different memories came rushing into him as he looked at her for a second more. She was young, with sharp, thin eyes, pursed lips and a pointed nose, with an elegance that belied her age. Her long, black hair flowed, framing a face that could easily be mistaken for a painted portrait. Her eyes, dark as night, held a sharpness that pierced through him, or anyone who could be standing in his position. He finally noticed how her short figure was looking up at him with an unwavering look of questioning. "Who are you, really?" Chen Ren mentally slapped himself knowing he could have at least looked up before questioning with such a commanding voice. But what was done was done. Before Chen Ren could speak up and clean the little mess he made, she spoke. "So, now you need me to introduce myself." A slight mocking smirk tugged at the corner of her lips as she continued, I'm Tang Yucho, the young miss of the clan you've been staying with all this time. If you can put on this show with the servants, it seems your injuries have healed. I thought even if you woke up after losing the battle, you wouldn't dare show your face in the Tang clan. Chen Ren, unfazed by her words, bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement. He knew better than to take offense. The relationship between them was complex as he had seen and known from Chen Ren's memories. I didn't know you'd be around, he replied calmly. And yes, my injuries have healed. As for the servants, I'm just cooking something for them. Tang Yucho arched an eyebrow, skepticism clear in her eyes. Cooking? Do you really think I believe that? You've never been one to speak kindly to the servants, let alone cook for them. Chen Ren allowed a small smile to play on his lips as he gestured to the steaming bowls and the line of servants waiting eagerly. As you can see, I've changed a bit. Before Tang Yucho could respond, Tang Sholan stepped forward, her tone respectful yet firm. Young miss, young master is indeed cooking and distributing noodles to the servants. I'm helping him with that. It's also not interfering with their work, they come here after finishing their duties. Tang Yucho stared at Tang Sholan, her expression blank with shock. Her eyes went from his to the sight of the servants eagerly waiting for their turn, empty bowls in their hands. The idea of a servant, especially one like Sholan, defending Chen Ren was unthinkable, yet here it was, unfolding right before her eyes. Chen Ren himself was taken aback. Snapping out of his surprise, Chen Ren turned to Tang Yucho, his tone casual yet inviting. If you'd like, young miss, you can try the noodles for yourself. Tang Yucho looked down at the steaming bowl of noodles in the servant's hand, her brows furrowed in confusion. What even is that? Noodles. It's made from rice. You'll like it, Chen Ren replied with a hint of confidence as he quickly prepared a bowl for her. Scooping up the already prepared noodles, he added a good amount of vegetables and broth. After all, he couldn't be stingy with someone who had technically provided him the ingredients. Tang Yucho's eyes widened as he handed her the bowl. She glanced between it and Chen Ren, unable to hide her shock at the sheer audacity of the situation. The longer she hesitated, the more awkward the moment became. Without missing a beat, Chen Ren prepared another bowl, this time for her maid, who took it with a clumsy bow. Don't worry, he said with a chuckle. It's not poisoned. Tang Yucho's cheeks flushed with a mix of embarrassment and irritation. She looked at the bowl again. Finally, she relented and took a cautious bite. Chen Ren watched her closely, a satisfied smile tugging at his lips. The pride of a cook settled deep in his heart. The last few days had been spent in a relentless pursuit of perfection. Rice noodles were a simple dish, yet within that simplicity lay countless possibilities. He had worked tirelessly, refining the texture and firmness of the noodles, adjusting the broth, and adding just the right amount of vegetables to enhance the taste. Seeing Tang Yucho's expression soften as she ate, he knew he had succeeded in conquering the tastes of probably his richest customer until date. He recalled her father was quite the foodie, and because of that, she had eaten quite a lot of different types of dishes. If his noodles could impress her, then he definitely had the required skills to make it big. When she finally finished, Tang Yucho looked at him, her gaze softened by a touch of wonder. It was good. Chen Ren's smile widened. Would you like seconds? She hesitated, her pride flaring up again, but from how she looked at the noodles, it was clear that the allure of them was undeniable for her. After a moment's pause, she nodded, albeit reluctantly. As he handed her another bowl, he couldn't help but tease, mind if I finish distributing the rest to the servants? There's a lot of noodles, and you can't eat it all, right? Tang Yucho glared at him, a mix of irritation and amusement in her eyes. Obviously not. You can continue. We can't waste food. With a light chuckle, Chen Ren resumed serving the noodles, the servants smiling appreciatively as they received their portions. As he worked, he could feel Tang Yucho's gaze on him, her curiosity growing with each passing moment. What are you doing with these noodles anyway? She finally asked, her tone laced with suspicion. Are the bars closed, or have they finally decided to kick you out due to pending tabs? Why are you here cooking these dishes? No, Chen Ren replied, his tone steady as he finished handing out a bowl of noodles. I'm not interested in bars anymore. Tang Yucho blinked, clearly taken aback by his response. You're not? Chen Ren shook his head. No, I'm doing this to test out a business idea. Are you serious? Chen Ren sighed, more to himself than to her. Why does everyone think I'm not serious? Yes, I'm serious. Very serious. That's why I developed these noodles, and I'm going to start selling them tomorrow. Tang Yucho's expression remained doubtful. I don't believe it. Chen Ren's lips curled into a confident smile. Then come see it for yourself. Do you really think I'm just giving noodles out here for fun? She hesitated, clearly torn between disbelief and curiosity. Finally, she nodded. Sure, I will, she said, setting her bowl down and preparing to leave. But before she could step away, Chen Ren gently reached out and grasped her hand. Tang Yucho's eyes flared with anger, her posture stiffening as she shot a glare at him. Touching her like that, especially in front of the servants, was a breach of decorum, bordering on something far more intimate. What do you think you're doing? She demanded. Chen Ren quickly released her hand, his expression earnest. Let me buy 10 pounds of rice from you. What? I really want to sell these noodles, Chen Ren explained. Right now, I'm using ingredients from the guest room kitchen, but if I'm going to sell them, I can't keep doing that. There's honor and ethics in business, and I want to do this the right way, unless you have fallen for my noodles and want to donate the ingredients. Tang Yucho studied him for a long moment, ignoring his last few words before replying, I won't sell it cheap. Chen Ren nodded, undeterred. We can negotiate. Right now, I don't need a lot, but if this works, we can talk about a bigger purchase. Tang Yucho gave a thoughtful nod. Let's talk tomorrow, she said before turning to leave, her posture more composed than before. Early the next morning, Chen Ren found himself standing with Tang Yucho in a quiet corner of the Tang clan's storage area, the soft light of dawn casting long shadows over the bags of rice stacked neatly along the walls. A few guards stood nearby alongside Tang Yucho's maid, their faces blank as they did nothing more than to add to the background. Ignoring them, he focused on the rice bags. He needed just 10 pounds for now, enough to test his idea and see how the evening crowd would react to them. Tang Yucho watched him closely as he inspected the rice on his palms, her expression unreadable. The grains were clean, and polished to a near-perfect sheen. It was above average, at least, definitely not the cheap stuff. Setting the small sample back down, he looked up at her. As 1 pound was priced around 4 to 10 copper wen depending on the quality, Chen Ren thought for a moment. I'll give you 5 copper wen per pound, he said, his tone straightforward. Tang Yucho arched an eyebrow, her voice firm. 10 copper. This rice is worth way more than what you're offering. Chen Ren resisted the urge to sigh. He knew this wouldn't be easy. It's good quality, but 10 copper is too much. 6 copper per pound, and I'll take 10 pounds. She crossed her arms, clearly not inclined to back down. 9 copper and that's my final offer. Chen Ren shook his head, a small smile playing on his lips. 7 copper is fair for both of us. I'm not asking for charity, just a reasonable price. 7 copper and I'll consider this a done deal. Either way, this is probably not much for you to gather and I'm giving you a good opportunity to make a small profit. Tang Yucho narrowed her eyes, sensing the determination in his voice. After a long moment of silence, she relented with a slight nod. Fine, 7 copper per pound, but don't expect this kind of generosity next time. Chen Ren chuckled, pleased with the outcome. I wouldn't dream of it. With the negotiation settled, Chen Ren quickly weighed out 10 pounds of rice and handed over the agreed amount of copper coins. As he turned to leave, he noticed the young miss watching him with an expression of mild surprise. You're good at this, Tang Yucho remarked, almost as if she couldn't quite believe it. I didn't know your clan birthed merchants too. Chen Ren offered her a modest smile. They don't, at least not anyone I can remember. But they do have cultivators with a silver tongue who strive to get more than what's in their fate. You can think of me as one of them. Either way, I'll see you around, young miss. She nodded, still looking a bit stunned as he walked away, using a guard to carry the rice back to his temporary kitchen in the guest courtyard. Honestly, he didn't need any help, but he was still a guest and a cultivator, and it wouldn't look good for him to carry all that load. Though, he guessed that he was either way going to break a few cultivation conventions by selling noodles on a stall. The rest of the morning was peaceful. As it was going to be his start of the stall, he had to inform the servants he won't be giving out more noodles to them. At the same time, he needed to make sure he had everything before he ventured to the streets. He already got the permit, so he just needed to prepare the ingredients and the stall. Chen Ren soaked the rice carefully, taking his time with every batch he took to wash. He also got a few vegetables. He wasn't going to add them in the regular noodles, but he could always add more variety for more money. As the grains soaked, he turned his attention to setting up his stall. Carpentry wasn't his strong suit, so he scoured the Tang clan manor until he found an old, unused stall in the old storage room. It wasn't much to look at, cheap, weathered wood with a few splinters sticking out, but it would do for now. As long as he had space to create noodles, he wouldn't bother to complain. He hauled it back to the guest courtyard and set it up, giving it a quick once-over to ensure it was stable. Next, he paid 4 coppers for a set of cheap bowls. They were plain and unadorned, but they would serve their purpose. Finally, he set to work on a signboard. His drawing skills were decent, and he carefully sketched out a simple image of a steaming bowl of noodles. Below it, he wrote in neat characters, "Rice noodles, 5 copper when." He knew that most of the population was illiterate, so the drawing would have to do most of the work. The image of the noodles, simple as it was, would hopefully catch the eye of anyone passing by. As the day went on, he felt more and more that he was ready. The stall was there, the rice noodles were prepared, and the signboard was prominently displayed. It was going to be the first evening of his first business venture in this new world. Chen Ren stood in the marketplace, setting up his modest stall in one of the few empty spots that were left. Tang Sholan was by his side, helping him arrange the bowls and make sure everything was in place. It was a simple setup, nothing fancy, but it was all he needed to get started. As they finished arranging everything, old man Tian from the skewer stall across the way wandered over, eyeing Chen Ren's stall. "I didn't expect to see the young master personally selling stuff," he said, his tone both amused and respectful. Chen Ren smiled and shrugged. "I wanted to cook, and there's nothing better than seeing the satisfaction on people's faces when they enjoy good food." The old man nodded, looking around at the crude setup before asking, "So, what are you selling?" "Noodles," Chen Ren replied simply, gesturing to the signboard with the drawing of the rice noodles. The old man squinted at the sign, clearly puzzled. "Noodles, never heard of them. How much, young master?" 5 copper per bowl, 7 for vegetable rice noodles, Chen Ren said, hopeful that the man's curiosity might lead to a sale. But the old man shook his head, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. 5 copper, too much for a dish I never heard of. I think they'll stick to my skewers." With that, he moved back to his own stall, leaving Chen Ren and Tang Sholan to wait. Chen Ren didn't think of it much either. Was the noodles overpriced? Not in any way. If anything, he had observed, calculated and measured if it was worth the price they were selling. Expectedly, anyone with a brain would know that it is. After old man Tian returned to his stall, Chen Ren and Sholan waited. They waited, and waited. As the minutes turned into hours, not a single customer approached their stall. The market was lively, with the other stalls busy with activity, but Chen Ren's corner remained stubbornly quiet. He could feel the stress of each passing moment, the growing tension gnawing at the back of his mind. He couldn't blame the crowd. His stall, with its plain appearance and lack of seating, didn't exactly scream for attention. Plus, he was offering something completely new. A slow start was to be expected. But as the second hour dragged on without a single customer, Chen Ren's patience began to wear thin. He glanced over at the old man Tian's skewer stall, which was surrounded by people. The old man noticed him watching and with a mischievous glint in his eye, gave a smile that only served to stoke the embers of Chen Ren's frustration. "I'll show him how to get a stall running," Chen Ren muttered under his breath, his jaw tightening in determination. Tang Sholan, who had been quietly observing the situation, looked up at him with curiosity. "What are you going to do, young master?" He didn't answer right away as his mind worked. In this world, most of the online marketing stuff he knew was useless and he had to rely more on word of mouth to attract attention, but if no one tried his noodles, there was never going to be any of that. The more he thought, the more he felt like he was close to getting an idea until his expression brightened with sudden inspiration. "I have a great idea," he said, a sly grin spreading across his face. Once it works, old man Tian would change his sly grin to one of envy. Chapter 6. Chen Ren stood at his humble stall, the scent of freshly made rice noodles wafting through the air. Ever since he'd been making those noodles, he felt like he smelled of rice noodles and broth. He looked around, taking in the sights and sounds. Lines and lines of stalls lined in the street, each vendor shouting out their wares with practiced fervor. Brightly colored banners fluttered in the wind, and the mixture of haggling voices melded with the clatter of carts and the laughter of children. He had overestimated himself. Just because he had a product from Earth, he had thought it would be an instant success in this world. After all, it had worked back in the Tang clan's courtyard, servants lining up daily, eagerly awaiting his latest batch of noodles. But he realized now that there had been more to their enthusiasm than just the taste. They were curious about the novelty he brought with him, intrigued by his sudden transformation from a disinterested youth to a diligent cook. And, of course, the noodles were free. Out here, on the crowded streets of the city, it was a different story. His stall was just another face in the crowd, blending in with the myriad of other food vendors and merchants selling everything from exotic spices to handmade trinkets. No one stopped, no one even glanced his way. He was invisible among the throng, another forgettable peddler with no charm or allure to his setup. Chen Ren frowned, tapping his finger against the wooden counter. He needed to rethink his approach. Marketing, that was the key. Back on Earth, businesses rose and fell on the strength of word of mouth. He had learned that firsthand during his brief stint working in a noodle shop back in high school. He needed to create a buzz, and he had just the trick to get people talking. All he needed was a little bit of attention, something to draw in the first few customers and let word of mouth do the rest. His eyes roamed over the crowd, searching for inspiration. There were merchants haggling over prices, nobles in fine silks moving through the market with their retinues, farmers with weather-beaten faces hauling produce, and beggars crouched by the roadside, holding out their hands for alms. He took it all in, letting the chaos wash over him. Then, his gaze fell on a group of children huddled near the entrance of a narrow alley on the other side of the street. They were scruffy and tiny, with eyes wide with hunger and curiosity. As they watched the busy stalls and the food being sold, every now and then, they whispered among themselves, heads ducked low, as if trying not to draw attention to themselves. It was clear to anyone who would look at them to know what they were planning to do. A smile tugged at Chen Ren's lips. They were the ones he was looking for. He walked with a slow, deliberate pace, blending into the sea of people as if he were part of the marketplace's very fabric. His steps were light, like a leaf drifting along a stream. He approached the group of children huddled near the alleyway without them even noticing. "Hello there," he said softly, coming to a stop just a few feet away from the kids. The children jumped at his voice, their eyes going wide with fear. One of the younger boys, his face dirty and hair a matted mess, blurted out, "We haven't stolen anything, I swear." Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head. "I know you haven't," he replied, his tone gentle but knowing. "But I also know you were just about to." The kids froze, their expressions shifting from fear to sheer panic. Their eyes darted around, looking for an escape route, and he could see them inching backward, ready to bolt at the first sign of trouble. "Wait, wait," Chen Ren raised his hands, palms out in a gesture of peace. "I'm not here to reprimand you or turn you in. I actually have a job for you, and if you do it well, I'll feed you." "How does that sound?" The children hesitated, still on edge, but his words made them pause. Hunger and curiosity warred in their eyes, and they glanced at each other's uncertainty. Finally, one of the older boys, who looked to be around 12, asked, "What kind of job?" Before Chen Ren could answer, a girl with sharp eyes and roughly chopped hair stepped forward, her arms crossed over her chest. "We shouldn't listen to him," she said to the others. Then she turned her gaze to Chen Ren, suspicion etched across her features. "We're not joining any gangs, mister." Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, amused. "Do I really look like a ruffian to you?" He gestured to his simple clothes, clean and well-maintained, and then pointed toward his stall. "I run that food stall over there. The job is straightforward, nothing dangerous. And once it's done, you'll get to eat your fill." The girl hesitated, her eyes flicking back and forth between Chen Ren and the other children. He could see the wheels turning in her head as she weighed her options. Finally, she gave a slow nod, her stance relaxing slightly. "All right, what's the job?" Chen Ren crouched down to their level. "All you need to do is spread a little word around the marketplace and in a few specific places. Tell them what exactly I tell you. Simple, right? Don't worry about the details, I will let you know about that." The kids exchanged glances, still not sure of Chen Ren, but the job seemed simple enough. Taking a final glance at the food stall, the girl nodded, staring right at him. "We can do that, just don't go back on your words." After a long, exhausting day of crunching numbers and balancing ledgers at the city lord's palace, Scholar Lu Wen emerged from the building, his mind still buzzing with calculations. The sun hung low in the sky, reminding him how long it had been since he walked inside the building. His stomach rumbled loudly, again reminding him that he hadn't had a chance to eat lunch. He grimaced slightly, rubbing his hand over his belly as he considered grabbing some street food on the way home. He was young and hadn't gotten the chance to select a bride, which meant that if he went home like this, he would have to cook himself. That was the last thing Lu Wen wanted to do right now. All he needed was some good food and a bed to rest to get over the tiredness of the long day. As he stepped onto the cobblestone street, a shrill voice cut through the crowd. Free noodles. Free noodles on Market Street. Try it out today only. Special noodles from the Eastern tribes, now available right here in Cloud Mist City. For free. Lu Wen turned his head toward the source of the noise and spotted a young boy, his face streaked with dirt and his clothes worn and threadbare. The boy was standing on a crate, shouting with all his might. Despite his apparent shyness, he was doing his best to advertise, his eyes darting nervously over the growing crowd around him. The scholar adjusted his robes, glancing around at the people who had gathered to watch. Most of them were locals, their curiosity piqued by the promise of free food. The boy's proclamation had even caught the attention of a few wealthier passers-by, their eyes narrowed with interest. Lu Wen's gaze returned to the boy, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Clearly, the child was trying to earn some coin, but the mention of the Eastern tribe's cuisine had truly caught his attention. Lu Wen stroked his beard thoughtfully. The Eastern tribes were a mysterious lot, known for their seclusion and rugged lifestyle that lived east to Kalyan Empire. They were hunters and warriors, living in the wilds, and often looked down upon as uncultured brutes by the refined citizens of the empire. Yet, there were always whispers about the quality of their food, robust flavors that could make even the most discerning palate dance in delightment. He had heard stories of spicy broths and smoky meats, dishes so flavorful that they lingered in one's memory long after the meal was over. It was said that they harvested special spices, making their meals a delight to feast on, and he knew a few emerging sects had tried to encroach upon their territory for the spices but had been held back due to the terrain. Hence, their food was famous, especially among the upper class. Unfortunately, the opportunity to taste such exotic cuisine rarely presented itself in the empire, let alone in Cloud Mist City. As Lu Wen pondered over this unexpected chance, the boy's eyes met his. Seizing the moment, the boy pointed directly at him, his voice cracking slightly as he shouted, "Sir! If you want to try these special noodles, you better hurry to Market Street. Look for the stall with the red banner. If you don't go fast, the delicacy will run out." The boy's earnestness brought a smile to Lu Wen's lips. He knew a marketing ploy when he saw one, but the child's enthusiasm was contagious. And, truth be told, the scholar was intrigued. He had missed lunch, and his stomach growled again, this time with renewed vigor. A taste of the Eastern tribe's cuisine was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. Nodding to himself, he adjusted his hat and made his way toward Market Street, weaving through the crowd. He could hear the boy's voice behind him, still shouting, still pulling in more curious onlookers. As he walked, Lu Wen couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Today had been a trying day, but perhaps, just perhaps, it would end on a high note with a belly-full exotic dish, noodles, the child said. As he approached the center of Market Street, it didn't take long for him to spot the noodle stand. It was right opposite to the usual spot where he bought skewers from Old Man Tien. A man stood on a small wooden crate in front of a stall, his voice being the loudest of the noise of the crowd. Free noodles, Eastern delicacy, right here in Cloud Mist City. Come and get your free bowl today. The man's shout attracted quite a crowd. Lu Wen pushed his way gently through the people, his eyes scanning the scene. A young girl stood beside the man, carefully handing out bowls of steaming noodles to those who approached. The man looked oddly out of place among the typical street vendors. His clothes, while not extravagant, were far too fine for a commoner, giving him an air that contrasted sharply with the usual rough and tumble sellers that lined Market Street. Even his face held a certain charm, rare for the place. As Lu Wen moved closer, his eyes landed on a small sign propped up on the side of the stall, listing the prices, 5 coppers per bowl. Confused, he turned to the man standing on the crate. "Are the noodles free, or are they 5 coppers when?" he asked, pointing to the sign. The man smiled warmly, hopping down from his perch. "They're free today," he said cheerfully. "Would you like a bowl?" Lu Wen glanced around, observing the expressions of those already eating. The faces of the customers were filled with surprise and pleasure, and the aroma wafting from the stall was tantalizing. His gaze met with a woman who was savoring the dish as if it was her last meal. He almost gasped when she drank the broth in one go. He quickly withdrew his gaze and looked at the delicacy called noodles that he had never heard of before. They were long, thin strands swimming in a rich, fragrant broth that sizzled. His stomach grumbled once again, and he nodded. "Yes, I'll take a bowl." With a swift, practiced motion, the girl beside the man ladled a generous portion of noodles into a bowl and handed it over. Here you go, she chirped, her eyes lit up. As Lu Wen accepted the bowl, the man behind the stall leaned forward slightly, his gaze friendly and curious. I couldn't help but notice you read the sign. Are you a scholar or a learned man, by chance? Lu Wen raised an eyebrow, caught slightly off guard by the question. Yes, I am a scholar, he replied. Do I look like one? The man chuckled, nodding. Indeed, you do. You have the air of a distinguished gentleman, someone well versed in the ways of the world. His words were smooth, his tone sincere, and Lu Wen couldn't help but feel a small swell of pride at the compliment. Thank you, he said, a slight smile tugging at his lips. It wasn't every day that his scholarly status was acknowledged outside of the palace. He took a moment to study the man again, still puzzled by his refined demeanor. Well, please enjoy, the man continued, gesturing to the bowl in Lu Wen's hands. If you like the noodles, please mention them to your colleagues at the city lord's palace, he suggested. I'm sure they would love to try it too. Lu Wen nodded, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I will, if I like it, he replied, taking his first proper bite of the noodles. As the soft, chewy strands melted in his mouth, his eyebrows shot up in surprise. The noodles had a delightful texture, with just the right amount of firmness, and the broth, oh, the broth. It was rich and full of complex flavors that danced on his tongue. If he didn't know better, he'd be tearing up for how good the noodles were. There were a few vegetables in it and they were cooked to perfection, just tender enough to bite through but still retaining a satisfying crunch. They provided a refreshing contrast to the rich, savory broth that soaked into the noodles. He quickly dug in for another bite, and another, finding each mouthful better than the last. In what felt like no time at all, he had finished the entire bowl, but his hunger was far from satiated. Without a second thought, he looked up at the vendor and said, "Give me one more." It was excellent. The vendor, still smiling, shook his head. I'm afraid each person can only have one free bowl. However, if you'd like another, you can purchase it for 5 coppers. Also, you actually tried our vegetable rice noodles that come at 7 coppers per bowl. Lu Wen glanced around, considering his options. He could see other food stalls nearby with skewers and buns, but the lingering taste of the noodles on his tongue made his decision for him. He felt a craving that wouldn't be satisfied by anything else. With a small sigh of defeat, he reached into his pouch and tossed the coins onto the counter. Sure, take it, he said, unable to hide his eagerness. The vendor's smile widened. Thank you, I'll make this bowl myself, he said, turning to prepare another serving. Lu Wen watched as the man skillfully scooped the noodles and broth into a fresh bowl. The way he moved spoke of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. In moments, another steaming bowl was placed in front of him, and Lu Wen wasted no time digging in. After turning away the last group of customers that had arrived too late to try the free noodles, Chen Ren turned and walked over to a small group huddled around a wooden bench. The children who had been shouting in the streets earlier were now seated, each with a bowl of noodles in hand, eagerly slurping down their meal. The young girl who had been the most suspicious of him before looked at the noodles with glinting eyes, her face bright as she ate. He crouched down beside them and gently patted the girl on the head. You all did well today, he said warmly. Keep up the good work. Thank you, the young girl yelled in happiness. She slurped the last bit of the broth. Chen Ren stood up, looking down at the children with a satisfied nod. As he turned back toward his stall, he felt a sense of fulfillment wash over him. Not only had his plan to attract more customers worked, but he had also been able to provide a little kindness to those who needed it most. For him, that was a reward far greater than any amount of silver or gold. But still, business is business. Thanks to his clever scheme, most of the noodles he had prepared for the day were sold out, drawing in a steady stream of curious customers. The promise of free noodles had lured them in, and, as expected, a fair number had come just to try something new without spending a coin. However, 6 of them had been so impressed that they purchased a second bowl, earning him a modest 34 copper coins. He was still at a loss with how much the pounds of rice had cost, but he didn't care about it. As the day wound down and the crowd thinned, Chen Ren assessed the stall's remaining supplies, realizing they were nearly out of everything. It was a good problem to have, he thought, given this was only the first day. He had hoped to create a buzz, and it seemed like his plan was working. As he instructed Tang Sholan to pack up the stall, he saw a shadow fall over him. Though he'd like it if it was a customer, it was old man Tien, one of the longtime street vendors who had seen many young and hopeful food vendors come and go, his words to be exact. You got quite a lot of customers today, young master, he remarked, eyeing the empty noodle pots. People do like free food. Chen Ren didn't take offense at the comment, instead replying with a shrug, they do. And if it's good, they'll come back. Old man Tian scratched his chin thoughtfully. I don't know about that. People paying for something and getting it for free are two different things. When they get something for free, they're often reluctant to pay for it next time. Chen Ren nodded, understanding the point. True, but only if the product isn't good enough for them to feel it's worth paying for. We'll see how things go tomorrow, one way or another. Old man Tian raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Are you really planning to be back here tomorrow? I will be, he replied confidently. The old man nodded, his lips curling into a knowing smirk as if he thought this young, new, idealistic, foolish young master was wasting his time. Well, good luck to you then, he said before turning and walking away, his gait slow but steady. As old man Tian disappeared into the crowd, Tang Sholan turned to Chen Ren. He's not exactly wrong, you know. We sold out because it was free. But we're going to take a big loss if this keeps up. I know, he replied, glancing around at the remaining ingredients and the coins he had made. But it was just a one-day thing to get the word out. Besides, I don't have much money left to keep this up for long. He paused, thinking about the meager funds he had managed to scrape together. Over the past few days, he had scrounged through his clothes and belongings, finding about 8 silver when hidden in various pockets and pouches. It wasn't much, but it was all he had to keep his fledgling business afloat. If things didn't turn around soon, he might have to start selling his clothes just to get by. But my plan wasn't just to give out free food to spread the word, he continued. There's more to it than that. You'll see tomorrow. I'm pretty confident old man Tian is going to be in for a big surprise. Tang Sholan frowned at that. Her mouth opened and closed as if she was deciding if she should ask. Chen Ren patiently waited until she pursed her lips only to open them and question. Oh, what are you planning? You'll have to wait and see. Let's just say I have a few tricks up my sleeve. With that, he finished packing up the stall, his mind already racing with ideas for the next day. Tang Sholan shook her head, already having predicted his answer. Chen Ren knew he had taken a risk for the business with the current amount of equity they had by giving out free food, but he was betting on the quality of his noodles and the curiosity of the people. If he could turn that curiosity into regular customers, then today's investment would be well worth it. And if things went according to plan, tomorrow would be a turning point, one that even old man Tian wouldn't see coming. Chapter 7. Tang Sholan wiped her brow as she and Chen Ren finished the day's work. The sun had already long set, calming things around the courtyard from the busy state that they'd been in the morning, but she still had some energy left. She helped Chen Ren carry the stall and bowls back to the guest courtyard. Despite her initial reluctance, she had grown accustomed to their routine, though she still found his behavior puzzling. Once they had set everything down, Chen Ren turned to her with a small smile. Thanks for the help, Sholan. I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow. Tang Sholan nodded, caught off guard by his politeness yet again. No matter how many times he thanked her or spoke to her kindly, she couldn't quite get used to it. It wasn't just the words, but the way he looked at her, as if she were a person, not just a mortal to be looked down upon. It was an unfamiliar sensation coming from Chen Ren, who only ever treated people as livestock rather than humans. She recalled when he had first come to live with Chen Clan and had nearly crippled a maid because she had dared to take out his clothes to wash without asking. Although he had spared her later on, Tang Sholan still recalled the look in his eyes. But now he was different. Like always, she wondered upon the reason for this transformation. There were only a few times in her life when she had seen people changing to this degree. Most of those moments revolved around the other maids or young girls from Tang Clan who would change drastically after getting their hearts broken by guys who never wanted to take responsibilities. They would then grow bitter, becoming shadows of their real selves. Maybe Chen Ren was like that too. Maybe his own heartbreak was the fight he lost, the one that seemed to have changed him so completely. She didn't know all the details, but she could see it in his eyes. Whatever pride or arrogance he once had seemed to have been stripped away, replaced by a quiet grit that was hard to ignore. The only difference was that rather than growing bitter, he had gained humanity and humility, things she never expected him to ever possess. As these thoughts ran through her mind, Tang Sholan began her walk towards the main manor. Her feet moved almost automatically along the familiar path, the stone walkway worn smooth by weather and years of use. The manor was right ahead, a grand structure of carefully done woodwork and stone walls that seemed imposing. Carvings of dragons and phoenixes covered the eaves, their fierce gazes seeming to watch over the clan and protect them from calamities. The roof tiles were a deep, dark blue, catching the last light of the sun and reflecting it in a soft glow. She passed through a smaller gate that led to the inner courtyard. It wasn't her quarters, but she had business here today. As she approached the gate to the main building, she saw two guards standing at attention. They nodded to her as she came closer, their expressions neutral. "Wait here for a minute," one of them said, already familiar with her visits. Tang Xiaolan waited patiently, her thoughts still on Chen Ren and the peculiar path his life seemed to be taking. A minute later, the guard returned and motioned for her to enter. Taking a deep breath, she stepped through the gate and into the main hall. The room had just a few candles flickering in the corners. The air was thick with the scent of incense, a constant in the Tang manor. In the center of the room sat an older man, his hair gray and thinning, his cheeks sunken and pale. A neatly trimmed mustache framed his thin lips, giving him an appearance that was hard to read. This was the head of the Tang clan, the young Miss Father, Tang Jihao. He looked up as Tang Xiaolan entered, his eyes sharp despite his frail appearance. Tang Xiaolan bowed deeply and tried her best to keep her voice steady as she spoke. "I am here to report." Tang Xiaolan kept her head bowed for a moment longer before speaking. "Young Master Chen Ren started his stall today," she began, her voice clear but respectful. "He managed to sell all the noodles he had prepared." The old man's eyes widened slightly, his gaze sharpening as he looked at her. "All of them?" he asked, his tone incredulous. "How?" Tang Xiaolan nodded and then gave a brief summary of Chen Ren's marketing techniques. She started by saying how he didn't get a lot of customers at first, but used the slum-dwelling kids to advertise free noodles in exchange for feeding them. He also attached the label of it being a delicacy from the eastern tribes. Once people heard about free food, quite a lot of them came to try, and according to Chen Ren, they were going to spread word of mouth, and the noodles will start to do better and better. "It was a surprise to me," she admitted. "But he seemed to think it would help with the sales starting tomorrow." Tang Jihao listened carefully, nodding as she spoke. When she finished, he leaned back in his chair and asked, "These noodles, are they actually from the tribes?" "I did ask him," Tang Xiaolan replied. "But the young master said it doesn't matter if they are or not. People just need to believe they're an exotic delicacy. It's not like the tribes are going to come to Cloud Mist City to do anything about it." At that, a small smile appeared on the old man's lips. "Chen Ren is more brazen than I expected," he mused. "But also smart." His expression grew thoughtful. "Is he still acting strange?" Tang Xiaolan nodded again. "Yes, master. His personality has changed. I don't think it's a facade. If it were, he would have let it slip by now. But he hasn't." Tang Jihao's eyes narrowed. His sunken eyes seemed to look scarier, but Tang Xiaolan didn't let it show it on her face. "That's interesting. If his personality truly has changed, then perhaps it's worth not kicking him out just yet." Tang Xiaolan hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Master, may I ask something?" He glanced at her, curious. "Go ahead. Why don't you just kick him out?" she asked. "Is it because of the young miss?" Tang Jihao's smile returned, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He didn't answer immediately, letting the silence stretch just long enough to make Tang Xiaolan wonder if she had overstepped. Then, finally, he spoke. "Partly, yes. At least, that was the case when Chen Ren first walked in. It seemed like a golden opportunity to tie my daughter to a cultivator. As you know, she didn't have the gift of immortality in her body, and with her marrying a cultivator, at least the future generations will have a better chance. But with Chen Ren's personality back then, I threw that idea away. He was arrogant, reckless, definitely not the kind of person I wanted to associate with my daughter." He paused, rubbing his beard. "Even now, with his new personality, I'm not rushing into anything. It's not been long enough to see if the change is permanent. But I have to admit, it's the first time I've seen a cultivator take an interest in business, especially one like a street stall. Most cultivators don't see beyond selling pills or beast parts, and they usually keep to their sects or clan. So, I really want to see what Chen Ren aims to achieve with this. Even if the man is, or was, a wastrel, he's still a cultivator. It's quite unusual for someone like that to end up selling something as simple as these noodles. It suggests something major has happened to him. I know of his clan and they are an aggressive bunch, so him being a merchant is just going against everything his clan stands for." Tang Sholan slowly took in those words. Her master wasn't wrong. Since Cloud Mist City was the closest place to Soaring Sword Sect, a guardian sect, there were a good number of cultivators in the city, and out of all of them, Chen Ren had slowly turned the strangest. I'll keep being with him and keep an eye out, master. The old man gave a small smile and nodded. Good. But tell me, are the noodles actually good? I've heard from the servants that they are, but it wouldn't be proper for the head of the Tang clan to line up at a stall to eat. He chuckled softly. Tang Sholan suppressed a smile, a bit of amusement flickering in her eyes. Of course, she thought to herself, the master was a gourmet. She bowed again, hiding her amusement. I'll make sure to bring some for you, master. Tang Jihao nodded, satisfied. Good. I look forward to trying them. Now, go on, and let me know if you notice anything else strange with Chen Ren. Tang Sholan bowed once more before leaving the room, a small smile tugging at her lips. For all his sternness, Master Tang could never resist good food. The next day, Chen Ren was up early, ready to start the stall once again. Thanks to the foresight of soaking the additional rice he had brought from Tang Yucho yesterday, he was able to open earlier than yesterday. A part of him was eager to catch the morning crowd, those on their way to work or leaving their homes for various errands. He wanted to see if he could attract some early customers with his noodles. As always, Old Man Tian was already there, a constant presence in the early hours. He gave a short bow to Chen Ren when he saw him strolling up with Tang Sholan by his side. Chen Ren returned the gesture with a nod but didn't say much. Instead, he busied himself setting up the stall, arranging the bowls and preparing the ingredients for the day. Once everything was ready, Chen Ren sat down, waiting with calm patience. Occasionally, he would call out to people rushing by who cast curious glances at his stall. His voice was friendly but firm, a gentle nudge to consider stopping for a bowl of noodles. Despite his efforts, the morning was slow. Throughout the early hours, he managed to sell only 2 bowls, far fewer than the other stalls nearby. Still, a smile lingered on Chen Ren's face as he waited, his eyes occasionally drifting to the street, watching the flow of people. Tang Sholan noticed this and tilted her head, puzzled. Why do you look so happy, young master? She asked, getting more casual with him by the day. Chen Ren turned to her, his smile widening slightly. I'm just anticipating lunchtime, he replied. Things should start to change then if I'm right. From what I know, a lot of people go out to eat at local restaurants and stalls during lunch, at least those who don't own their own shops in their homes. And if the marketing from yesterday worked as expected, then they'll be looking to try my noodles today. As he spoke, he could feel a sense of anticipation bubbling in his heart and nerves. This was the moment he had been waiting for, the real test of his efforts. The free food wasn't just to spread word of mouth in the common public. He had deliberately sent the kids to areas where a lot of people worked together, such as the places with big forges, the city lord offices and other similar areas. If he was right, then if even a few of his customers from yesterday had done what they promised, he would be quite busy as the day went by. He glanced at the sun climbing higher in the sky, marking the approach of midday. Please, don't let me down. Lu Wen stretched his arms above his head, feeling the tension release from his shoulders as lunchtime finally arrived. He bent further and heard his spine crack. Ah, the relief. Soon, it turned into embarrassment when his stomach rumbled, a clear sign that it was time to find something to eat. He made his way out of the office where he worked, joining the steady stream of people leaving their own workspaces in search of a meal. Everyone who worked in the city lord's office had specific things they liked during lunch. Some would bring their own lunch, but most would go out to eat in nearby restaurants and stalls. There were also those who were loyal to specific places and would eat similar things every day. He wasn't one of them, liking to savor different kinds of food. As Lu Wen moved down the street, he found himself walking beside a group of fellow workers, deep in discussion about lunch plans. Zhang Wei, Lin Feng and Yuang Bo, a close friend trio that would always hang out for lunch, were talking very loudly. Should we try something different today? Zhang Wei suggested, his eyes twinkling with the thought of lunch itself. I heard there's a new place by the river that serves amazing dumplings. Lin Feng, who walked in the middle, shook his head. I'm in the mood for something simple, he said, his tone decisive. How about the chicken skewers from the stall on the corner? Can't go wrong with those. Or maybe some hot buns. I heard they have a new filling today. Yuang Bo's excitement was palpable, and he rubbed his hands together, imagining the taste. The three continued their animated debate, tossing around different ideas until Lu Wen felt that they noticed him walking quietly beside them. "Hey, Lu Wen," Yuan Bo called out, grinning. "Where do you want to go for lunch?" Lu Wen paused, suddenly remembering what the noodle stall owner had told him the day before about promoting his new stall. And truth be told, after tasting 2 bowls, he has been craving noodles ever since he started thinking about lunch. "Actually," he began, trying to keep his voice casual, "there's a new stall I heard about that's selling some kind of Eastern tribe delicacy. They call it noodles. Supposedly, it's really good." At this, Zhang Wei's eyes widened with interest. "Noodles, you say? An Eastern tribe delicacy?" he repeated, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "I've never had anything like that before. Could be worth a try." "Yeah, why not? I'm up for something different today. Lead the way, Lu Wen." Yuan Bo was practically bouncing on his feet. "An adventure for the taste buds. Let's do it." Lu Wen smiled, pleased with their enthusiasm. As everyone was agreeable about trying out a new delicacy today, he found himself moving to the center of the group. He led them toward Market Street, where the noodle stall was set up. As they approached, he noticed something surprising. The area around the stall was already bustling with people, all eagerly slurping down noodles. The sight took him aback since he hadn't expected the stall to start doing such business in just a day. Just yesterday, they were giving out free noodles in a bid to attract people. "Looks like we're not the only ones who heard about this place," Zhang Wei said, grinning as he took in the crowd. "This must be the real deal." Lu Wen nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "Looks like these noodles are going to be a big hit," he said aloud. His eyes moved towards the owner of the stall who was handing out the bowls one by one with a smile on his face. "Everyone please get in a queue. It's first come, first serve. All of you are going to get noodles today, so just stand for a while and prepare your stomachs for the best dish you will ever eat." As Lu Wen and his group joined the line, the rich smell of freshly made noodles filled the air, and he could practically taste the delicacy all over again. Chapter 8. The line of customers moved at a steady pace as they were being given bowls of rice noodles one after another. Chen Ren felt the stall buzzing like a hive with the people who continued to come and go, making his grin grow wider. Every time someone grabbed a bowl of steaming hot rice noodles, the sound of coins clinking into his hands was a sweet melody, the gratification of his hard work to make those dishes. What made it even sweeter was the sight of Tang Sholan glancing at him from time to time, all the while something akin to admiration sparkled in her eyes. Even old man Tian, who never treated his idea of running a stall seriously, stood frozen at a distance, mouth slightly opened while staring at the crowd gathered around his stall. Although Chen Ren took pride in what he had done in such a short time, he didn't let the attention he received swell his ego. With each bowl he served, he flashed a welcoming smile, heartfully thanking every customer and urging them to spread the word about his stall. "Please tell your friends about the stall," he said with a chuckle. "Come back tomorrow if you like it. I'll have more ready." Some nodded at his words, while others, lost in the flavor of the noodles, barely acknowledged him. But none left disappointed, a fact he didn't miss. He knew that regardless of their gratitude or the way they showed it at the end, he gained profits by selling the noodles and in return, the customers' hunger satiated, that was all that mattered. As he reached for the next bowl, he recognized someone from yesterday, there. Standing before him, was the scholar who had bought an extra bowl from him. The one who he had requested to spread the word. Behind the scholar was a small group of people, clearly drawn by his recommendation. The scholar's knowing smile didn't go unnoticed by Chen Ren. "Ah, it's you again. Welcome back," he said, his eyes lighting up as he gave a subtle nod towards the small group behind the scholar. "Looks like your words worked wonders." The scholar gave a polite smile. "I just told the truth. Your noodles speak for themselves." "Ah, thank you anyway. So, 1 bowl of rice noodles today?" "Yes, here's 5 coppers. He pulled 5 coppers from his pocket and handed them over. As Chen Ren handed the scholar a bowl and collected the money, a strange warmth flooded in his chest. It wasn't just any warmth, he felt his chi stirred, pulsing within his dantian in a way he hadn't felt before. He blinked, the sensation catching him off guard, but quickly shook it off. "Thank you." The scholar's voice pulled him out of his thought process. Chen Ren nodded with equal enthusiasm and focused on the rest of the crowd. Soon after, he found himself back to distributing bowls one after another. As the lunch crowd thinned, more satisfied customers left the stall with full bellies and content laughter. Each time Chen accepted their payment, the surges in his chi became more frequent, swirling stronger with every interaction. The energy in his core felt alive, almost reacting to the success of his little business. It was an odd feeling altogether because he didn't know why it was happening, and what triggered his chi to swirl inside him like that. But there wasn't time to dwell on whatever was happening. By the time the rush ended, Chen Ren had sold nearly 24 bowls. Wiping his brow, he turned to Tang Xiaolan, who was covered in sweat, brows raised, but he didn't miss the satisfied smile on her face. "Good job today," he said, patting her on the shoulder. "We've got a bit of a break now before the evening crowd rolls in. Let's take it easy until then. Your trick worked better than I expected, young master." Chen Ren laughed. "If it didn't, I would have had to try something else. But this is only the beginning. We've got to keep it up." As he spoke, movement caught the corner of his eye. A few kids stood nearby, watching the stall with wide eyes from an alley. They seemed hesitant to approach him, but they were firmly fixated on him. Those were the same kids whom he had asked for help before, the ones who agreed to spread the word in return for free food. He waved them over with a grin. "Hey, you all up for helping out again today? Same deal as tomorrow." Their eager nods were all the answer he needed. As the evening rolled in, the crowd grew larger than the day before. "Please give me a bowl. Is this the noodle stall I heard about?" Some kids had been shouting about it all over town, talking about how it's an Eastern delicacy. "Let's try and see how it is." People gathered around Chen Ren's stall, eager to try his noodles. Some were new faces, while others had returned for a second helping. Word of mouth was spreading like water ripples in a still pond, touching everyone in the path, and the kids he had recruited earlier were doing a great job promoting his business. Their lively voices rang through the city, calling out praises for his noodles, bringing in even more customers. He felt relieved as he watched the growing line. If things continued like this, he'd be able to chip away at his debts sooner than he thought. Of course, that was still a distant goal, but he was finally beginning on something, and it had even started to work. Chen Ren believed that one simply needed to focus on their present, and the future would change accordingly to that. With that belief in mind, he kept at the stall. By the moment they reached evening, they had sold an additional 40 bowls, far exceeding his expectation. In fact, they ran out of noodles much earlier than planned, forcing them to close the stall and heavy-heartedly rejecting a few customers who had been waiting in line. It couldn't be helped since he hadn't bought the rice in bulk, not wanting to make such a big investment when the stall was still new. Though, now he could finally consider it. As Chen Ren began packing up, his eyes wandered around Old Man Tian's stall across the way, except it wasn't Old Man Tian manning it. A younger man who shared similar features with the skewer stall owner was tending to the customers. Probably his grandson. Curious, Chen called out. "Hello," he said. "Where's the old man today?" The young man glanced up, rubbing the back of his neck. "Ah, he's sick, told me to cover for him." Chen Ren smiled, wondering if Old Man Tian had run away out of dejection from doubting him, but it wasn't a big deal. He would return tomorrow, and at that time, he wondered what sort of expression the old man would wear on his face. For now, there was nothing more to be done besides this small talk. He returned to his stall, making sure to feed the kids who had helped with the advertising. Their eager faces lit up as they slurped the leftover noodles, and he was glad to share this with them. They had been the most helpful, aside from the customers who were so pleased with the noodles that they spread the word on their own, without Chen Ren having to ask. After cleaning up, he finally left the market alongside Tang Xiaolan. The sky was already darkening, and the air had cooled considerably. Other than a slightly sore throat from yelling all day, Chen Ren couldn't feel any sort of tiredness. His body still felt as energized as new, and he even had the energy to take a lap or two around the city. Undoubtedly, this was all due to him being a cultivator, and by this point, he was glad that he had been transmigrated in the body of one. It was the only good point about being Chen Ren after all. If he had been a normal person, he would have been like Tang Xiaolan, who looked tired and walked slowly, probably because of her aching feet after standing in one position all day. He would have loved to lower her workload, but that would only happen if the stall got more customers. "We're gonna need way more rice to soak now," Chen Ren said, breaking the silence and glancing over at her. "The demand's only going up." Xiaolan nodded, a thoughtful look on her face. She waited for a few beats before she replied. "I could talk to the young miss about it. See if we can get more supplies." "Are you sure about that?" he asked, a bit surprised. "You've been following my orders all this time but never asked to help out proactively. Don't tell me you fell in love with me." A faint blush crept onto her cheeks, but she didn't look away. Sholan hesitated for a moment, her head dipping slightly as she spoke. It's not that, young master. I wasn't sure of your plans at first, she admitted softly. I thought it was all just an act, a ruse. But when I saw you making noodles day after day, using every trick to market and sell them, I realized you're serious about building a business. I want to help, if you'll let me. Chen Ren looked at her silently for a moment, then shifted his gaze toward the horizon, where the sun was setting in colors of red and orange. Then, in a calm voice, he asked, is it because you genuinely want to help, or is it to win my trust so you can report back to the Tang clan head? Tang Sholan flinched, her eyes widening in surprise. Chen Ren's expression remained unreadable, but inside, he debated whether he should have asked her that question or not. No, it's better to reveal to her that I know it. There's no point hiding it. He already knew Tang Sholan acted as an informant for Tang Jihao since she had started following him around. It wasn't hard to figure out, he was living under someone else's roof, surrounded by servants that didn't work for him. Of course, everything he did would reach the ears of the Tang clan's head. And Sholan, being the closest to him, was the obvious informant. Honestly, he didn't like it, but Tang Sholan was extremely helpful and he would simply struggle more if he didn't ask for any help and tried to do everything himself. Either way, spying on him wasn't a hard thing, and until now, Tang clan had done nothing more to make them his enemies. Instead, they had been helpful by giving him a place to stay. But if he wanted to bring Tang Sholan closer to him, he needed to know her intentions better. Chen Ren waited patiently, watching her as she grappled with his accusation. After a long pause, she finally spoke, her voice shaky as she replied. I won't lie, I do report to the master. But, I genuinely wish to work for you. Since I am a maid working for the Tang clan, it's inevitable that I can't hide anything from him, but I do enjoy making noodles and helping with the stall. If you let me, I want to be a part of its success, young master. Chen Ren nodded slowly, satisfied with her answer. At least she was being honest. If she didn't report to Tang Jihao, they'd just replace her with someone else, someone less trustworthy. He didn't want that. That's good enough, he said at last. From now on, you're my employee. Sholan blinked, clearly taken aback. Employee. Chen Ren chuckled. It means you'll be working for me, in my stall, and whatever other businesses I end up running. In return, I'll pay you. You can report whatever you want to the clan head as long as I'm living here, but from now on, you work for me. But I'm already getting paid by the clan, she said, still perplexed. This and that are different, Chen Ren replied, waving a hand dismissively. I can't pay you much since I'm still in debt, but I'll give you 5 silver wen a month. I'll raise it once I've cleared what I owe. Deal. Sholan stared at him for a moment, clearly not expecting him to offer payment. Her expression softened, and she nodded slowly. Yes, that's acceptable. Chen Ren gave her a satisfied nod. Good. Now, go get more rice. I'll be sitting in the courtyard for a while. Without another word, Tang Sholan bowed her head slightly and headed off, leaving Chen Ren standing alone as the last light of the day faded into dark. Chen Ren sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard, stretching his muscles as he looked up at the night sky. He took a few breaths, regulating his breathing and then loosening his hands. They had been working tirelessly all day. Although he was fine physically, he was still mentally drained. He let his legs fall to the sides and relaxed them forward. I feel like I'm progressing every day with my goal of making money. Today had been tougher than expected, but the sales had gone well, and he'd even managed to promote Sholan as his official employee. If he kept it going this way, he might be able to run the stall from day to night and even establish more branches. Cloud Mist City was big and Market Street wasn't the only place with street stalls. A small grin tugged at the corners of his lips as he thought about that. Still, now that the day was over, he had something else weighing on his mind. Something he had pushed aside since arriving in this strange new world. He had been preoccupied with setting up the noodle stall, adjusting to his new life, and figuring out how things worked around here. But each night, he found himself poring over the cultivation manuals he'd stumbled upon while searching Chen Ren's belongings, trying to make sense of the realms and the challenges that came with them. Fighting had never been his thing, he wasn't the type who sought out conflict. But in this world, strength wasn't just a luxury, it was a necessity. Sure, he was confident in his ability to amass wealth, but cultivation strength. That was an entirely different game. His talent for cultivation was abysmal, yet he knew he needed to give it a shot, at least. especially with the strange chi surges he'd been feeling throughout the day. It wasn't painful, but it was certainly odd. He wasn't even supposed to be able to sense chi at this level. The 9 realms of cultivation, as the manuals explained, were body forging, chi refinement, foundation establishment, meridian expansion, core formation, domain manifestation, nascent soul, deity transformation and transcendence. Only at the 2nd realm, chi refinement, were cultivators typically able to sense chi. For most cultivators at his level, body forging, it wasn't possible to sense chi until they reached the 9th star, which was known as the chi perception stage. Until then, the focus was on strengthening the body, sharpening the mind, and chanting mantras to align with the cultivation path. But here he was, at the 3rd star of body forging, already able to sense chi like it was second nature. It made him wonder if his body had somehow gained a better talent through transmigration. He wasn't sure how that worked, but it was a theory that seemed increasingly likely. He closed his eyes, focusing inward, trying to peer into his own body to understand what was happening with the chi surges. But before he could delve too deeply, a sharp voice rang out, cutting through the quiet of the night. "Imposter, I have come to judge you." Chen Ren's entire body tensed, his deep focus disturbed, and he heard the thrum of his raging heartbeat in his ears. His eyes darted around the courtyard, scanning for the source of the unfamiliar voice, but there was no one in sight. Yet he could hear the sound of footsteps on the floor. His gaze dropped to the ground, wondering if one of the debtors had hired a cultivator with a technique to turn invisible to deal with him before he noticed someone on the floor. His eyes widened in shock. "Aren't you 9, Yalan?" Chen Ren paused, his eyes narrowing, as he wondered if what he was seeing and hearing was a reality or just something his mind was making up. He had memories of witnessing strange things that he would have regarded as breaking every law of physics and biology in his past life, but he never minded them, as they should be considered normal in this world. Now that it happened before him, his brain needed a good minute to register it. His eyes stared at the feline perched elegantly on the courtyard ground before finally speaking. "Aren't you the cat that Sholan feeds occasionally?" The cat turned its head slowly, regarding him with piercing, intelligent eyes. Its fur was a pristine white, thick and luxurious, flowing down like a waterfall down its broad frame. It was large for a cat, easily the size of a small dog. What were these cats called? Right, Maine Coon. Chen Ren remembered them as a majestic breed in every way possible. The cat's ears were tufted, the tips flicked ever so slightly, and its bushy tail stood high in the air, fluffy and imposing the surrounding area as if it regarded it all its own. The fur there seemed even more voluminous, curling in thick waves that almost appeared alive. The creature blinked at him, again. Its slitted eyes narrowed as the tail whipped sharply, an unmistakable tension taking place between them. Chen Ren couldn't help but let his eyes wander over it under the moonlit sky, but it wasn't the color, imposing size, immaculate coat or piercing eyes that caught his attention the most, it was the flames. They danced and curled around its tail, licking the air in a slow, deliberate burn. They were subtle, more like embers of a dying fire, yet they crackled with life. Its eyes, a molten ember, glowed with an eerie light, not just bright, but almost sentient. They locked onto him with a gaze that felt far too human. Chen Ren didn't know how or why, just that it spooked a part of him. Because despite the elegance in its posture, there was an air of menace. The tension in its raised tail wasn't just for a show. This feline wasn't here for food or a casual encounter if it wasn't obvious by now. His breathing slowed as he realized that in his memories, he had seen powerful cultivators unleash elemental techniques, but this was different. The cat's mouth parted, and a voice, smooth like honey, but sharp as a sword, cut through the thickened air. Unsurprisingly, as he guessed, it was a female cat. "I've been watching you ever since you took over Chen Ren's body. And I'm here for answers." Chen Ren's eyes widened, and his breath caught in his throat. The first surprise was his realizing that she knew he had taken over Chen Ren's body. But before he could process it, another shock hit him as he noticed that the constant presence he had felt trailing him wasn't one of the debtor's men, but the cat. Everything suddenly made sense as his mind raced. "I am Yalan," she continued, her flames flaring briefly as she spoke her name. "Now tell me, who are you?" He blinked, disbelief flooding him. How did she know? His first thought was to chalk it up to his laziness compared to the original Chen Ren, but something told him that wasn't it. His gaze dropped to the fire trailing along her tail once more. No, it had to be something else, something about her, some skill she possessed that allowed her to see through his facade. And now, that same skill had placed him under her scrutiny. Chen Ren hesitated, weighing his options. Should I lie, or confess the bizarre truth? One glance at the flames still licking at the cat's tail told him all he needed to know. He swallowed and spoke, his voice giving away the fact that he was nervous, even though he was just facing a damn cat. I don't know how I got here. I remember falling asleep, and the next thing I knew, I was Chen Ren. I have his memories, but I know they aren't mine. It's like remembering everything about someone else's life but having no real connection to it. I didn't try to take over his body, it just happened. I didn't wish for it, nor do I understand how or why it happened. It was bizarre even for me. He watched the cat carefully, his pulse racing. Would she accept that answer? What if she didn't? His gaze stared beyond her, but there was no one else in the courtyard. Even if he shouted for help, it would take a swipe of her tail for the embers to burn him down. He had purposely avoided any places where he would be alone in case he got confronted by some debt collectors, but it never crossed his mind that there would be other forms of threats. As the seconds stretched out, his heartbeat thrummed in his chest and the flames around the cat's tail dimmed, imitating the last bits of dying fire. So, she spoke finally, her eyes glowing faintly. Were you a powerful cultivator whose soul mistakenly took over Chen Ren's body in the process of ascension? I heard of such a case a century ago. Chen Ren shook his head immediately, choosing to be truthful. No, I was just a mortal in my world. There's no concept of cultivation where I come from, except in books or games. Although it's just a hypothesis, I believe it's because our atmosphere doesn't have qi. Hearing that, Yalan paced around the floor for a few seconds. Her tail moved to the rhythm of her paws, making him want to reach out and pat her fur, but the flames stopped him from moving. Finally, she turned around and stared at Chen Ren. A qi-less world, interesting. Probably one of the lower worlds that no one has heard about. She murmured before her gaze sharpened, focusing on him with a newfound curiosity. Then tell me, what have you been doing with those things you call noodles? His eyes lit up at the mention. Oh, those. I'm building a business, he said, a touch of excitement creeping into his voice. I'm trying to make enough to pay back the debts Chen Ren owed, so I can be debt-free as soon as possible. I didn't take them, but you know I can't just escape them no matter how unfair it is. After that, I plan to focus on earning more money, hopefully, a lot more. Yalan's flames flickered again, but this time, it felt less like a threat and more like a signal of amusement. It dimmed once again, quicker than it had before. Money. Why? She asked, stretching the why a bit longer, while her head tilted to the side. You were immortal, but now you're a cultivator. Why not focus on cultivation, rise through the realms, and claim whatever you desire? Artifacts, women, riches, it would all be within your reach. Chen Ren chuckled softly. That sounds tempting, ideal, even, but I don't have much of a choice right now. Cultivation is interesting, but making money is necessary. At my level, I can only hunt low-level beasts, and the debt hanging over Chen Ren's head isn't small. It would take me a while to pay it off that way, and be far more dangerous. You see, the knife is dangerously close to my neck, and I know it could strike at any moment. From what I've learned and already know about this world, that's the conclusion I've come to. He hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Besides, I've realized Chen Ren's talent isn't exactly remarkable. Yalan's fiery gaze softened as she gave a slight what looked like nod. I can understand that. Chen Ren was never blessed by the heavens. I almost pitied him in his childhood. But instead of challenging the heavens, he allowed them to crush him. The man grew bitter, more with each passing year. Her tail lashed sharply once before she shook her head. All right, I won't be exterminating you. At least, not until you reveal yourself to be a demon who's been lying this whole time. But I doubt it. Her eyes sparkled briefly, the flames around her tail snuffing out completely. Chen Ren let out a quiet sigh of relief, though he still watched her warily, curiosity bubbling beneath his calm exterior. Her words confirmed that she didn't consider him lying, or maybe she was simply choosing to let him be for now in order to keep him from panicking. There was no way to know, and hence, he focused on something else, finding out how she and Chen Ren had been related. There was no recent memory of him talking to a cat that could speak the mortal language. If there had been one, it would have certainly stood out. But, as he looked deeper and deeper, something eventually caught his attention. A vague memory of a cat lingered in Chen Ren's childhood. Could it be the one in front of him? But other than that, it seemed like the man didn't like cats at all, something that, in his opinion, should have been considered a crime. He glanced back at the cat. So, in return, can I ask you a few questions? I think it's only fair. Yalan tilted her head slightly, her expression inscrutable. She licked at her paw once. Sure, go on, she replied. I'll allow it. Chen Ren leaned forward, his curiosity driving him to ask the question that had been swirling in his mind the whole time. Despite giving himself time during their conversation to process everything, he couldn't ignore the fact that there were still things he didn't understand. Who are you exactly? And what's your relationship with Chen Ren? The cat straightened, her tail following the actions, and her eyes took on a deeper, more thoughtful glow. My name is Yalan, she began, her voice layered with boredom. Okay, but I already know that. I want to know more than your name. I am bound by a pact made with Chen Ren's ancestors. For hundreds of years, I have been tasked with watching over their descendants, acting as a protector of sorts. This pact has 70 years left on it, and by all means, I have expected Chen Ren to be the last one to have my otherwise costly services for free. Chen Ren listened intently, the pieces slowly falling into place as she continued. I've been with Chen Ren since he was a child, looking over him from the shadows. But, as you already know, I wasn't exactly successful in protecting him. Her tail twitched, betraying a hint of frustration. The boy was too stubborn, too full of pride. He ignored every bit of advice I offered him in his childhood and never liked me, wouldn't even acknowledge my presence most of the time. He was simply wallowing in despair over his parents' death. So, I simply followed him, silently, waiting for the day he'd come find me himself and listen. Her voice softened as she sighed, her little face scrunched up in frustration. But he died a meaningless death. His own idiocy sealed his fate. By the time he was brought to the Tang clan manor, he was almost lifeless. That was when I noticed your soul beginning to merge with his body. Chen Ren blinked, absorbing her words. So he had been right in his early conjectures. His soul had started to enter the body at the exact moment Chen Ren was on the verge of death. And she had been there, powerless to intervene. It also revealed that the cat was able to see souls, probably the reason she knew he wasn't the original Chen Ren. He did the mental maths. If the pact between Yalan and Chen Ren's ancestors was truly that old, then the cat was far more powerful than he had initially imagined. And the original Chen Ren, he hadn't been a simple fool, but the worst kind of fool. Not only had he ignored a protector who could have helped him rise, but he'd squandered a chance to grow stronger under her guidance. Truly, an idiot. It also explained something else. Now he understood how Chen Ren had made it to Cloud Mist City unscathed, even without guards. Yalan had been watching over him the entire time, silently keeping him alive. He glanced at her again, curiosity gnawing at him. So, does the pact extend to me too? As soon as the question left his lips, he was rewarded with silence. Just silence that stretched far longer than what he was comfortable with. Yalan didn't respond, her fiery eyes narrowing in contemplation. Maybe I asked something that I shouldn't have. She doesn't seem unreasonable, but you hardly know in this world. He held back a frown, but before he could retract the question, she shook her head. I have no idea. The voice came out so low that if Chen Ren hadn't been attentive, it would have run past his ears. The pact should remain in effect as long as Chen Ren is alive. Since you carry remnants of his soul, he isn't technically dead. She paused, her tail flicking absently. It's a very blurry line. Chen Ren nodded slowly, unsure of what to make of her response. On one hand, the pact stood, barely, which likely meant she wouldn't or couldn't hurt him. But on the other hand, he doubted she harbored any real care toward him. After all, he was someone else. Their relationship was complicated, a tangled mess he had no desire to unravel right now. It hurt his mind just to think, and unfortunately, he couldn't simply give her tuna to win her over. Hence, he decided to stick to the reason he had come here. Turning his gaze to the cat, he asked, "Do you mind if I cultivate for a bit?" Yalan flicked her tail dismissively as if shrugging off the question, hopping onto the bench beside him. Go on, she said casually, as though his request was of no real importance. All right, then. Chen Ren tried to ignore her presence and focused inward. His strange meeting with the cat bothered him, especially because she had been keeping a close watch on him. Having a spirit beast that could potentially kill you in one blow next to you while you try to cultivate wasn't exactly a great way to concentrate. It took him half an hour before he dispelled some of his nervousness and focused on the faint surges of energy in his dantian. The feeling was refreshing, like a tender warmth filling him from the inside. He tried to probe the energy, to manipulate it, but his control was clumsy. Frustratingly so. He shifted tactics, attempting to absorb the qi in the air around him. He could sense it faintly, like a whisper just out of reach, but no matter what he did, the energy refused to respond. Even when he chanted Thunderstorm Sutra, the Chen family's cultivation technique, it was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands, nothing worked. As he continued to struggle, the silence was finally broken by Yalan's voice. "What exactly are you doing?" Chen Ren sighed, opening his eyes and glancing at her. "Cultivation," he said flatly. Yalan's tail swished lazily. "You're in the body-forging realm," she remarked, her tone dismissive. "Cultivating like this won't get you far. At your stage, you can't sense qi properly, nor can you circulate it through your meridians. You need to focus on training your body, slowly pushing it to the peak of body forging before you even begin to sense qi." Chen Ren, mid-breath, interrupted her, his voice calm but firm. "I can already feel qi." Yalan froze. Her eyes narrowed, and the lazy swish of her tail stopped mid-air. "What did you just say?" she asked, her voice low, sharp with sudden intensity. Chen Ren blinked, surprised at her reaction. "I can feel qi," he repeated, uncertain why it seemed to shock her so much. He knew it was unusual, but by her reaction, he might have massively underestimated such an ability in this realm. The cat's gaze bore into him, her eyes narrowing further as though she were reassessing everything about him. 10. Dao of Money. Chen Ren frowned as he struggled to explain the strange phenomenon that had been happening to him in the last few days. It took a while for him to get everything out as he thought back to how he had been feeling different since he had first started his stall. "I didn't notice it at first, but I've been feeling something in my dantian these days. It's faint, like a soft pulse, but it's there. I can sense qi in the air too, though it's barely noticeable." Yalan's eyes narrowed, her eyes sparkling lightly. She licked her mouth. Was she amused? "You sure you're not just filling your head with air?" she asked, a smirk playing on her feline lips. It was already odd that a cat could speak even better than some humans, but the fact that he could understand her emotions felt like an out-of-the-world experience. Then again, everything here was out of the ordinary. Chen Ren shook his head firmly and got back to the topic. "No, it's real. It's faint, but I can feel it." The cat studied him for a moment before giving a small flick of her tail. "Close. Your eyes," she commanded. Chen Ren hesitated. "Why?" she hissed at that question, clearly unsatisfied by Chen Ren's response. "You don't need to worry. If I had any intention of harming you, you wouldn't even take a single step before it was over." A chill ran down his spine at her words, and with a reluctant nod, he closed his eyes. Silence stretched between them before the cat's voice broke through again. "Do you feel anything now?" Chen Ren focused, but behind his closed eyelids, there was only a vast emptiness. He could hear the faint rustle of the wind, smell the damp earth beneath him, and feel the breeze brush past him, but it was as if he didn't exist like a ghost in the night. All his concentration was for nothing. No trace of what she wanted him to find, no swirl of qi, not even a slight ripple in the air. "No," he replied, trying not to sound frustrated. "How about now?" Yalan's voice seemed to hum with a strange energy. Suddenly, he felt a shift. A wave of qi had gathered and bunched up around him. His senses sharpened, picking up the energy, however weak. "Yes," he breathed, "I can feel it now. It's like something pressing in around me. But not physically. It's mystical in nature." "Okay, open your eyes." When he opened his eyes, he found the cat watching him with an intensity that erased her usual demeanor. Her tail stood straight, completely still, as if she were a guard on high alert. "It seems like you really can sense it," she said, very slowly. Chen Ren exhaled, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "I told you," he said, before taking a pause, rethinking the words she told him a while ago. "So, if most people can't do this, does that mean I'm actually special?" The thought hung in the air, the idea of having some hidden talent gnawing at him. He might not have gotten a system like if this were a video game, but if he could gain some special talent with sensing qi, he might just be able to progress faster than what he had initially assumed. Yalan's eyes gleamed for a moment before she meowed softly. It sounded more like a scoff than a noise coming from a cat. "Special. Don't get ahead of yourself," she said. But there was a flicker of something else in her gaze, a quiet acknowledgement that maybe, just maybe, there was more to him than she had first believed. "Well, partly, maybe, but I've seen geniuses who could sense qi from childhood. I'm not sure if you're one of them, but I believe it more that being from another plane has made you more sensitive to qi." She moved towards the left gracefully from where she was, pacing in thought before turning to him. There's another thing, though. Chen Ren's brows furrowed. What? Yalan's tail flicked as she explained. Cultivators often feel bursts of qi or sense it swirling when they practice their Dao. It also happens when they experience a breakthrough. After all, a Dao is the path a cultivator walks on, and as they progress, they gain insights, small or large, depending on their mastery of it. Chen Ren thought for a moment, his face twisted in confusion. Even so, it doesn't add up. I wasn't practicing any martial arts or swinging a sword when it happened. I was distributing rice noodles or running my stall. Why would my qi flare up then? The cat gave him a sidelong glance. Dao of noodles, she said in the most serious tone possible. Chen Ren chuckled lightly. I doubt that's it, he said. Whatever it is, I just hope I don't end up with a Dao that I have no interest in. Yalan shook her head, her tone returning to seriousness. That won't happen. A Dao is a path you walk upon yourself. No one else can choose it for you. After all, it's a long journey and it's yours, not anyone else's. You should meditate and reflect on your Dao. Think about the path you're meant to follow. But I don't even know what Dao I have. The cat's gaze softened slightly, almost as if teaching a child. Then consider which Dao you want. The Chen Ren before you walk the martial Dao, but clearly, that path was lost. You are not him. You need to search for what you desire, what you seek, deep within yourself. Chen Ren nodded, settling into a cross-legged position as he closed his eyes, focusing inward. The cat's words echoed in his mind, urging him to think about his Dao, the path he wanted to follow. His thoughts drifted naturally toward the martial Dao. In a world of cultivators, it was the logical choice, wasn't it? The quickest route to power in a dog-eat-dog world. Yet, the more he considered it, the more he realized how ill-fitting that path was for him. He adapted well, so given time, he might be able to come around the martial Dao, but would winning in fights make him happy? Even if he ignored the fact that he would be risking his life every day, his natural talent of 21 spirit roots was too low for any sect to look at him nicely. Moreover, he had already strayed far from the martial path, choosing a very different route, business. Earning money, managing his noodle stall, paying off debts, he was more of a merchant than a warrior. If any Dao suited him, it had to be that. As he pondered, he felt a sudden stir in his dantian. The qi within him began to swirl more intensely as if resonating with his thoughts. He kept at it, focusing on the vision of his products flourishing, the coins piling up, and his success growing as he built a name for himself. He imagined expanding his business, using the wealth to improve himself, his connections, and his life. He imagined creating more products from Earth, slowly taking over the mortal market before looking at the sects. He imagined creating his own company. The more his thoughts moved in that direction, the more his qi swirled inside of him. Then, a chill ran down his spine. His eyes snapped open. He was no longer in the courtyard. Instead, he floated in a vast, endless space filled with stars, each one twinkling like a distant diamond. He hovered, weightless, in this unfamiliar realm. The silence was profound, and for a moment, he was entranced by the beauty of it all. What is this place? Chen Ren whispered, his voice swallowed by the void. As if in response to his question, the stars around him began to move, slowly at first, then faster, shifting in strange patterns. The energy within him swirled violently, and as he looked up, the stars coalesced into a shape, a massive, serpentine figure. His breath caught in his throat. A dragon, its enormous form twisted through the starry expanse, vibrating with power. Its eyes locked onto him, and Chen Ren felt an overwhelming wave of fear wash over him. This wasn't just an illusion, this was something else, something greater. Fear, cold and raw, clawed at his insides. This wasn't a dream, it was a reality more terrifying than anything he'd ever known. The dragon let out a deafening roar, a sound that shook the very fabric of existence. Its celestial form lunged towards him, the stars scattering like startled fireflies. Chen Ren's body froze in terror. His blood ran cold. He was trapped, a helpless speck in the dragon's cosmic maw. Panic surged through him, but his body refused to move. As the dragon's shadow loomed over him, he squeezed his eyes shut, a silent scream trapped behind his lips. And then, he woke up. Gasping for breath, his eyes flew open, and he found himself back in the courtyard, the faint scent of grass and the cool night air grounding him. His heart pounded in his chest as if he had just escaped death. What just happened? Chen Ren blinked, staring up at the night sky. His breathing was heavy, and sweat beaded on his forehead as he sat up from the bench, holding his head to steady himself. His mind raced, trying to comprehend what had just happened. That dragon, the stars, the overwhelming fear, it all felt so real. He took deep breaths, one after another before the cat's voice made him turn towards her. So, Yalan said casually, perched on the bench. It seems you actually managed to connect to your Dao. Chen Ren's eyes flickered towards her, still dazed. What? The cat hopped down gracefully and patted closer, her amber eyes gleaming in the moonlight. Just an hour ago, when you were meditating, you let out a massive surge of qi. You made a breakthrough, she explained, her tone matter of fact. You're now a 4th-star body-forging cultivator. Chen Ren blinked, processing the information slowly. A breakthrough, just like that, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. That terrifying vision, that dragon, had all of that somehow pushed him to a new level. The cat nodded, her tail swaying lazily behind her. Yes, it's rare for a cultivator to skip an entire stage in the body-forging realm, but I guess your connection to your Dao must have been strong enough. You finally aligned with it. For a moment, Chen Ren could only sit there, taking it all in. His heart still raced, but now he noticed something else, a warm energy coursing through his body. It was subtle at first, but then it hit him all at once. His body felt brimming with vitality like he could take on the world. His muscles twitched and flexed with energy, his mind was sharp, and a rush of positivity surged through him, making everything feel possible. So this is what it's like to break through. He exhaled, marveling at the sensation. No wonder cultivators meditate for hundreds of years. Just to feel this again and again. Before he could lose himself in the feeling, the cat interrupted with a curious tilt of her head. What Dao did you connect to, anyway? Chen Ren didn't answer immediately, still replaying the images in his mind, the swirling stars, the dragon, and that strange vastness of space. Then it clicked, and the answer was clear as day. His lips twitched into a small smile as he spoke, almost amused by the absurdity of it all. The Dao of Money. Yalan stared at him, her eyes narrowing slightly. Dao of Money. The morning sun stretched its golden arms across the horizon over Cloud Mist City as Chen Ren and Tang Xiaolan set up the noodle stall. The familiar clatter of pots and wooden stools echoed through the quiet street, and the air was already carrying the faint scent of noodles as Chen Ren arranged his ingredients with practiced hands. His energy felt vibrant today, surging through him in waves, a direct result of the breakthrough from last night. He could hardly contain the bounce in his steps. Tang Xiaolan paused, her sharp eyes catching his unusually light movements. Young master, you seem to be in a happy mood today, she remarked, tying her apron as she helped set up the stall. Chen Ren chuckled, shaking his head as he adjusted the display. It's because I had some cultivation gains yesterday, he said, his voice filled with pride. And also, our stall is picking up steam. I have a feeling with the amount of noodles we have today, we'll be working non-stop until night. Xiaolan nodded, a glint of approval in her gaze. It'll be good then. More customers, more coins. Chen Ren nodded and continued setting up the stall, and just then, a sudden movement caught his eye. The white cat, Yalan, sleek and graceful as ever, leapt onto the counter, landing lightly next to him. Her eyes flicked over the setup before she curled up, sitting calmly beside him as if claiming her territory. Chen Ren leaned down, whispering, "What are you doing here?" The cat didn't bother looking at him. Instead, a voice echoed in his mind, startling him. "I came to observe you." Her tone was as calm and haughty as ever. "Although I don't think you're some demonic cultivator or a shapeshifter who needs to be eradicated, the pact still binds me to watch over you. And what better place than here?" Chen Ren blinked, momentarily taken aback by the fact that she could speak directly into his mind. Cultivation shenanigans, he thought to himself. Then, he merely shrugged and said, "You're free to stay. Besides, having a cat around might attract customers who would want to pat you." The cat shot him a withering glare, her ears twitching in irritation. "I'm a very accommodating and generous creature, but even I have my limits. Certain acts tempt me to burn down an entire city." Chen Ren felt his mouth widen in surprise, but he quickly gathered himself and raised an eyebrow, amused. "What type of acts? Like the act of patting me?" The cat's mental voice was sharp, like a dagger, her eyes narrowing as if daring him to test her words. Chen Ren stifled a laugh. Noted. He gave her a sideways glance, grateful he hadn't given in to his instincts last night and tried to pat her as he would any other street cat. "Well, maybe in the future I might be able to," he thought, smiling. 11. Esoteric Daos. When Chen Ren first found himself in the cultivation world, he'd entertained a few fantasies about what his path might look like. Would he become a sword-wielding prodigy, cleaving through sect rivals gracefully and skillfully? Or perhaps he'd find his calling in the intricate arts of arrays, mastering their complexities to shape the battlefield. And, like any man might in this strange, mystical world, he briefly considered the idea of amassing a harem. After all, that seemed to be a common theme in stories about powerful cultivators. But making noodles, he'd definitely never expected that to be where he ended up. Yet, here he was, running a noodle stall that had, in just a week, become the talk of the marketplace. Every day, a steady stream of customers came by, drawn by the novelty of an Eastern delicacy that no one else in the region was offering. It wasn't just the taste of the noodles that brought them in. Chen Ren's marketing tactics had spread his name throughout the streets like wildfire. Free samples, word of mouth from his customers, and the curious spectacle of his stall with the long queue had made it impossible for anyone to miss it. The man selling noodles, a dish unfamiliar to most, stood out even among the countless food vendors. And then there were the kids. Chen Ren had never been one to encourage child labor, but in this case, he saw it differently. The group of street children who helped him were hungry, and for them, assisting with his stall wasn't about earning coins, it was about earning a meal. According to them, there had been days when they hadn't eaten at all. Though Chen Ren hadn't lived a life on the streets, he understood enough to sympathize with them. The thought of them going hungry left a bitter taste in his mouth, and he saw this as a way to offer them something better, however small it might be. Over the days, he'd gotten to know the kids better. The leader of the group was a girl named Mei Lin, small but fierce, with sharp eyes and an even sharper tongue. She was the one who had organized the others, making sure they didn't cause too much trouble around the stall. The boys followed her lead. Chun, the quiet one who always worked the hardest, Bo, who often tried to sneak extra noodles when he thought no one was looking, and Jian, the smallest but the one with the loudest laugh. Thanks to his noodle business, the kids seemed to be in far better shape now. Their cheeks looked a little less hollow, and their energy had doubled, quite the difference from when he'd first met them. From selling 60 bowls of noodles a day, Chen Ren's business had doubled. He now dished out 120 bowls, sometimes barely keeping up with the demand. The small pot he used to cook noodles wasn't enough anymore, and every morning, he had to haul back 20 pounds of noodles just to meet the appetites of his growing customer base. It wasn't just the number of bowls sold that had increased, his profit margins did too. All the ingredients were cheap, and thanks to a little bit of ingenuity and the connections he had through Tang Sholan, Chen Ren had managed to cut costs even further. Vegetables, which should have eaten into his profits, were basically free compared to the other costs. Tang Clan regularly bought high-quality vegetables to serve to guests, but often, the excess went unused and would have spoiled if no one ate it. He figured he was doing them a favor by taking the leftovers off their hands. With the vegetables thrown into the mix, the noodles appealed more, and even when they cost more, there was a steady base of customers who were willing to pay for them. Still, despite his booming business, the road to clearing his debts was long. Feng Ming's threat had not disappeared, and even if Chen Ren managed to sell 120 bowls every single day for the next 2 months and save every last copper coin, he still wouldn't be able to pay off everything. But that wasn't the point. The fact that he'd gotten this far at all was something worth celebrating. It was a start, a damn good one at that. His noodle stall was only going to get bigger and better, proving that his earthly knowledge could, in fact, give him an edge in this world. This world wasn't just about swords and qi, he thought to himself with a small smirk. Sometimes, noodles could prove to be effective, too. There was something else, too. Despite being busy from dawn until dusk with the noodle stall, Chen Ren couldn't help but notice that his cultivation had improved. Just a week had passed since his breakthrough, but it felt like he had already made progress. It wasn't much, but the flow of qi in his core was smoother, more natural. It was as if, somehow, the act of running his business was feeding into his cultivation. As I said before, progressing in one's Dao helps advance one's cultivation. The familiar voice of the cat echoed in his mind, a sly purr lacing her words. Since you're working on your stall, making money every day, you're progressing your Dao, and that's why you're seeing these changes in your cultivation. Chen Ren frowned, considering her words. He'd heard about martial Daos before, but, no matter how much he thought about Dao of money, it felt like something completely different than those. Far more powerful even. So, you're saying my cultivation's improving because I'm selling noodles? Yes, that's what I'm saying, the cat confirmed, her tone nonchalant. But I've never seen such a Dao in my lifetime. It's an esoteric Dao, something I don't quite understand. Chen Ren's frown deepened at that. Esoteric Dao. Yes, the cat continued, her voice tinged with frustration as if she was explaining something common. Esoteric Daos are unconventional paths. They pop up every so often, but they're rare. Few practitioners of these Daos ever make a name for themselves because they don't follow the usual paths, like swordsmanship or alchemy. The last one I heard about was a century ago. Some guy managed to merge to the Dao of farming. I think he had a giant chicken that guarded his barn and annihilated a few sects. He blinked. A giant chicken. That's right, she purred, amusement bubbling in her voice. He and the chicken wiped out entire sects that tried to mess with him. At least that's the rumor that traveled to my ears. So, while these esoteric Daos aren't common, they can be powerful in their own way. He briefly moved his eyes away from her and watched the stall. His eyes drifted over the crowd. Business was booming, and his plan to expand was coming together. But it wasn't just the money that interested him anymore. To his eyes, all these people seemed as if they were giant balls of chi, his to claim. So, it means the more money I make from my stall, the more I'll progress in my cultivation. He asked, his voice echoing in his mind, aimed at the cat who was in the process of stretching her body after half of a day just lying around. The cat's voice responded in his head, her tone unimpressed. Not exactly. You'll progress for a while, but it'll get harder. You'll hit a point where the stall alone won't be enough. She flicked her tail lazily. Even in martial Daos, you can't just rely on the same moves forever. You have to learn new techniques, face new challenges, or do something meaningful to advance. It's the same for you, whatever you're calling this Dao. Money Dao, business Dao, noodle Dao, she chuckled softly in his head. Either way, just selling noodles won't be enough in the long run. So, you're saying I'll need more businesses than just this noodle stall to keep progressing? That's exactly what I'm saying, Yalan purred, her voice amused. It gets harder, not easier. Eventually, the stall won't cut it, and you'll have to find new ways to challenge yourself. Even the best cooks can't give the same dish to their master every day. They will lose their heads if they do so. Chen Ren's eyes flicked to Sholan, who was handing out bowls of noodles to another satisfied customer. She was running things smoothly, which was good because it gave him time to think. The cat's words made sense. He had already been considering expanding beyond the stall. While it was fun to grow his little operation from nothing into something more substantial, like a business empire, McDonald's of the cultivation world, he knew it wouldn't be enough. He had no intention of making his entire life revolve around selling noodles, even if it was turning out to be a surprising success. I was anyway thinking about making new things. Despite having magical kung fu, the common population severely lacks things that could make life easier, Chen Ren thought to himself. The idea of having multiple ventures appealed to him. There were too many opportunities in this world to ignore. Plus, if his cultivation was tied to his business success, why not expand? He wasn't going to limit himself. As his thoughts shifted, another nagging memory came to the surface, the dragon. He hadn't asked Yalan about it yet, not since the day the dragon first appeared. It had vanished just as quickly as it had come, leaving him with questions that had been clawing at him for a week now. The dragon hadn't reappeared, but he couldn't get it out of his head. I should probably ask about the dragon, he thought, but just as the question was about to form in his mind, movement at the front of the stall caught his attention. The line was moving up, but instead of another customer, a man in a guard's uniform stepped forward, disregarding the long line completely. Chen Ren's eyes looked over the man, taking in the details. He was broad-shouldered, standing a little taller than most, with a rough stubble covering his square jaw. His uniform was well worn, the kind of attire that had seen its fair share of dirty work. His eyes were sharp, but there was something off in the way he looked down at Chen Ren, like he was sizing him up. Chen Ren stepped forward, his voice light. Do you need some noodles? The guard didn't respond right away, his gaze lingering on Chen Ren for just a moment too long, as if they were locked in some kind of silent contest of will. Chen Ren raised his eyebrows, wondering if this was about to turn into some strange show of strength, but before he could speak again, the guard's voice rumbled low. I've gotten a tip that you don't have the license to open a stall here, the guard said, looking around at the people whose attention slowly started to shift towards them. Chen Ren opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, the guard slammed his fist down on the edge of the stall. The wooden surface shook under the force of the blow, sending one of the bowls teetering dangerously. But before it could fall, Chen Ren's reflexes kicked in, and he caught the bowl mid-fall, placing it safely back on the counter. I do have a permit, Chen Ren said calmly, his eyes narrowing as he met the guard's gaze. The guard scoffed. Where is it, then? Chen Ren reached into his robes, his fingers brushing against the familiar texture of parchment as he pulled out the permit. The paper had a slight crinkle to it, a sign of its frequent use over the past few days. He had prepared for this exact scenario, knowing that in a city like this, a rising business was bound to attract some unwanted attention. With a calmness that he didn't feel on the inside, he extended the permit to the guard. The man snatched it with deliberate slowness, his eyes scanning the document as if trying to find something, anything, that could be used against the stall. His lips twitched slightly as he read the details, and the crease in his brow deepened, betraying his frustration. It's a new one, the guard muttered, his voice carrying an edge that suggested he was searching for a reason to doubt. Chen Ren didn't flinch. His expression remained neutral, though a small smirk threatened to tug at the corner of his lips. The stall is new too, he replied coolly, his gaze unwavering. The guard's eyes flicked up from the permit, locking onto Chen Ren's face. I've heard you're selling some kind of Eastern delicacy, he said, his tone dripping with suspicion. Is that true, or are you faking it? For the first time, Chen Ren's brows lightly knitted together. Faking it? Yes, he was doing that, but the guard had no reason to care about that. His voice was firm as he responded, I got it from the East. You don't see anyone else selling noodles like mine, do you? He leaned in slightly, his gaze narrowing. And even if it were fake, I didn't hear any regulation about false advertising. Did I miss that section in the guidelines? The guard opened his mouth, clearly ready to argue the point, but he faltered once he saw Chen Ren's sharp gaze. There is, he began, his words trailing off uncertainty. Chen Ren seized the opportunity. There isn't, he said, his voice sharp but calm. I read the guidelines thoroughly. I even asked the clerk who issued me the permit. There's nothing in there about false advertising. So if you want to accuse me of something, make sure you're ready for the consequences. And remember, his voice dropped slightly, I'm not immortal. The guard's eyes widened ever so slightly, the shift in Chen Ren's tone clearly unsettling him. His gaze flicked downward, taking in Chen Ren's robes. For the first time, he seemed to truly notice the fine quality of the fabric, the noticeable patterns woven into it. His expression changed, the initial aggression fading into something more cautious. Without another word, the guard handed the permit back, his movements stiff. I'll be keeping an eye on the stalls from now on, he muttered, the earlier bluster gone from his voice. Don't do anything shady. Chen Ren simply nodded, watching as the guard turned and walked away, his back a little too rigid, his steps a little too quick. The tension in the air seemed to lift slightly as the man disappeared into the crowd. He let out a long, measured sigh, the weight of the interaction slipping off his shoulders. What was that about? Sholan's voice broke through the moment, and Chen Ren turned to see her standing nearby, her brow furrowed in confusion. My first guess was a bribe, Chen Ren said, shaking his head slightly. But he didn't ask for anything when we were talking. Never even hinted at it. I think it's more than that. Sholan's frown deepened. More than that? What do you mean? Chen Ren's gaze flicked toward the spot where the guard had stood moments ago. He didn't take anything from any other stall. Not even a glance in their direction. He came straight to us. And then he left, just like that. He probably wanted to cause trouble for any little thing he could find, but got scared once he realized I'm a cultivator. He was aiming for us specifically. That's bad news, Sholan said softly. She crossed her arms, a frown settling on her brow as she considered Chen Ren's words. Do you think someone is targeting us? Potentially, Chen Ren replied, his voice steady. He leaned against the stall, gazing out at the bustling crowd that had formed, the scent of his freshly made noodles wafting through the air. After all, we did get big in such a short amount of time. People are bound to be jealous of a growing rival business. It's human nature. Now we need to think about who might be out there trying to get us and prepare for whatever comes our way. Sholan nodded, something akin to caution glinting in her eyes as she returned to her tasks, deftly arranging bowls and garnishing the noodles with fresh herbs. But before Chen Ren could delve further into his thoughts, a familiar voice piped up from his mind. This seems annoying, but I've seen it a lot before. He nodded his hands together and stared at the dissolving crowd, thinking of what Yalan had just said. Where have you seen this? The cat's voice was almost nonchalant, as always, yet there was an undercurrent of seriousness. I was part of a sect once. You wouldn't believe how much infighting there was whenever a talented individual rose to prominence. People who felt threatened by that talent would either try to pull them into their camp or eliminate them entirely. It was fairly straightforward. Chen Ren felt a chill run down his spine at her words. The life of a cultivator was often harsh, but hearing it from someone who had lived through it made it all the more real. Yalan continued, and if anyone tries to kill you, well, guards are mortals anyway. Chen Ren shook his head slightly, then stopped doing it, noticing how he might look to the outsiders. I don't want to kill anyone, especially not over a noodle shop conflict. There are better ways to resolve this. Like what? The cat pressed, her curiosity piqued. He fell silent for a moment, considering his options. Then, after a pause filled with contemplation, he finally spoke. I might have a few plans. But first, we need to find out who we're standing against. 12. Tainting reputation. Chen Ren's thoughts flowed like the river before a storm, the calm before inevitable trouble. Like any plan of his, starting a noodle business would never be smooth. It wasn't just the rice, the vegetables, or the mortar that demanded attention. Oh no, where there was meat, the wild animals came. Trouble, in any form, seemed drawn to him like moths to flame. After all, the path of a cultivator never allowed peace for long. And now, even this humble noodle stall had become a stage for confrontation. His hand tightened around the spoon as he remembered how the guard had approached him, all swagger and false bravado. The man's eyes spoke of arrogance, the kind born from ignorance. His words were aimed at attacking him and finding any reason to crumble the name Chen Ren had been creating around the marketplace. Whoever sent him had no idea of him. No idea of who they were trying to bully. No idea that Chen Ren was a cultivator. That was a minus point for whoever was behind, not doing enough research. But that was what made things interesting, wasn't it? Most wouldn't dare cross someone who could split stones with a finger, let alone simmer broth with a flicker of qi. The guard's ignorance had saved his skin, just barely. However, Chen Ren doubted they'd just give up and not try something more to accomplish whatever goal they had in mind. He sighed, stirring the broth with deliberate slowness as all these questions and confusions came to his mind one after another. Where there's meat, the beasts gather, he muttered under his breath. Being a cultivator had saved his stall this time, but Cloud Mist City nestled so close to a guardian sect and was home to more cultivators than he could count. He knew better than to rely on his status alone to protect him. A cultivator here was like a drop of water in the ocean, easy to blend in, easy to get swallowed by something bigger. Even so, a small grin tugged at his lips. Let them come. Rivals or not, he had been in tougher battles than mere noodle stalls could ever provoke. If his enemies thought he'd be easy prey, they would soon discover just how deep the water truly ran. For the next 2 days, Chen Ren's mind moved like the shifting clouds, mapping out scenarios and contemplating every possible angle. He wasn't one for brute force, not when he could win with finesse. Violence, while always an option, wasn't his first choice. His gaze flicked to the cat beside him, her amber eyes glowing as she looked at the streaming flow of consumers. She was his hidden trump card, a power he didn't dare reveal to the world yet. Not while he was still weak and unable to protect himself against anyone of a higher realm. His cultivation, though progressing, was still in the early stages of body forging. Any opponent above that realm would crush him like dry leaves underfoot. Thus, brawn had to take a back seat. His brain, however, was sharper than any blade. So, he focused on his noodle stall for some time until he decided on what was best to be done next. Fortunately, everything ran without a hitch. He made more money each day, his hands growing more accustomed to the daily grind. The qi that once surged through his core was diminishing, just as the cat had warned him. But that didn't stop him from keeping a vigilant eye on the horizon, half expecting a debtor or some envious soul to appear, hungry for the wealth he was making. But no one came, not yet. On the third morning, an unease settled over him like a shroud. It wasn't just paranoia, this was something real, something tangible. Old Man Tian's hunched figure appeared near the stall, his weathered face grave with news. Young Master Chen Ren, the old man grumbled, his voice a low rasp. His eyes narrowed towards the broth as he looked back up at Chen Ren, who gave him his undivided attention. I've heard it. For sure this time, they're going to make their move today. They're jealous your stall is minting money so fast. Though the facts were loud, his voice was comparatively low, cautious enough not to let anyone else hear. Chen Ren subtly nodded, stirring his broth with a forced calmness he didn't feel on the inside. I see, he replied evenly, his mind already running through his contingency plans. Well, I've prepared everything. It should be fine. You're sure they won't act before the afternoon? Old Man Tian nodded, squinting toward the marketplace. Yes, not before. They're waiting for the crowds to build up first. Chen Ren smiled. Good. That gives me enough time to finish the morning rush. Old Man Tian nodded firmly. I wish you all the best. Chen Ren exhaled slowly, his mind sharpening as he watched the old man. At first, he'd considered Old Man Tian as a possible culprit behind his troubles. They had a rivalry, after all. The old man had his stall nearby, and while their competition wasn't exactly cutthroat, it was enough to raise suspicions. But Old Man Tian was no fool. He'd been the one to help Chen Ren secure the elusive permit for his stall in the first place. If he had wanted him out of the way, he could have easily tipped off the guard about his status as a cultivator. Fortunately, Old Man Tian was wise enough not to take the fight against a cultivator. Shaking off the thought, Chen Ren returned to the moment just as the old man spoke again. So, if all goes according to plan, you'll lend me the kids, right? Chen Ren gave a slow nod. Yes, for an hour. They'll help advertise your stall, but you've got to feed them twice in return. Daily, no shortcuts. He grinned, his yellowed teeth showing. Yes, I will. I'm fair. With a satisfied nod, the old man turned to shuffle back toward his own stall, hurrying through the crowd knowing the morning rush was about to begin. As soon as he was out of earshot, Shalon's soft voice cut through the morning air. You sure it's okay to give away your marketing tricks like that? Chen Ren smirked, his gaze still fixed on the swirling broth before him. It'll spread no matter what. At least this way, the kids get more food. The only reason Old Man Tian's even asking through me is because his breath scared them all away. Chen Ren snickered at his own words while Shalon let out a small chuckle, her amusement clear as they moved toward the bustling stall, which started getting busier considering more people were coming. The line of customers waiting for noodles stretched longer with each passing minute as he and Tang Shalon got to work. The clatter of bowls and the murmur of conversation filled the air, as Chen Ren worked in rhythm with the growing demand, dishing out one bowl after another in almost mechanical movements as his muscles grew accustomed to the motion. Hours passed by and soon, the sun was halfway through setting. Afternoon was here and with it, the crowd doubled, adding in the workers who were here to grab lunch. Here you go, Chen Ren handed a bowl of vegetable noodles to an older woman. She grabbed it with both her hands and then balanced it in one hand to pay 7 copper yuan. Chen Ren retrieved the money with a small smile and focused on the next customer. Everything was moving, just as planned, but he knew this piece wouldn't last. Yalan, who had been lounging lazily in the sun, suddenly opened one of her flared amber eyes. I see some movement up ahead, she told Chen Ren, her voice smooth as silk. Chen Ren's gaze swept across the bustling crowd before locking onto 2 men moving purposefully through the throng. Unlike the leisurely pace of the other customers browsing stalls and sampling goods, these 2 stood out immediately. He squinted his eyes to take a good look at both of them, to clearly know what he was going to be dealing with. The first man who stormed forward was a tall, skinny figure with broad shoulders. His dark hair fell in disarray around his forehead, and his brows were knitted together in a fierce scowl. His black eyes burned with indignation, radiating a palpable intensity that made those around him instinctively step back as he walked, pushing past them and clenching his fists. In a pronounced difference, the second man trailed behind him, frail and gaunt, as if he had not gotten a proper meal in days. His skin was a sickly shade of pale, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, betraying his distress. Dark circles under his bloodshot eyes hinted at exhaustion, while his trembling hands grasped the edge of the tall man for support. Each unsteady step he took seemed to echo his nausea, and his thin lips were drawn tight, a silent plea for respite from the situation he found himself in. Here it comes, Chen Ren muttered under his breath, bracing himself. The 2 men barged through the line, causing a stir among the waiting customers. The angry one, face flushed with indignation, wasted no time before raising his voice. Everyone, stop eating those noodles, he shouted, pointing a trembling finger at Chen Ren's stall. They'll make you sick. You might even get poisoned. This man is vile, feeding low-quality food to innocent people. Look at my brother, he ate here yesterday, and now he's been puking his guts out all day. The herbalist says he won't heal for a week. At his outburst, a murmur of uncertainty rippled through the crowd like someone blew a horn through the silence. Customers froze mid-bite, their chopsticks suspended in the air as they exchanged bewildered looks. Some stared down at their bowls, looking as if the once tempting noodles now appeared less appetizing under the scrutiny of accusation, while others cast wary glances toward Chen Ren, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. A few patrons instinctively backed away from the stall, their movements hesitant and cautious, as if they were retreating from a looming threat. Whispers flitted through the air, weaving a line of doubt among the onlookers. "Did you hear what he said?" One woman murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. "Sick from the noodles. Is it true?" The atmosphere thickened with suspicion, as the aroma of the freshly cooked noodles, once enticing, was now tainted by the accusation. Chen Ren could feel the daggers of doubt piercing through the air and trying to stab him. He looked to his left, ignoring the whispers for a second. A child near the front of the line clutched his mother's hand tightly, his wide eyes darting between the angry man and the noodles, trying to comprehend the sudden shift in mood. "Now, how can I let you ruin a nice meal? And my reputation?" Chen Ren narrowed his eyes and stepped forward. "What nonsense are you spouting?" His words cut through the growing commotion, but the angry man wasn't finished. "Spouting lies, am I?" The man's face twisted into an exaggerated mask of righteous fury. He jabbed a finger toward his pale, nauseous companion. "Look at my brother. He's practically on his deathbed, and all because of your noodles." Chen Ren's gaze flicked to the sickly-looking guy, then back to the accuser. "You decided to bring your brother who's on his deathbed to sprout bullshit. Seems like you care about accusing me more than your brother. Tell me, what proof do you have that my noodles caused this?" His voice was steady, but his chi simmered in his dantian, ready to rise at a moment's notice. The man seized the opportunity, launching into a dramatic tale. "My brother here is an apprentice scribe. We're so poor we can only afford one meal a day, and yesterday, he spent it on your wretched noodles." He spat the words one after another in extreme slowness to emphasize his point. "Now he's so ill he can't even stand properly. You can't deflect responsibility this time. Return my money tenfold, and publicly apologize for poisoning him." A sharp anger flared in Chen Ren, but his expression remained straight. He let just a flicker of his chi surface, his eyes gleaming with a subtle, icy chill. It wasn't much, but enough to send a ripple of unease through the man in front of him. The accuser faltered, taking a nervous step back as if an unseen force had brushed against him. But before Chen Ren could press further, a voice rang out from the edge of the marketplace. "What's going on here?" A guard, tall with broad shoulders, made his way through the crowd. His face was rugged, framed by a jawline that could have been carved from stone, and his dark hair was cropped short, highlighting the sharp angles of his features. His eyes swept over the scene with an air of authority, hand resting casually on his hips. His armor bore the crest of the city watch, gleaming in the sunlight as he stepped closer, his presence instantly silencing the gathering commotion. Chen Ren's eyes flicked to the guard, and his thoughts shifted. This wasn't the same one from before. He guessed that the previous guard must have gotten spooked and backed out. This new one had a different air. He wasn't just here to intimidate. He was part of the plan, a second pawn set in motion. Chen Ren's jaw tightened, but he forced himself to remain calm. Whatever scheme was unfolding, he was ready for it. The angry man immediately moved towards the guard, telling his fake story, face strained with rage. After hearing the man's story, the guard took a deep breath and turned toward Chen Ren, his expression serious. "Is it true? You fed this man's brother noodles, and now he's sick. You need to come with us to the guard station, so we can solve this problem once and for all." Guard station? So they planned to drag him through the city's bureaucracy to ruin him, and the guard was playing along. The air around Chen Ren seemed to still as his annoyance built. "There's no proof he even ate my noodles," Chen Ren said, his voice steady yet sharp. The guard crossed his arms, unimpressed. "It doesn't matter. Someone's accusing you of making them sick, and the law is the law. We'll solve this at the guardhouse. Now, come quietly." "No." Chen Ren's voice dropped an octave, and the edge of his patience showed. "You can't take me based on nothing but hearsay." The guard's eyes hardened as he ran a hard hand through his jaw. "I heard you are a cultivator, but you still have to follow the city's laws. And don't think you're above them, there are cultivators among the city guards as well. So, comply." Chen Ren frowned. The man didn't look like the type to bulge if he only used his words, but he wasn't going to let them ruin his reputation so easily. If he really went to the station, rumors would spread that his noodles actually made people sick, no matter if he came out innocent or not. He glanced at the crowd, dozens of eyes fixed on him, waiting for what he would do next. "Wait," Chen Ren said, voice rising just enough to capture everyone's attention. He turned to the sickly man and his accuser. "You're not just claiming my noodles made him sick, you're tarnishing the reputation of my stall. I can't let that stand." Before the guard could respond, Chen Ren strode to his stall, scooping up a bowl of freshly made noodles. He held it out toward the guard. "Here, try it." The guard eyed the bowl, suspicion thick in his gaze. "I won't eat bad noodles." Chen Ren shrugged, calm and composed. "Fine, I'll eat it myself." Without hesitation, he took a generous bite, chewing slowly as if savoring the flavor. Then, he turned, facing the crowd now gathered around the scene. "You see that?" Chen Ren's voice rang out over the murmurs. "If my noodles were bad, why would I eat them myself?" The tension in the air shifted as people began to exchange uncertain glances, and the unease that had crept into the crowd started to dissipate. Chen Ren met their gazes one by one, making sure they saw his calm and certainty. "My reputation, and my stall's reputation, are on the line. If my food was dangerous, I wouldn't serve it, and I definitely wouldn't eat it." The guard faltered for a moment, and the crowd's whispering grew louder as they started to reconsider the accusation. Chen Ren wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood tall. The crowd had begun to sway in Chen Ren's favor when a voice cut through the rising murmurs. "Just accept that your noodles made someone sick," a deep, grating voice came from across the street. All the eyes, including Chen Ren's own, turned towards where the voice came from. The speaker was an older man with a broad chest, a grizzled beard, and a sneer that never quite left his face. He looked like he could fight with two men at the same time and end up winning for how his physique was built, but again, looks could be deceiving. His name was Zhang Wu, a stall owner who sold steamed buns. Behind him stood his two burly sons, arms crossed, their expressions mirroring their father's contempt. "You're just trying to save face. But everyone here knows that when there's smoke, there's fire." Zhang Wu's words struck a chord with some of the onlookers, their uncertainty flickering back to life as they glanced between Chen Ren and the sickly man. The balance was delicate, too delicate. Chen Ren's fingers twitched at his side, the glint in his eyes sharpening as he regarded Zhang Wu with a cool gaze. Before Chen Ren could respond, the guard stepped forward again, voice firm. "Enough of this. You need to come with me, cultivator or not. We can settle this at the guardhouse." Chen Ren's stance remained unyielding, his voice calm but resolute. "I won't go with you. If you want to move me, you can try." The guard bristled, hand moving toward his baton as if testing Chen Ren's words. But just as tension threatened to break, a voice, clear and commanding, echoed over the crowd. "What's going on here?" All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Walking toward the scene was Tang Yucho, the young miss of the Tang clan, with her maid trailing a step behind her. Her presence suddenly became obvious in the marketplace chaos, a figure of poise and authority amidst the rabble. Her eyes briefly scanned the situation, landing on Chen Ren with a raised brow. Chen Ren felt a smile tug at his lips. Finally, it was time to turn this around. This was the shift he needed, and it couldn't have come at a better time. He gave her a respectful nod as she reached the front, his mind already racing through the next steps of his plan. 13. Turning it over. In a matter of seconds, the attention that had been focused on Chen Ren shifted entirely to the woman who had just arrived. Her attire stood out against the modest crowd, an elegant red robe embroidered with delicate white roses at the hem, accompanied by a necklace and rings that spoke of wealth and status. She moved with a grace that naturally commanded attention, her presence turning heads as she approached and stood in front of Chen Ren's stall. Anyone with a discerning eye could instantly recognize her as someone of importance. However, the moment the heavy curious eyes fell on her, she spoke, her voice coming out clear and firm, similar to how tall she stood. "What is going on?" The guard took a deep breath, trying to compose himself as he faced the young miss. "It's like this," he began, his voice faltering as he gestured toward the stall. "One of these two brothers, locals, came by yesterday and ate at his stall. Not long after, this one started complaining about stomach pains, claiming he was poisoned by the noodles he served. He is saying the food was spoiled, and that it made him sick. This is his elder brother, telling how this one's at his deathbed and wants justice against the stall owner who fed his brother bad noodles." His words came quickly as if to rid himself of the burden of the accusation, but once he finished, Tang Yucho merely cast a sharp look at him and asked, her tone measured but piercing, "So, you believe he sold sickly noodles?" The guard hesitated, his confidence wavering under her steady gaze. It wasn't just Tang Yucho and Chen Ren, but even the consumers who surrounded the stall looked at the guard awaiting a reasonable response. "That's what I've heard," he said, his voice faltering. "We need to investigate, and for that, the man must come with us." Her frown deepened as her eyes swept over the gathered crowd, scanning their faces quietly. Her gaze looked sharper than a razor as she dragged it along the people. Even the air felt uncomfortable as a few seconds passed by. After a pause, she turned her attention back to the guard. "If you don't know," she began, her voice cutting through the tension. "Let me clarify. The noodles he sells are made from rice, a fact anyone here can see from their texture and appearance. The Tang clan has a direct arrangement with Chen Ren, and I, myself, oversee the transaction and can guarantee that the rice is of high quality without any blemishes on it. But," she stepped closer, her gaze hardening as she stared the guard down. "I am Tang Yucho, daughter of the Tang clan head, Tang Jihao. If you truly mean to make this accusation, you are not merely questioning Chen Ren but challenging, no, questioning the reputation of the entire Tang household. Is that a risk you are willing to take? Tell me." The revelation of her identity caused more than a few people to look at her differently. Tang clan might not be a cultivator clan, but they had deep pockets to hire a lot of them. And everyone in the city knew the kind of reputation they uphold. The guard paled visibly, beads of sweat forming at his temple and around his shaved mustache. He licked his lips and visibly contemplated what she had said. And as the man hesitated, murmurs rippled through the crowd. The two brothers, who had stirred up the commotion, looked ashen, especially the sickly one, who seemed on the verge of collapse. He was holding on to his dear brother, who now looked to want nothing more than to run, hide himself and never look behind. Desperation flickered in the guard's eyes as he stammered, "And no, young Miss Tang, we were only trying to do our job." Tang Yucho raised an eyebrow, her gaze cold. "Your job, is it? A job that involves creating a public spectacle and tarnishing the reputation of someone not only a cultivator but also a guest of the Tang clan? Huh, you have guts." Her voice carried a dangerous edge, and she leaned in slightly. "My father meets the city lord every year at the winter solstice festival. Perhaps I should mention this little incident to him, let him know about how the guards of this city treat honored guests of our clan." The guard paled further, his bravado crumbling. He took a step forward and raised one hand in the air. "And no, young miss, it wasn't my intention to go against the Tang clan." But you're saying that there is something wrong with the noodles. You also sounded pretty adamant about taking Chen Ren to the guardhouse." "I mean, that's what." Before he could finish, the shopkeeper, Zhongwu, who had been accusing Chen Ren, interrupted, desperation in his voice. "Wait, it might not be the rice, but what about the vegetables? They could have been bad. I have seen him handing out those vegetable noodles." That statement turned all the attention from the cornered guard towards Zhongwu. Tang Yucho's eyes narrowed, and she turned her attention to Chen Ren, her voice calm as she pointed at the baskets of fresh vegetables sitting on top of his stall. "The vegetables, aren't they from the Tang clan manor as well? Isn't that right, Chen Ren?" Chen Ren quickly nodded, grateful for her support. "Yes, they are, Yucho." His eyes briefly met hers, and he flashed a look of silent gratitude. She narrowed her eyes slightly at him for calling her by her first name, but quickly understood his intention as he added. "The man is just unaware of my close relationship with the Tang clan and how I have no reason to scour bad ingredients when I could get the best ones in the city easily." The guard, seeing the tide turning against him, immediately bowed at Tang Yucho. "I'm sorry for what just happened here, young miss. It seems like this is all a big misunderstanding. Please allow me to correct my mistakes." "Go on, I would like to see that." Tang Yucho crossed her arms as every eye moved to the guard. "You." The guard turned towards the aggressive brother. "It seems the noodles didn't make your brother sick after all. Now, get out of here unless you want me to arrest you for defamation of an honored cultivator." His voice trembled as he addressed the two brothers. The sick brother clung desperately to the taller one, his breath ragged, skin pale and slick with sweat. His hands trembled as he gripped his sibling's arm, eyes wide with fear. The taller one, his face drained of all color, cast frantic glances around the marketplace, his composure unraveling. For a moment, the crowd stood frozen, watching as panic took hold of the two. Their movements became jittery and uncontrolled, as the sick brother let out a strained gasp. Without exchanging a word, they both turned, stumbling over their own feet and bolted. The sick one clenched tighter to the taller, and dragged along as they fled, leaving nothing but murmurs and curious eyes after him. The guard, desperate to escape his own shame, bowed again, this time toward both Tang Yucho and Chen Ren, muttering a hasty apology before attempting to slip away. But Chen Ren stepped forward, his hand rising to stop him. "Wait," he said, his voice calm but firm, freezing the guard in place. Chen Ren's eyes gleamed with subtle amusement as he addressed the guard. Since you're already here, why not check the ingredients at the other stalls as well? I'm sure you might find someone worthy of your attention. After all, it wouldn't be right to leave empty-handed, would it? His tone was light, but the underlying message was clear. The guard, catching on to the meaning behind his words, quickly nodded. Yes, you're right. I was only here to ensure the stall owners were following the rules anyway. His tone was hurried, eager to deflect from the earlier confrontation. He looked around as if he didn't know where to begin, his eyes shifting from one stall to another, even looking at the old man Tian's stall, which was right across the road. Well, Chen Ren casually gestured toward Zhongwu and the steamed bun stall behind him. Why not start with that stall over there? The guard's eyes widened slightly, realizing what Chen Ren was hinting at. Of course, he replied, as Zhongwu and his two sons shook from the response. Their eyes and mouth widened at what was about to come. With a final, shallow bow, the guard moved toward the accused stall, leaving the crowd whispering and pointing fingers at the steamed buns. The crowd thinned after the commotion ended, yet the stall remained lively. Steam curled upward from the large pot, carrying the scent of savory broth and freshly cooked noodles. Chen Ren stood beside the stall, watching as Tang Yuqiu elegantly lifted a bowl of vegetable noodles to her lips, her expression unreadable as she took a delicate bite. Her maid stood nearby, eating in silence, the soft clink of their chopsticks the only sound between them. Sholan effortlessly managed the stall, handing bowls to waiting customers with the same precision one might expect from a master swordsman, her movements swift yet graceful and well-practiced. Meanwhile, the Yalan slept lazily on a shaded ledge nearby, undisturbed by the flurry of activity. The scene felt peaceful in a way Chen Ren hadn't expected after the earlier confrontation. Just as he glanced over at Tang Yuqiu, she tilted her head, her gaze fixed on a distant scene. Following her line of sight, Chen Ren saw Zhongwu being dragged away by the same guard who moments before tried to arrest him. The shopkeeper's son stumbled behind, crying loudly as the crowd murmured, staring at the spectacle of the family being hauled off for selling expired ingredients. It was a sight to behold, justice served in the most public ways. You know, Tang Yuqiu spoke softly between bites, her eyes never leaving the scene. They'll likely be back on the street within a week. Stall owners often have good connections with the guards or others in the market. They're the first to be disturbed if anything happens after all. Chen Ren smirked slightly, nodding as he wiped his hands on a cloth. I know, Zhongwu has ties with the captain of the guard who patrols this area. It's how he managed to pull off this entire setup against me in the first place. He glanced over his shoulder at the crowd still gossiping about the incident. He'll definitely return, but his reputation? That's over. Tang Yuqiu raised a brow, curious. And you're fine with that? He dared to go frame a cultivator. I thought you'd go straight to killing. Or at least beat them up. Chen Ren nodded. I could have tried to flip the entire incident back on him earlier, but it would have been his word against mine. Even with proof, he could have dismissed it as baseless accusations. But now, he motioned toward him, who was still being dragged through the market. Now, everyone will know he's the one who sold faulty food. It's not just a rumor anymore, it's fact. Also, I don't want to break any laws of the city. Even if cultivators are hot-headed, any confrontation within the city would get you a trip down the pits, cultivator or not. And it's beneath me to challenge them to a public duel. Tang Yuqiu paused, her lips curling into a faint smile as she took another bite. Chen Ren leaned against the stall, his eyes scanning the bustling market. Moreover, he said, a hint of calculation in his voice. I used this whole situation to make my connection to you and the Tang clan known. Now, none of these people will dare bother me. I don't want to deal with nonsense like this again. You've got more brains than I expected. I haven't put them to proper use in a long time. But when I do, they work just fine. Her eyes narrowed in curiosity. Planning to use them more often from now on. Yeah, that's the plan, he said, turning to her with an appreciative nod. And, thank you for helping me out this time. I couldn't have pulled this off without you. Yuqiu's chopsticks froze midair as she blinked, taken aback by his sincerity. Her lips parted, but she quickly regained her composure, giving him a short nod. So, should I consider it a favor? Chen Ren rubbed the back of his neck, his expression thoughtful. Sure, just don't ask for anything outrageous. I'm already in debt as it is. Yuqiu laughed softly, a sound more genuine than before. I'm not planning to, but, her tone shifted, a mischievous glint in her eyes. It might not be as easy as you think. Chen Ren could only smile wryly, knowing full well that with someone like Tang Yuqiu, Favors were rarely ever simple. 14. Right kind of opportunity. Bonus chapter. Chen Ren leaned against the wooden frame of his stall, arms crossed, eyes watching the flow of people on Market Street. It had been a week since Zhongwu's little stunt had been decimated by him, trying to sabotage him with rumors about his noodles. And now, like clockwork, every vendor kept their distance from him and no one dared to go against him. As expected, Zhongwu's steamed bun stall had seen fewer and fewer customers each day. In a business where word of mouth ruled like a tyrant, faulty ingredients were a death sentence. The foolish man had cursed his own livelihood. Meanwhile, Chen Ren's fortunes were a rising tide. More customers came daily, their numbers swelling as though drawn by an invisible current. A bowl of noodles had become a staple of the market crowd, bringing him more business than he could have anticipated. 120 to 130 bowls a day, he murmured, running the numbers in his head. At 5 to 7 copper wen per bowl, that meant he could earn between 600 and 910 copper wen daily. Over the course of a month, the numbers compounded further. After deducting costs for ingredients, wood for the fire, and other essentials, he was left with a profit margin that hovered around 150 silver wen every month. It was more money than he had ever held in his hands in this world, and even after paying Tang Sholan for her help, there was still a respectable sum left for himself. Yet when he considered the mountain of debt he owed, the price for his medallion, this new fortune was more like a drop in the ocean. He would be able to reclaim the medallion, yes, but it would be tight. Perhaps, just barely, by the end of the set time. He also had to remember the fact that Feng Ming wasn't his only debtor. But Chen Ren didn't worry too much. Why should he? His first business venture was thriving, and along the way, he had unknowingly connected to the Dao of Money. It was esoteric in nature, something most cultivators overlooked in their pursuit of power, but Chen Ren had felt its pull, its hidden current. Money flowed like qi, always moving, always circulating, with its own momentum. And momentum, Chen Ren knew, was everything. With the ideas swirling in his mind like a vortex, he felt certain he would conquer his debts sooner than expected. His thoughts were already moving beyond the simple act of selling noodles. But for now, he pushed those ambitions aside. There were other things to focus on. His first goal, stabilizing the stall, had been met. It was time to shift his focus inward. He should begin to devote more time to learning about cultivation techniques, something he had neglected in his pursuit of profit. A balance needed to be struck. After all, the Dao was not just about silver and copper. In the quiet, secluded garden of the Tang clan, Chen Ren stood before a wooden training dummy. The air was still, disturbed only by the soft rustling of leaves, and the warmth of the afternoon sun kissed his skin. His hands flexed in front of him, muscles tensing as he focused on his next move. Thundering fist, he yelled, thrusting his fists forward with force. A spark of lightning arced out from his knuckles, crackling faintly in the air before dissipating. His punch connected with the dummy, causing a few minor cracks to spread across its surface. Chen Ren stepped back, his brows furrowing in frustration. He glanced over at Yalan lounging nearby, her amber eyes half closed as she basked lazily in the sun. "You sure this isn't a faulty technique?" he asked, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. Yalan didn't bother to open her eyes fully, stretching out lazily. "It's not faulty," she purred. The rest of the words came aloud. "It's one of the few fist techniques passed down in the Chen clan. Works well with your element. Thunder resonates with your qi. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to pick up a sword." Chen Ren followed Yalan's gaze, glancing over at the neatly arranged swords and cultivation manuals lying on the side. The Chen clan had always been a clan of swordsmen, known for their mastery of blade techniques. It was clear why the old Chen Ren had wanted to join the Soaring Sword sect, everything in his upbringing had pointed to it. But for the former, the thought of wielding a sword left him cold. He wasn't interested in close combat weapons. Swords, spears, hatchets, axes, they were cool to play with in games, but in real life, he would rather keep his distance from the enemy. Hence, the idea of wielding a bow had intrigued him ever since he first entered this world. To defend from a distance, to strike from afar, that was more his style. But cultivators who specialized in bows were rare. Bows required such fine precision and balance between strength and qi that it was hard to even find one that could withstand the power of a cultivator. For now, he was stuck with the basics, working on his form and balance with these fist techniques. Even though it was a close combat technique, it would be smart to learn a technique or two like this. He had to start somewhere, and at least the thundering fist seemed to align with his element, even if he couldn't fully control it yet. He had also read in the manual that it could be used to throw around arcs of lightning, even from a distance at a greater mastery, so there was more than enough reason to learn it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Ren squared up with the dummy once more, his fists raised. He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to sense the flow of qi in the air. This time, as he struck forward again, he could feel it, the energy around him becoming more tangible. The qi was beginning to respond to his movements, his strikes gaining a subtle weight behind them. Thundering fist, he called out again, his fist cutting through the air. This time, the sparks of lightning were stronger, lingering a bit longer before vanishing. As he pulled his hand back, he glanced down at his arms. Lightning crackled faintly along his skin, running up his forearms. His control over his qi was growing, and with it, the technique's potential. A slow grin crept across his face. Better, he muttered, feeling the thrum of power starting to build within him. Chen Ren flexed his fingers, watching the faint arcs of lightning still dancing along his forearms. The power was starting to feel more natural, almost as if it belonged there. But a thought gnawed at the back of his mind. He glanced at Yalan, now lazily stretching, completely unbothered by his struggles. "Hey," he called out. "You sure this is just a mortal-grade technique?" Yalan's tail twitched, and she opened one eye to peer at him. "Yes, it's a mortal-grade technique," she replied with a yawn. "If it were Earth-grade, you'd barely be able to perform it. Most Earth-grade techniques require a lot more qi. Even though you're starting to sense it, using qi in techniques is an entirely different art." Chen Ren frowned, running a hand over his arm, where the lightning had cracked moments before. "And why doesn't the lightning harm me?" Yalan sat up, blinking as if the answer should have been obvious. "You've got lightning affinity spirit roots," she said. "Your affinity gives you a natural resistance. The technique won't harm you unless you push yourself too far." Chen Ren nodded, absorbing the information. It still felt strange to him, being able to wield lightning without burning himself, but he supposed there was logic to it. At least Shenxia logic. If his spirit roots were tied to the element, it made sense that his body would be more in tune with it. He stepped back to the wooden dummy, his focus sharpening. His strikes came faster now, each punch laced with more qi from the last. "Thundering fist," he roared, his fist crashing into the dummy. Cracks began to spiderweb across its surface as arcs of lightning danced around the impact site. His control was improving, he could feel the qi more distinctly, his strikes more powerful, the lightning sharper. As he worked through another series of punches, Yalan's voice broke through his concentration. "What are you going to do about your Dao?" Chen Ren paused mid-strike, turning to face Yalan with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" Yalan tilted its head, giving him a scrutinizing look that ended up being cute due to her being a cat. "Your growth has slowed. You've been earning a decent amount from the stall, sure, but if you want to grow more, you'll need to improve it. Or expand into other businesses. You can't just stay at one level forever." Chen Ren wiped his brow, his thoughts briefly drifting back to the noodle stall. Tang Sholan was handling things at the market today, managing the customers and keeping everything running smoothly. She was reliable, which allowed him the freedom to focus on cultivation. But Yalan wasn't wrong. If he wanted to expand, the stall needed more. More customers, better products, and maybe even more locations. "I've thought about it," he said, his voice contemplative. "But I'm waiting for the right opportunity." Yalan narrowed its eyes. What kind of opportunity? Before Chen Ren could respond, the loud sound of footsteps echoed through the garden. A guard appeared, striding toward him with an air of urgency. "The clan head is looking for you," the guard announced, his eyes briefly flicking toward the lounging cat with mild curiosity. Chen Ren glanced at Yalan, who met his gaze with a knowing look. This was the opportunity. That kind, Chen Ren thought to himself, but knew the cat heard him as he dusted off his robes and prepared to follow the guard. His fist still tingled with the remnants of lightning, and though his mind was focused on what lay ahead, part of him couldn't help but feel that both his business and his cultivation had just taken their first steps towards something greater. Chen Ren moved swiftly through the hallways of the Tang clan, the scent of noodle broth filled the air around him. In one hand, he carried a bowl, steam rising from the broth and curling through the air, laced with a delicate fragrance of spices and herbs. The other hand hovered near the hem of his robe, ready to steady the bowl if needed. His steps were light as he continued along the same path. The guards at the door barely glanced at him, already informed of his presence here, and they stepped aside without a word. Chen Ren approached the entrance to the clan head's chambers, but something stopped him just before he knocked on the door. Voices, quiet but clear, drifted through the door. "Father, please, it was important to me." He froze, realizing the familiar female voice he had heard often these days. It was Tang Yucho's. "You know it was just a trial," a deep, serious yet calm voice followed. He used his memories to pin it as Tang clan head, Tang Jihao. Tang Yucho's voice was sharp, almost trembling with frustration. "It matters, father. I failed. But don't worry, I'll fix it. I'll find something to make sure the business gets money." "You don't have to push yourself," Tang Jihao replied softly. "You can learn under me. There's no shame in that." "No." Yucho's voice cracked with emotion as she almost shouted. "I will do it, and I will show you. Just give me more time." There was a pause. Chen Ren could almost hear the silence echoing in the space between them. Before he could step back or announce his presence, the sound of hurried footsteps drew closer. The door swung open, revealing the young lady. Her hair was slightly disheveled, her robes a bit wrinkled unlike every other time he'd seen her in a perfect light, and her eyes carried a look of fierce determination, until they landed on him. She froze. Chen Ren, caught off guard, managed an awkward, "Hello." For a moment, they stood there, an uncomfortable silence filling the space between them. Then, without a word, Tang Yucho brushed past him, her steps quick as she strode off down the hallway, her figure stiff with tension. Chen Ren exhaled softly and stared at the empty space where she'd been standing. He wasn't sure what he had walked into, but the weight of their conversation lingered in the air. "Come in," urged the voice of the clan head, cutting through his thoughts. Chen Ren straightened himself, stepping into the room. As he entered, Tang Jihao's eyes settled on him, offering a brief but warm smile. "Sorry you had to witness that," he said, gesturing for Chen Ren to approach. He looked down at Tang Jihao, sunken eyes, wrinkled face, frail figure, bony hands. Despite being known to be a foodie and a rich merchant, he looked worse than most poor commoners. Despite that, his voice was clear and serious, befitting of his status. Chen Ren guessed that the rumors about the man going through some sort of a curse were true, and as he took more than a comfortable amount of time to stare at him, Tang Jihao raked a hand through his goatee. That was enough of an action for him to shake his head and offer a polite bow. "No problem at all." His gaze shifted to Tang Jihao's expression, calm yet burdened, and he stepped forward, holding up the bowl of noodles. "I thought an Eastern delicacy might lighten the stress of running so many successful businesses." Tang Jihao's pupils dilated slightly with interest as the steam from the bowl wafted toward him. "Ah, your famed noodles." A thoughtful gesture. Chen Ren presented the dish, hoping the food would offer more comfort than his words. He could still feel the tension from the previous exchange hanging in the room, but for now, he must focus on the present. Tang Jihao took the bowl with a small smile, steam rising as he inspected the dish. "Very interesting," he said in a warm tone. The noodles were a simple gesture, but for someone like Tang Jihao, they were the best way to approach. It also seemed to work as the man raised his hand and gestured to Chen Ren to take the opposite seat. Chen Ren complied, watching as the clan head took his first bite. His gaze was unreadable, but after a brief pause, the head let out a quiet sound of approval. The tension in the room seemed to ease with every slurp of broth, and Chen Ren felt his shoulders relax slightly. "Thank you for letting me stay here for so long," Chen Ren began, his voice steady but sincere. "Even if I've been nothing but trouble." Tang Jihao's head chuckled softly, setting the bowl down for a moment. "Well, these noodles are good enough to make me let you stay for a whole year." Chen Ren, his tone lightening, replied, "Then I'll make sure to have it delivered every day." Tang Jihao laughed, a deep, genuine sound. "Chen Ren, you've really changed. You're very different from the first time we met." Chen Ren didn't flinch at the statement, keeping his expression composed. "I know." The head's eyes narrowed slightly in curiosity. "Why is that? I've been meaning to ask ever since you started your business." Chen Ren paused for a moment, thinking of how to pick his words carefully. After a breath, he replied, "I realized the path I was fighting for wasn't mine. I was inadequate and arrogant. The heavens are open to all, but only those with the ability can afford to be arrogant. I didn't have any, so I changed my path." The old man's gaze lingered on him, thoughtful. "And what is your path now?" Chen Ren considered the question, feeling the weight of it. He could hardly tell the truth, that his true path was still blurry, somewhere between survival, finding his footing in a world that wasn't his own, and creating a business empire. But instead, he smiled faintly and decided to mix them with lies. My path is one of business. I want to help people, make their lives comfortable by selling things, and earn karma in return. A path of a merchant. A path of prosperity, Chen Ren corrected. Tang Jihao nodded, seemingly impressed. A noble goal. And how did you come to this conclusion? Chen Ren, maintaining his calm, crafted his next story with care. My ancestor who founded the Chen clan. Before he became a cultivator, he was a merchant. He walked the path of prosperity until a chance encounter with the heavens led him to cultivation. But even after that, he never forgot his roots in trade. Through his business, he prospered many lives. I thought he was always a cultivator. No, he was a merchant first. His success in business laid the foundation for the cultivation path he later took. It was his understanding of balance, both in trade and cultivation, that led him to prosper. Tang Jihao let out another small chuckle, nodding thoughtfully. Interesting. You've given me a lot to think about. A path of prosperity, you say? Chen Ren nodded, his expression unwavering, though inside, he knew the truth was far more complicated. It was, in fact, true that one of Chen Ren's ancestors had been a merchant who stumbled upon a chance encounter that changed the course of his life. However, despite that origin, the Chen clan wasn't built on trade but rather on blood and blades. Even now, they were known as a sword clan, ruthless and battle-hardened, with little room for the softer arts of commerce. Still, the story served its purpose. The clan head took another bite of the noodles, his approval clear. I'm proud of you for walking down the path of your ancestor, he added. Chen Ren offered a humble nod, his posture relaxed, but his mind was still calculating. The head leaned back and pulled out a small bundle of letters, setting them on the table between them with a heavy thud. You know what these are, the head said, his tone losing some of its warmth. Chen Ren's eyes flicked to the letters. He knew exactly what they were. Yes, they're letters from my debtors. Tang Jihao's expression darkened slightly as he added, they asked me about your debts, thinking I would pay them off for you. Chen Ren had anticipated this. He had been aware of the clan head's role in keeping the debt collectors at bay for a while now. He had written letters, asking for more time, but that wouldn't have done much if his debtors hadn't assumed that he was under the Tang clan. I appreciate that, truly, Chen Ren said, his tone careful. I know they've been pressing you. Tang Jihao gave a slow nod. Yes, I've been keeping them from taking any action against you because I find you interesting. But it won't stay this way forever, Chen Ren. Chen Ren had expected as much. He knew Tang Jihao wasn't doing this out of charity or goodwill. I understand. It must be difficult to hold them off on my behalf, and I'm grateful for it. But I think I can give you a reason to hold them back a bit longer. The clan head's eyebrow arched. Slightly. And what reason would that be? Chen Ren's lips curled into a slow, calculated smile as he uttered a single name. Tang Yucho, your daughter. At the sound of the name, Tang Jihao's expression shifted ever so slightly. His eyes flickered with something, surprise. Curiosity. Chen Ren couldn't tell. He waited, wondering what his response would be. After a moment, Tang Jihao leaned forward, his voice low. So, you're finally ready to marry her, then? Chen Ren froze, and his entire body went cold. His smile faded, replaced by a look of sheer panic. 15. A new wind. Although Chen Ren had long known the Tang clan head's intentions when he allowed his body's former occupant to stay in the family's courtyard, he had hoped the man had abandoned those thoughts. But as he sat in front of Tang Jihao, hearing his sudden excitement and hopeful tone, Chen Ren knew his recent success had reignited those expectations. The clan head leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of paternal pride and ambition. It seems your growth has given me something to think about, young Ren. Perhaps there's a future between you and Yucho after all. Chen Ren felt a chill run down his spine. He had to clarify quickly before things spiraled further. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. My words were not about marriage. Tang Jihao's eyes narrowed, his expression shifting from hopeful to curious, almost predatory. Oh, and why not? His tone was sharper now as if testing Chen Ren's response. Do you already have someone else in your heart? Although Yucho can be hot-headed, she's a beauty. You won't find another woman like her, certainly not in Cloud Mist City. I think you can be apprehensive since she won't allow more wives, but isn't she enough? You have seen her. She can certainly handle you. Chen Ren swallowed hard. His mind raced, trying to find the right words to avoid offense. It's not that, he said, his voice steady. But I've no intention of considering romance, not until I've cleared my debts. He glanced at the clan head, measuring his response before continuing. My focus right now is elsewhere, more on business than personal matters. Tang Jihao leaned back, stroking the goatee thoughtfully. His sharp gaze softened slightly, his interest peaked. Business, you say? His voice lost some of its edge, settling into something more curious. What exactly do you mean? Chen Ren took a deep breath, the tension in the room still palpable but shifting. Earlier, he began, I overheard your conversation. I know your daughter has been trying to start a business of her own. Tang Jihao's brows furrowed, his lips tightening. He nodded slowly. That's right. I gave her an investment and told her to test her capabilities. It didn't work out as she'd hoped. Business is not as simple as many believe. It's not all about capital but understanding people, markets, and timing. He sighed. I admit, I'm surprised you managed to run that noodle stall so effectively. It's no small feat. Chen Ren nodded in agreement. Exactly, it's difficult. That's why I'm offering to help her. But in exchange, I need two things. The clan head's eyes sharpened once more, the air between them growing still. Oh, he sat up straighter, his presence suddenly felt towering, demanding. And what exactly are these two things you're asking for? Chen Ren steeled himself, knowing this was the crucial part. First, he began, I need you to hold off the creditors for a bit longer. Just for a short time. I'm confident I'll be able to pay them back soon. His voice was steady, but Chen Ren felt the weight of his gamble inside. Tang Jihao frowned slightly but didn't interrupt, so Chen Ren pressed on. Second, I've heard that your clan has a carpenter workshop. A good one. The clan head's frown deepened. Yes, we do. Why? Chen Ren smiled. I need them to build several stalls for me. Nothing extravagant, just enough to put up a proper front for my noodle business. I would like to open up branches all around the city. At that, Tang Jihao fell silent, lost in thought. His gaze drifted towards his lap, but Chen Ren could feel the man's mind working, calculating the risks and benefits, pros and cons. Finally, the old man sighed, nodding slowly. It doesn't sound like an unreasonable request. But are you confident, boy? Starting a new business isn't as simple as setting up a shop. My daughter isn't interested in selling noodles, as you know. Only in eating them. Chen Ren smiled wider, feeling more at ease. It won't be noodles this time. I've seen many things as a cultivator before I ended up here. I have ideas, things I've picked up during my travels that will suit her more. You can trust me on that. Tang Jihao's eyes flickered, still cautious but intrigued. And what if you fail? What happens then? Chen Ren didn't hesitate. If I can't make this business a success for her, you can kick me out. No hard feelings. I won't come back for second chances or beg for forgiveness. My pride as a cultivator won't allow me to do so. That seemed to amuse Tang Jihao. A low chuckle escaped his lips, growing louder until it became a full, hearty laugh that echoed through the room. Bold. You've got a spine, I'll give you that. He slapped his knee, still grinning. Fine, fine, I'll do it. But remember, if you do succeed, this business needs to be something she controls. I'm not giving you free rein here, understand? She needs to be at the front. Chen Ren nodded quickly. Of course, I'll make sure of it. Her face will be at the front, and I'll stand beside her. She'll be the one in charge. Profits will be shared, but her name will be heard around the city. Tang Jihao's laughter subsided, but a spark of approval lingered in his eyes. We'll see how long that confidence of yours lasts. But for now, you've got my backing. Don't disappoint me. Chen Ren bowed his head slightly. I won't. Inside of him, a storm of thoughts churned, already planning the next step. He glanced at the letters from the creditors and realized he might have less time than he had hoped for. As Chen Ren turned to leave, Tang Jihao's voice stopped him at the door. Oh, and one more thing, the clan head said, his tone lighter. Send me those noodles every day. They're quite good. Chen Ren smiled and nodded, but just as he was about to step out, Tang Jihao added with a knowing smirk, and think about my daughter, would you? She may be mortal, but she's not a bad match. Especially if you're serious about becoming a merchant. For that, Chen gave a polite smile, though his mind was already elsewhere. Understood, he replied, nodding once before stepping out into the corridor. The corridor was quiet as he walked, his thoughts still circling the conversation with Tang Jihao. The weight of the proposal, Tang Yucho's business, the creditors, the thinly veiled suggestion about marriage, hung heavy on his mind. But deeper still was the gnawing sense that his own plans were slowly slipping beyond his control. As if sensing his turmoil, a soft purr echoed from the shadows. Chen Ren turned to see a sleek, pure white furred cat emerged from the corner, her amber eyes gleaming with amusement. That girl isn't suitable for the Chen clan, Yalan remarked casually, her voice laced with nonchalance as she patted beside him. I have nothing against mortals, of course, but as a cultivator, one should always seek an immortal as a spouse. Concubines, well, that's a different matter. Chen Ren sighed, shaking his head. I don't have any plans for that right now. He glanced down at Yalan and glared at her. Were you listening to the conversation? Yalan lifted her chin, her tone imperious. I was outside the door. It's easier to sneak around in this majestic body. No one suspects a thing. Chen Ren couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Majestic. Compared to humans, Yalan replied smoothly, her tail flicking with pride, I'm far quicker, with better reflexes. And no one ever suspects a lovely creature like myself. It's far more majestic than your body ever could be. If you try to do something like sneaking around a rich, merchant clan, you would be killed. But not me. Chen Ren bit his lip, trying to suppress his amusement, but Yalan's confidence was contagious. He let the moment pass, though, and focused on the more pressing matters at hand. So, are you going to start this business with the Tang girl? Yalan asked. Why, I thought you had enough money to get your own stall up and running. Why can't you just spend it on expanding to other stuff? It's not enough, Chen Ren admitted, his mental voice lowering as they walked. I need a face for distribution, someone with influence. I can't do it on my own. Sholan is too tied up with the other stalls, and the creditors, they're getting impatient. I have no other way to stop them. Yalan's eyes narrowed thoughtfully before she spoke again. You could let me handle the creditors. Chen Ren stopped in his tracks, turning to look at her and not even bothering to speak in his mind. You'd do that for me? Yalan stretched lazily, her eyes half closed as she replied, you're technically someone I'm supposed to protect, aren't you? I'll step in if your life gets close to danger. And besides, her eyes gleamed with a faint curiosity, I'm also interested in your Dao. Whenever an esoteric Dao appears, big things tend to follow. Chen Ren stared at her for a long moment, a mix of amusement and curiosity flickering across his face. You're that interested in my Dao? Yalan didn't respond right away, simply turning her head to the side as if she hadn't heard the question. Then, with a slow, deliberate flick of her tail, she said, let's just say, I don't think you're as ordinary as you think you are. Chen Ren smiled to himself, his thoughts once again returning to the many complications that awaited him. But with Yalan beside him, whispering secrets of Dao and destiny, he felt a little more at ease. Even if he hadn't fully trusted her yet, it was better to have her on his side than against him. He let out a laugh through his nose and looked down. I don't know about all that. Either way, I'd rather keep you as my trump card. If things get too bad, I'll call on you. But for now, I was planning to ask Yucho for help. I still owe her a favor, so I can knock out two problems at once. And having the support of the Tang clan head won't hurt either. Yalan gave a satisfied nod as they continued walking, her ember eyes reflecting the lanterns, dim glow in the corridors. It was quiet, the stillness only broken by the soft sound of their footsteps and the distant rustling of night wind through the courtyard trees. After a while, Chen Ren broke the silence. By the way, he began slowly, I've been wondering. Do you know what's going on with the Tang Jihao? He looks sickly. He's the same in the previous Chen Ren's memories. And it doesn't seem like normal sickness. Yalan's ears flicked, her gaze shifting slightly. I've noticed it too. It's not just physical. If I had to guess, I'd say it's a soul disease. Soul disease? Yalan's tail swished, her tone matter of fact. A disease of the soul, yes. It's not natural either. Someone did this to him, most likely a cultivator. His soul is being eaten away bit by bit every day. That's why he looks so frail. I'd bet he's relying on pills and elixirs just to keep himself upright. Without them, he'd probably be coughing blood every other second. Chen Ren absorbed the information in silence, his mind racing. Soul diseases were far outside his realm of expertise. He had heard stories about them, tales of how the soul could be corrupted, rotted from the inside out. But never had he imagined that someone like Tang Jihao would be suffering from such a thing. For a moment, he considered offering help, but then quickly dismissed the thought. What could he do? He had no knowledge of treating soul diseases, nor the resources to even begin trying. And getting involved with something like that, it would be far too dangerous. I guess that explains a lot, Chen Ren finally said, his voice more subdued. Still, it's not my place to intervene. I wouldn't even know where to start. Helping Tang Yucho is enough. I'll leave that mess to those more qualified. Yalan gave him a sidelong glance, her whiskers twitching. Wise decision. Meddling with soul diseases is like trying to wrestle a demon, either you win or you get consumed. Best to focus on your own path for now. Chen Ren nodded, but his mind couldn't help but linger on the thought. Tang Jihao, suffering in silence, put on a strong face while his very soul decayed. It was a grim reminder of the world he had stepped into. Strength wasn't just about physical power or martial prowess. Sometimes, the greatest battles were invisible to the naked eye. Still, he had other priorities, and getting too involved in the clan's affairs could only complicate things. He had his own plans, his own survival to worry about. With a final glance at Yalan, who now padded silently beside him, Chen Ren exhaled and pushed the thought from his mind. Under the vast expanse of the sky, Cloud Mist City sprawled out like a hazy dream, nestled among the rolling clouds that drifted lazily through the air. A man stood on top of the biggest mountain in the area, and from his position, he could instantly see how the city's walls rose into the distance. The atmosphere was cool and thick, almost tangible, as if the city itself were cradled by fog. His blue robe fluttered gently in the wind, worn and frayed at the edges. Dirt and bloodstains marked its once flawless surface. His hair, as blue as the robes he wore, hung loosely down his back, swaying slightly with each gust of wind. The subtle gleam of the bracelet around his wrist caught the moonlight. He gazed down at the city, his sharp eyes taking in every detail as his heart tugged in anticipation. Finally, after a long moment of silence, he exhaled slowly. So, this is Cloud Mist City. His voice was low, roughened by fatigue and resolve. I'm finally here. He lifted his hand, brushing some dirt off his sleeve. Are you sure we'll find what we're looking for here? The wind swirled suddenly, carrying with it a presence, faint at first, like a whisper on the edge of perception, but soon taking form. The air next to him rippled, and from the thin veil between the realms, a figure emerged. A ghostly silhouette, its shape resembling that of a demon, with twisted horns and sharp, red eyes. Its entire body flickered like a dying flame, both translucent and yet imposing. The ghost's voice was a rasping echo, barely louder than the wind. Yes, it said with certainty, its glowing eyes narrowing. But it won't be easy to acquire. The object's aura is faint, buried deep. It needs to be very close for me to sense its full nature. The man glanced sideways at the specter, his lips curving into a grim smile. That's no problem, he said, his voice cold and unwavering. I'll deal with whatever stands in my way. And if anyone tries to stop me. His eyes narrowed even at the thought of someone trying to stop him. I'll give them a show. A little blood tends to make an impression. The ghost chuckled, a dark, hollow sound that echoed in the wind. You speak like a true disciple of mine. Blood may not solve everything, but it certainly smooths the path. The specter's form shifted slightly, growing more defined as it loomed closer. I chose you for a reason. You're ruthless enough to survive this world and ambitious enough to carve your own path through it. The man clenched his fist, the bracelet around his wrist glowing faintly in response to his will. Then let's not waste any more time. We know what we need to do. As the ghost faded back into the shadows, the man stood there a moment longer, his gaze locked on Cloud Mist City below. The mists churned, obscuring the streets and rooftops as if the city itself were hiding secrets deep within its embrace. His heartbeat quickened, not from fear but anticipation. Whatever awaited him in that city, treasures, enemies, or bloodshed, he would face it head-on. The wind picked up, carrying his words into the distance. Whatever happens, this city won't forget my name. 16. Haggling bonus chapter. Although his plan had been perfectly laid out and set in his mind, even after speaking with Tang Jihao, one glaring problem clung to his side. Tang Yucho had vanished. Chen Ren had scoured the Tang manor, and questioned every servant he could find, but all anyone knew was that she had left the manor. Being outside was about as useful as saying she was somewhere under the sky. The city was vast, and people disappeared easily into its winding streets, crowded districts, and hidden alcoves. He knew how people like Tang Yucho would act when they were troubled. Often, they'd seek quiet corners where the noise of life would fade away, and the chaos in their mind could find some peace. The issue was that those places were rarely obvious, especially for someone like Tang Yucho who would be smart enough not to hide in plain sight. Maybe she had somewhere private where she found comfort, maybe it was a person, but again, he doubted she had such close friends considering her nature. He also hadn't seen her with anyone else other than her maid. But how would he know where to find her? How would anyone know? With a sigh, Chen Ren set off, his steps light but his mind heavy. The city stretched before him like a puzzle, its roads teeming with life. He made his way through familiar streets, heading towards the upper district, a more refined area beyond the bustling market. He had been here before, more than once, a wide landscape that offered a semblance of peace. Yet, even after combing the alleys and looking into the refined tea houses that someone like Tang Yuqiu would frequent, she was still nowhere to be found. His search felt endless, each corner revealing nothing but the familiar sights of merchants, shoppers, and city dwellers going about their day. The upper district may have offered more serenity, but it did not yield the answers he sought. Frustration clawed at him, his thoughts a jumble of worry and mild irritation. He had hoped to find her deep in thought somewhere, brooding in a corner, contemplating whatever troubles had sent her off in the first place. But it wasn't until he moved closer to the noodle stall, his last resort, that he spotted her, Tang Yuqiu, seated casually, bowls of noodles scattered around her like trophies from some odd competition. She wasn't brooding, wasn't lost in thought. Instead, she was slurping noodles with the kind of focus that suggested she was thinking about absolutely nothing at all. A soft, bemused voice broke the silence of his thoughts. "You should have looked for her here right away," Yalan, his feline companion, muttered from his side, her amber eyes glinting with amusement. Chen Ren sighed, rubbing his forehead. "I thought she'd be sitting somewhere, lost in thought, not slurping noodles." "Some people eat when they're stressed," the cat remarked with an air of superiority, tail flicking lazily. "You humans have the strangest habits." Chen Ren shook his head, though a small smile tugged at his lips. Of all places. Still, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. She was here, not lost or troubled in some hidden corner. Just here, surrounded by noodles and clearly coping in her own way. Now, it was just a matter of talking to her about what was in his mind. Chen Ren gave a subtle nod to Yalan, acknowledging the cat's dry wisdom, before setting his sights on Tang Yuqiu. In the middle of a small mess of empty bowls, her eyes were narrowed but drew a blank. She was slurping the last of her noodles as if they held the answers to all her problems. It was still early, just before lunch, so the line for the stall was small but growing, the quiet before the midday rush. He stepped closer, weaving through the sparse crowd with ease, and gave a polite nod to Yuqiu, who glanced up at him with the barest flicker of acknowledgement. Her brows knit together in annoyance, but she didn't make any move to stop him. "I hope the noodles are satisfying your appetite," he said, a soft humor lacing his words. Her eyes flicked up, cool and sharp. "I don't want to talk to eavesdroppers," she replied, her voice low and edged with irritation. Chen Ren sighed but met her gaze evenly. "I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. Your father called me there. I just happened to have a knack for being in the wrong place at the wrong time." She studied him for a moment, her expression softening just a fraction. The scowl that was on her lips turned to a thin, straight line. "I can see that," she muttered, though the edge hadn't entirely left her voice. "So, why are you bothering me now?" She swirled the noodles with her chopsticks and was playing with them as she waited for his response. Chen Ren moved closer, his tone shifting as he spoke with more purpose. "I have a way to alleviate your worries." He paused, letting his words settle. "As I'm living in your house, it's only right that I lend a hand." She looked at him, skepticism written plainly on her face. She placed the chopsticks on the bowl, balancing them carefully before setting the bowl aside. "How exactly can you help me?" She glared at him with a deadpan look on her face. Before he could respond, she laughed humorlessly, a dry laugh through her nose. "Don't joke, Chen Ren." As soon as she said it, she picked up the bowl again and started slurping noodles. "I'm not joking." His voice held a quiet confidence. He gestured to the stall behind him, to the small but growing crowd of customers waiting for their turn. "The place where you're eating noodles right now, I created it in mere weeks. No funding, just meager savings. And now look at it." Her eyes narrowed once again. "Are you trying to brag?" He shook his head. "No, I'm offering a proposal." Tang Yuqiu's eyes searched his face, trying to determine if he was serious or just playing some elaborate joke. There was no deceit in his gaze, only a calm certainty. "A proposal," she repeated, her voice less hostile now, but still guarded. "What kind of business?" She placed the bowl back on the table, giving him her full attention at the sound of his seriousness. "High-end products," he said, his tone firm. "Something refined, something that stands out." She exhaled sharply, her doubt clear. "That sounds expensive. If it fails, the losses would be huge. I can't afford that again. I can't bear that kind of failure anymore." Chen Ren leaned in slightly, his voice dropping as if sharing a secret only for her ears. You don't have to think negatively all the time. Failure isn't a certainty. Her gaze wavered for a moment, but he pressed on. You tried to save a blacksmithing workshop for your father. You bought it and poured everything into it, hoping to turn it into something grand. Even though you're well versed in the basics of business, you lack one thing: innovation. That's where I come in. Tang Yucho's fingers curled around the edge of the table, her expression unreadable, but Chen Ren could see the faint flicker of doubt turning into interest. Innovation, she echoed softly. He nodded, his gaze steady. I'll bring innovation, you bring the structure. Together, we can build something that doesn't just survive, it thrives. For the first time since they began talking, Tang Yucho looked at him not with suspicion or irritation but with something close to hope. But she wasn't ready to admit it yet. It sounds risky, she said, her voice quieter now. All good things are, Chen Ren replied with a faint smile. But this time, you won't be doing it alone. It seemed as if she allowed herself to consider the possibilities for a brief moment, but soon her expression shifted to one that clearly conveyed the question, have you lost your mind? Her frown deepened as seconds passed, assessing him for any hint of deceit again, but after a long pause, she simply sighed, her shoulders drooping slightly. If you're lying, I'll kick you out myself. Chen Ren chuckled. You don't have that authority. Your father does. And let's be honest, do you really think the regular guards would be able to get me out? He folded his arms, voice lowering to a serious tone. But I'm not lying. This business will help you regain your lost honor. We'll build something that'll take the city by storm. Only if you want to. If you don't, then, well. He shrugged. She stared at him, her expression unreadable as she considered his words. 40-60, she said, at last, her voice steady. In my favor for the profits. Chen Ren raised an eyebrow, a small smirk playing on his lips. 50-50, he countered, unwavering. I'm already doing you a favor by letting you in on the profits. She snickered, the tension in her posture easing just a bit. I doubt you're going to put any money into this venture, and as for labor, I'll be the one doing most of it. Not to mention, I'm putting my last bit of savings into this. The split should be in my favor. He shook his head, his smile not faltering. None of it matters without my ideas and innovation. Without me, this is just another failed business in the making. Chen Ren felt a pang of guilt settle in his chest. He was aware that the knowledge he held, the ideas, the innovation, weren't really his own. They came from Earth, from a world she knew nothing about. In a sense, he was taking advantage of her ignorance, using what he hadn't developed himself. But a little shamelessness could go a long way, and in this world, survival wasn't always about playing fair. Besides, if it meant helping her out of this mess and earning good money, he could live with it. The two of them leaned closer over the wooden table, their voices rising and falling like the tide as they haggled fiercely. Tang Yucho's eyes sparkled with determination as she pushed for a larger share, her tone sharp and confident. You can't expect me to invest my last savings without a fair cut. I'm thinking at least 50-40 in my favor. Chen Ren crossed his arms, unyielding. That just sounds comical to me now. I'll agree to 50-50, but only if you want this to work. 50-50, that's not happening. You're not even putting in any capital, she shot back, her frustration evident. I'm the one risking everything here. And without my ideas, there's nothing worth investing or risking in at all, he countered, his voice steady. You need to recognize the value I bring to the table. She rolled her eyes, a scoff escaping her lips. Please, are you really valuing your grand ideas that highly? They're just words without a proper plan. How about 70-30? I need a cushion for my risks. 70-30, don't make me laugh. You just increased your profits after asking 60. Chen Ren shook his head, a smirk on his face. You'll scare away any potential investors with those demands. You really think anyone will join you at that rate? If you want a partner, you'll have to meet me halfway. How about 60-40, then? That's still generous considering I'm the one bringing in the capital. 50-50, it's either that or no deal. Fine, she relented, with an exasperated huff. 50-50, her eyes gleamed with a mix of skepticism and expectation as she added, but the next discussion will be when you bring me this so-called high-end product. And make sure it actually impresses me. With that, she stood, the bowls of noodles forgotten as she straightened her dress. Don't disappoint me, Chen Ren, she said coolly before turning on her heel and walking off into the city streets. Chen Ren watched her go, rubbing the back of his head in thought. The deal was set, but now came the hard part, delivering on his promise. Getting the product was, without a doubt, the toughest challenge ahead. He sighed, running a hand through his hair. Now comes the real work, he muttered, casting a glance at the noodle stall. Then, realization struck him. Wait, she forgot to pay. Once the discussion with the young miss was over, Chen Ren spent the rest of the afternoon working at the noodle stall. The hustle and bustle of serving bowls of noodles to the waiting line kept him busy, but his mind was far from settled. The deal he struck with Tang Yucho was the easy part, making promises and talking up grand ideas. Sure, in his mind, he had 1,000 concepts for high-end products, things that could revolutionize this city. He could picture them clearly: luxurious cosmetics, high-quality fabrics, herbal tonics. But as the hours ticked by and the day dragged into late afternoon, he realized something that chilled him more than he expected: this world wasn't like his own. The herbs he needed, the specific plants, the animals, none of them were familiar to him here. The flora and fauna he relied on for his ideas were different and foreign. What use was knowledge from another world if the fundamental building blocks were all wrong? Chen Ren rubbed his temple, staring out at the thinning crowd of customers. He didn't even have a good grasp of what was available locally. Without the right resources, his ideas were nothing more than fantasies. He needed a solid foundation in the herbal and animal life around the city. But therein lay the problem: Chen Ren had no books related to that. He had never been interested in herbology or biology. His knowledge from his past life was limited to what modern industry could produce. He didn't have the faintest clue how to identify rare herbs or unique ingredients in this world. And worse still, this city didn't seem to have a public library. He had asked around before, hoping for a place where he could dig up some information, but according to the servants, there was no such luxury here. Even Yalan, the cat, had been little help, though she had muttered some vague complaints about human knowledge being too scattered. When he'd brought up the idea to Sholan, she confirmed his suspicions. The local herbalists and doctors were fiercely protective of their knowledge, sharing only with their trusted apprentices. Trying to pry information out of them would take too much time, something he barely had. Chen Ren sighed, leaning against the stall's counter. His options were growing slimmer by the minute. There had to be another way. And then, a flicker of memory hit him, something from Chen Ren's life here, something he had almost forgotten about. He straightened up, eyes narrowing as a thought crystallized. There was one place that might have what he needed. It wasn't a library, not in the traditional sense, but it was a place where books were plentiful. More importantly, it was a place where someone like him might just stumble upon the right book by sheer luck. His gaze turned resolute as he packed up the last of the stall's supplies, handing over the evening shift to Tang Sholan. He didn't say much to her, just a brief nod before he turned and headed into the city, a singular thought guiding his steps. By the time Chen Ren arrived at his destination, the sun had dipped low in the sky, casting the streets in a soft orange glow. He found himself standing outside an unassuming tea shop, nestled between a pair of larger merchant buildings. To most, it looked like a simple, cozy place, a retreat for the weary, where people sipped tea and escaped the noise of the marketplace. But Chen Ren knew better. He glanced at the faded sign swaying in the evening breeze. It was a tea shop, yes, but it was also something more, a place with a surprisingly large collection of novels. Stories for the idle, Chen Ren muttered to himself. But maybe, just maybe, I might be able to find what I'm looking for here. He walked forward, pushing the door open, the faint scent of tea leaves and old parchment greeting him. The air inside was warm and cozy, and the soft murmur of voices made it feel almost too peaceful for the task at hand. He spotted a few patrons lounging about, their noses buried in novels as they sipped their drinks. His eyes scanned the shelves lining the walls. There, amidst the countless works of fiction, he hoped to find what he was looking for. The herbal knowledge he needed, the key to unlocking the next step of his plan. Surely, among all these books, there had to be something useful. A book, a scrap of knowledge, anything. Chen Ren strode inside, a small smile creeping across his face. Time to see what this tea shop really has to offer. 17. Lusty Snake and Rising Wood. The tea shop was nothing out of the ordinary. The lanterns, already lit, cast a warm glow that mingled with the lingering scent of brewing tea, creating an inviting atmosphere. Despite the late hour, the place was still full of life, with customers ranging from wandering cultivators to weary travelers, each nursing a steaming cup and engaging in low, murmured conversations. Chen Ren stepped through the entrance, his eyes scanning the familiar space. It had been a haunt of his, well, the previous Chen Ren's. He would come here occasionally, trailing behind friends with the same lofty aspirations, searching for volumes on the lives of famous cultivators. Those old legends were filled with tales of extraordinary feats, profound enlightenment, and battles that shook mountains. That Chen Ren had been enchanted by such stories, trying to emulate the speech and mannerisms of those ancient heroes. Perhaps it was this obsession that had made him so haughty, looking down on mortals as if they were dust beneath his feet. Chen's lips twisted into a half-smile at the memory, but his expression soon shifted into one of mild curiosity as he glanced around. The tea stall hadn't changed much, the scent of worn scrolls and ink mingled with the earthy aroma of the tea. Rows of shelves lined one side of the establishment, stacked with books and scrolls, each promising knowledge for those who sought it. Once a customer selected a book, they could choose to take a seat in one of the small cubicles, cramped spaces enclosed within wooden walls, offering a modicum of privacy, or sit at the open tables, reading amidst the buzz of conversation while sipping their tea. Chen Ren walked towards the shelves, his fingers brushing against the rough spines of the scrolls as he searched for something that might be of use. Most of the volumes were the same as he remembered: biographies of storied cultivators, legends of ancient sects, and tedious records of lineages. He even caught sight of a few of the more absurdly long titles, works like The Celestial Sword That Cut Through the Humans and Heavens, or Heavenly Phoenix Rising from Ashes to Burn Everything into Ashes. Yet, buried among these, there were some books whose names made his eyebrows twitch. Volumes like Lusty Snake and the Rising Wood sat side by side with the more serious tomes, its title boldly displayed as if challenging anyone who dared to judge the content. Curiosity piqued, he reached for it. Only for research purposes, he muttered to himself, cracking open the pages. As he skimmed through the lines, he found that it wasn't the scandalous tale he expected. Instead, it detailed a bizarre story about a snake spirit that formed a bond with a tree beast, their journey through the wilderness, and their trials against various predators. The language, poetic and flowery, described their struggle to survive and thrive amidst hostile terrain, and there wasn't a single racy detail to be found. He shook his head, a wry smile playing on his lips as he placed the book back on the shelf. He continued to search, his eyes narrowing as he sought something more practical: treatises on rare herbs, bestiaries that catalog the creatures of the surrounding forests, anything that might give him an edge. But to his growing disappointment, nothing of the sort seemed to exist among the shelves. The tea house, with great reputation for its book collection, had nothing but fanciful, questionable stories and endless odes to long-dead cultivators. Frowning, his gaze drifted toward the small desk nestled in the corner of the tea stall, where an old woman sat. Her hair, having lost its color, now streaked with silver, bound up in a loose bun atop her head. Her face was wrinkled and sun-kissed, but her eyes resembled one of a hawk. She cradled a clay cup in her hands, sipping tea slowly and occasionally moving her eyes around the shop. His memories told him that she was the owner of the place. Deciding that she might have more insight into his search, he approached the desk, offering a polite bow. His eyes went to the label on the table: Qinghe, her name must be. Good evening, Senior Qinghe. I'm looking for a particular book, if you'd be so kind as to assist me. Qinghe looked up, one brow arching slightly, her eyes darting toward the shelves lining the walls. There are plenty of books around there, young one. Take your pick, she said, her voice creaky. I've seen the ones out there, but I can't find what I'm looking for. Specifically, I'm interested in herbs and beasts. A book that could give me detailed information on them. Qinghe leaned back in her chair, the wooden legs creaking under the shift of her weight. She set down her cup with a soft clink, peering at him over its rim. Herbs and beasts, you say? This place isn't a sect library, boy. You want those kinds of books, then join a sect. He hesitated, then shook his head, meeting her gaze directly. I already tried, failed the entrance exams. A brief, almost pitying chuckle escaped the woman's lips. Not all sects are the grand, sky-reaching ones. There are smaller ones, always looking for stray talents. Chen Ren shook his head. Not interested. I just need access to knowledge. That's all. I'm even willing to pay more. Qinghe's expression didn't change. She picked up her cup again, taking a slow sip before setting it back down. Then you're out of luck. There are no secret collections here, no hidden tomes. If what you want isn't on those shelves, you might as well leave. As for money, you can pay for my tea and books on those shelves. Nothing more than that. Chen Ren let out a long sigh, nodding to himself as he considered her words. His mind briefly entertained the idea of using his status as a cultivator or perhaps invoking his recent association with the Tang clan. But as he glanced back at Qinghe, looking at the wrinkles around her eyes, he discarded that notion. Using his status here would be akin to acting like the previous Chen Ren, especially when he was just against an old woman. He needed a different method to get through her. "Thank you anyway," he said, bowing again before turning back to the shelves. After some searching, he pulled out a book titled, The Immortal Travels of Lu Jia. It was yet another biography of a cultivator and his turtle whose life had become the stuff of legend. Not the practical text he sought, but at least it might offer some inspiration. He settled down in one of the public seats, choosing a corner where the noise of the tea stall was muted and cracked open the book. As he began to read, a shadow loomed over him, and he glanced up to find Qinghe standing beside him, a steaming cup of tea in her hands. "Here," she said gruffly, setting the cup down on the table beside him. "Glad you found something to read." Chen Ren blinked, surprised, before offering her a small, genuine smile. "Thank you." He reached into his pocket, pulling out a few coins and placing them on the table. She grabbed them without turning to leave. She didn't look back, but Chen Ren thought he saw the corners of her lips curl upward ever so slightly at the coins. He took a sip of the tea, savoring the warmth that spread through his chest, and let himself sink into the tales of Lu Jia, even as his mind continued to puzzle over the best way to find what he truly needed. His other hand turned the brittle pages of the biography. The dim glow of the lanterns cast shifting patterns on the floor, and the hum of conversation from the other patrons filled the air with a comforting background murmur. The tea was warm, smooth, and soothing, but his thoughts remained restless, circling back to Qinghe behind the counter. As he took another sip, a soft rustling reached his ears. A moment later, a familiar weight settled on the seat beside him, fur brushing against his arm. He glanced sideways and saw Yalan. The creature stretched leisurely, curling her tail around her paws, before it spoke through his mind. "It's good you didn't try to pester her," Yalan said, her gaze shifting toward Qinghe who was now busy wiping down a dusty ledger. "That woman is strong." He raised an eyebrow, setting the book aside for a moment. "A cultivator," Yalan nodded, the tip of her tail flicking lazily. "One that should be an elder of a sect at the very least. Dunno what she's doing here, hiding in plain sight." Chen Ren's gaze drifted back to Qinghe. Her mannerisms were unhurried, almost mundane, just a regular shopkeeper tending to her tea stall. Yet, there was a precision to the way she moved, a calmness that seemed just a bit too steady for an elder who had supposedly lived among average folks all her life. He tried to see through the veil of ordinariness she wore like a cloak, but there was nothing to give her away. Everything about her, from the faint lines around her eyes to the way she drank, seemed unremarkable. But he couldn't dismiss what Yalan had said. If she truly was a hidden master, then it explained the knowledge in her advice earlier, her casual mention of joining a smaller sect. He had given her no direct clue that he was a cultivator when she suddenly mentioned the sect competition. Though, even mortals tried their luck in those sect competitions, hoping to secure a menial position within the sect's ranks. But she had spoken as if she knew he was a cultivator. He cast another glance her way, but she continued her work, her focus entirely on her task. Perhaps she had grown used to keeping her true nature hidden, blending into the background of this quiet corner of the world. From what he remembered, the tea stall had been around for over a decade, always present yet never standing out. And in all that time, she had never done anything to betray her strength, never once let slip the aura that clung to true cultivators like a faint shadow. Chen Ren sipped his tea thoughtfully, a plan beginning to form in his mind. If she was indeed a hidden master, there was a chance, however slim, that she possessed the knowledge he sought, the books he needed. Ancient masters often kept hidden troves of information, things that would never find their way onto the dusty shelves of a public stall. He just needed to find the right opportunity to make himself useful, to earn her favor, to perhaps gain access to whatever secrets she might be guarding. Yalan's voice broke into his thoughts, her tone curious. "So, what's the plan, then? Sit here drinking tea until your cup runs dry?" Chen glanced down at Yalan, his lips curling into a faint smile. "I'll look out for the right opportunity to intervene. There's always something, some small act that might win a favor. If she's hiding her strength, then she's got her reasons, and people like that often need help they don't want to ask for." He took another slow sip, feeling the warmth seep into his chest. "If nothing comes up, then I'll have to play the long game. But I don't have much time for that." Yalan's tail twitched, her gaze shifting from Chen Ren to Qinghe once more. HMPH. Impatient as always, aren't you? But there was no reproach in her tone, only a hint of amusement. Whether it took a moment or a month, he would find a way to crack open whatever mystery the old grandma held. After all, in a world of secrets and shadows, the right connections could be more valuable than any rare herb or elusive beast. And if she was truly a master, then beneath that ordinary exterior, she held more than a few keys to the knowledge he sought. Time drifted by slowly in the tea stall, the minutes bleeding into one another as Chen Ren sat in his corner, pretending to be absorbed in the dusty old biography. His gaze, however, frequently drifted over the rim of his cup to Qinghe at the counter. She continued with her routine, refilling teapots, arranging cups, and occasionally greeting new customers with a weary nod. The steady pace of her movements betrayed nothing of the hidden strength Yalan had hinted at. But, even as he kept his eyes peeled, no opportunity presented itself. He watched as people came and went, workers, merchants, and the occasional scholar, all entering with the prospect of a warm drink or a brief respite from the day's troubles. Nothing of interest, nothing out of the ordinary. His second cup of tea turned cold. He ordered a third, and as the minutes stretched on, he began to wonder if he would spend the entire evening here without any progress. But just as the tea warmed his hands once more, the bells above the door chimed, announcing the arrival of a group of young women. Their attire marked them as scions of wealth, draped in robes of fine silk, embroidered with different patterns of flowers and mythical creatures. Gold-threaded tassels hung from their sleeves, swaying with every playful step. Jade bangles clinked softly on their wrists, and their hairpins shimmered in the lantern light, each one showing off their family's prosperity. Chen Ren's interest peaked as they made their way to the reception. They gathered around Qinghe, who set her teacup down with a soft clink, meeting their smiles with a polite but detached nod. "Ah, Grandma Qinghe, do you have any other books here?" one of the girls asked, her voice carrying the cultured tone of someone used to making requests. Qinghe regarded her with a raised eyebrow. "What kind are you looking for?" The girl gave a small sigh, adjusting the hem of her silken sleeve. "Most of the books here seem to cater to children or men. We've read through nearly all of the cultivation stories you have in stock. Isn't there anything different? Something more to our taste?" Qinghe's face remained impassive as she shook her head. "This is all I have, miss. If you're looking for something different, I suggest you try the merchants next time they come through town." The disappointment in the girls' expressions was clear, but they could do little but exchange glances and mutter among themselves before turning away, their footsteps carrying them out of the tea stall in a trail of silk and perfume. Chen Ren watched their retreating figures thoughtfully, a plan forming in his mind. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. With a quick breath, he downed the last of his tea and rose to his feet, striding toward Qinghe with purpose. She looked up at his approach, her expression turning from mild curiosity to a familiar wariness. "What do you want now?" she asked, voice flat. Chen Ren offered a polite smile, gesturing in the direction of the door where the girls had exited. "Those young misses, don't you think you're losing customers by not catering to them? If you had books they wanted, they'd keep coming back, and they'd spend plenty of silver doing it." Qinghe shrugged, picking up her teacup again as if the matter was already settled. "Doesn't matter, I don't have any more books. And even if I wanted to get more, it's not easy. Merchants don't bring many these days, and the ones they do bring are mostly the same, cultivation stories, tales for children, nothing more." Chen Ren leaned in slightly, his tone gaining a touch of enthusiasm. "What if I offered you a solution to that problem?" She eyed him skeptically, one brow arching as she set her cup down again. "And what solution would that be?" He straightened, letting a bit of confidence slip into his voice. "I could write a book, one that would appeal to those girls. You have a lot of young misses visiting your shop, don't you? If you had a story that they actually wanted to read, it could bring in more business. They'd come for the tea, stay for the book, and keep returning. Girls like them talk about everything to each other, so I'm pretty sure your business will boom." Qinghe's skepticism only deepened, her lips curving into a dry smile. "You don't look much like a writer to me." Chen Ren chuckled softly, spreading his hands in a disarming gesture. "Appearances can be deceiving, senior. Just give me a chance. If I can do it, will you let me have a look at the herbal books?" She let out a short, humorless laugh. "I already told you, I don't have any of those. What part of that did you not understand? Maybe there are some in the back. It wouldn't hurt to take a look, would it? Just a small favor, if I manage to write something that brings more customers to your shop." Qingyi stared at him, her gaze as steady and unyielding as a mountain. For a moment, Chen Ren wondered if he had pushed too far, but he held his ground, his expression remaining calm and composed. Qingyi let out a long sigh, her breath carrying the weariness of someone who had seen too many schemes and empty promises. She took her time, letting her gaze sweep over Chen Ren, measuring him up from head to toe. Her eyes, sharp and judgmental, flicked briefly to Yalan lingering a few paces behind him. After a moment's pause, she folded her arms and gave a small, almost reluctant nod. Sure, if you can write up a good book that brings in more business, I'll search through what I have. But understand, there's no guarantee I'll find what you're looking for. Chen Ren's face lit up with a hint of satisfaction. That's good enough for me, he replied, his voice carrying a note of enthusiasm that hadn't been there before. Without waiting for her to change her mind, he turned on his heel, striding toward the door. If he hadn't controlled himself, he'd be bouncing on his feet. But good thing, he was still sane. Yalan padded after him, her tail swishing lazily behind. As he left the tea shop, the air seemed cooler, and crisper, or maybe it was just his mind.